is very smart and they understand the game at a high level.
Oh, rickety right. Been a while since we done one of
contribute
these here
during the
watch
round
parties.
and change up the pace of the game.
Got us a
So
big
we're
day.
not very, we don't have a stagnant play style, if that makes sense. So you can't really prepare or have a really good anti-strat.
See what we got going on today, y'all, shall we?
Change up how we play.
So for the guard, they're a team that they've been together for a while. They're pretty structured. They have a good head coach, Josh RT. I played with him in CS. He's got a great mind, a lot of experience. I think for us, we really just want to make
Let's
sure
get
that
things
we
going, champ.
notify Tex and Trent. They're pretty oppressive in a lot of situations. They're great players. We just want to make sure that we're able to still focus on what we want to do and don't let them get away with what they want to do.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any challenges. We kind of know what to expect from everyone, especially Faze. I would say like their culture, you know, it's pretty one-dimensional. And I feel like everyone says that about Faze when they get asked about them, you know, mainly like shutting down Baby Bay, but I feel like they know that themselves, so I'm sure they're gonna adapt and adjust their playstyles. So we can't focus too hard on just the one playstyle they have now.
Oh, I was super happy that we played the guard first match with our new roster. I mean, had we played a team like, you know, OR or, you know, or G2 and as our first match, like with a new roster, and we didn't have everything ironed up, and the map pool went that way, like we probably would have lost, honestly.
Let's see.
So I'm really happy that we got it out the way early, and that's kind of what put us in the path to be able to qualify for the playoffs, you know, because we were able to beat all the other teams that we needed to beat, you know, except for Moist. But I still think we could have won that matchup. It's just unfortunate the way it went.
I just think that you have to be ready for their aggression and just kind of like play around it and not give them everything that they want, if that makes sense. Like you have to be pretty bold when you play teams like that just like not like taking a lot of space and taking a lot of risk, if that makes sense. And you have to punish them when they take that risk.
There we go.
The guard, what they do really well is they play together as a unit. You know, they understand across
there
the map,
we go.
The pull. They understand, you know, what they want to achieve and what they
All
want
right.
to leverage. So
I need to start first off. I need to start
we're,
eating some of these noodles.
we're not giving them stuff for free, and we're actually able to take parts of the map.
The mood for some nudes.
What it's like to play against them, I say it's annoying, even though our match scores were pretty dominant. They're an annoying team to play against. You think they're gonna do something, but they'll do the complete opposite.
What am I missing?
Basically unpredictable.
I need to do.
And, yeah, like you said, we never lost to them, but we don't go into that saying that. Like, we don't go into it saying we never lost to them. Like, this is a free win. We always take every match seriously, and we're gonna take them seriously.
Yo, good luck, my boys. It'll be a fun game.
Be interested to see if
I enjoyed it. I hope
Faze can
you know, I actually do hope it goes to map 3 and
break the curse.
So there you go.
Good luck. I hope
It'd be
it's not
crazy to
too
see
much of a
guard
game
all the
that
way
you never
down,
beat
or
us,
see the
but
guard
maybe
already
this
in
time,
lower
we'll give you a
bracket.
chance.
I love being able to hear that. Plus, the hope it's not 2 in your head that you haven't beat us yet.
You know what I mean? I
So,
think them
definitely something that's
in
on
lower
our
bracket
minds
could
going
be
ahead of today.
dangerous
and also,
early.
as we're looking at our map picks and bans, since we have the history on these teams, I feel like this is quite interesting with where we're going, because Fracture and Lotus, last time these two teams met in week 6, these were the first 2 maps. These were the only 2 maps that we saw as the guard won in 2-0. So sorry, I am so excited.
I mean,
to see
Faces
this
look
run
decent
back.
on Fracture, right? So like you can understand them picking that.
I'm surprised for the Fracture pick from Faze, considering the last time they went against each other, it was 13-5, and even during the mid-season face-off, they lost against the guard 13-11. So I'm kind of excited to see what Faze has planned for the Fracture pick, because, you know, after losing a map like that, you learn so much, especially as an IGL. You learn more from a loss than you do from a win. So I'm kind of excited to see what they have cooking up and see what they have prepared, because the guard is just one of those teams that is just so good at adapting to what their opponents are doing that it makes it hard to counter strat them, like Ned said in the video. So I'm gonna, you know, I'm excited to see what Faze is gonna pull out.
I'm also kind of surprised that Faze sticks with the first round ban of Bind. I thought for sure they were going to get rid of Lotus, because if you actually look, Lotus is a really good map.
Yeah, they haven't done that great, have
not
they?
that great of a
Yeah.
map for Faze. They've played the guard on it twice. They've lost both times. They've lost to Moist Moguls twice. They've only beaten Shopify Rebellion, and that was back in week 3 of Split 1. So it was a different roster altogether. It was even a different comp than they've been playing more recently. So I was a little surprised that they let that one through. And obviously the guard is going to pounce on that opportunity. The Fracture pick is maybe a little less surprising, but I did think that maybe they would try to go to Ascent. Ascent is really comfortable territory for both of these teams, and I think that it was pretty much between Haven and Ascent what we were going to get for our third map because it was a matter of comfort for both teams. I give a slight nod to the guard on pretty much every map in the pool, regardless of which one it is. With some exceptions, of course, looking basically at their permaban.
I want to see Faze really come out early and be able to like take some of the control.
A little surprised. The Fracture
but it just
pick
feels
is
like Faze is used to against other
map for
teams
them
being
more
able to
recently,
play
letting
aggressive, and
Lotus
they just
through
can't
also a little
against
bit
guard.
surprising. Ascent is pretty much the only thing that makes sense. If I'm being honest, like Ascent being map 3, I thought that was going to kind of happen either as map 2 or as map 3. It was going to end up in the series regardless.
Well, I think with how strong of a map pool guard has, so whatever map you kind of choose, it's gonna be a hard matchup.
Bingo.
I'm just kind of more looking forward to see like what Faze has planned. If they're going to be able to work as a team and to be able to adapt as well as the guard are, or if they're just gonna stick to their own game plan and, you know, just do better this time around.
I think we lost Sierra. Sierra has gone into...
Sierra's gone.
Can we get a solo shot of that frame? That is terrifying. That is just the smile frozen in time. Oh, good Lord. Don't do her like that. We're going to have to actually throw things to a break as we are having other issues, not necessarily related to Sierra's frozen camera. And when we return, we'll be jumping into the agent select here for map 1 between the guard and Faze. Don't go anywhere.
All right, so they're having technical difficulties. Let's go ahead and get some... Do we need music going in the background? I don't know if we need music going in the background. Yeah, that freeze on her face is kind of unfortunate. Hilarious, though. I do not apologize for eating my ramen. I am hungry. It is the twice spicy ramen, so it's at least a little hot. Let's get it. Yeah. Let me go ahead and this real quick. I would like to see a 6-map day. I just don't know if I see it. I think I see the second matchup more likely to go 3 sets or 3 maps versus the first. I just realized I have no drink in here, which is tough, but I'm having double time spice. Ugh. This. Plug in my buds. My buds. Yo, what it do? What it do? What's up, buddy? I think I'm gonna put on my buds for tonight, man. I don't want to wear my big old bulky headset. I think that's what we're gonna do, especially too, because I'm eating these hot ass, spicy ass noodles. I'm gonna need to fucking keep dabbing my head. But they're so fucking good, man. I can't help it. All right, so that means we now gotta change. Means we gotta change. Where's my sound settings? Dum. System here, and then I just gotta change system here. Bada bing, bada boom. Love it, love it. And I don't need to change my music or anything because we didn't have any music on, right? We just had the music that was in the background of the whatchamacallit. So how you doing, Sir Sam? Sir Sam. Oh, buddy. I'm sweating up a fucking storm from these noodles. Jesus.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Guard going up against Faze. My cat's messing with my internet cable or something. Apologies. Cannot promise it won't happen again there. And hey, I'm excited to dive into this agent select to see how
the struggle to
be
being a cat owner,
up
chat.
for these two teams in
All right.
comparison to the last time that we saw them meet.
So we already did
we talked about the
um,
fact that Baby
map
Baby,
selection,
we see
right?
him on the Neon, we saw him transition to the Jet. Last time they faced, this is where we got to see that Neon.
All right, going to Fracture first,
Yeah,
chat.
he played Neon the last time these two
Contemplating
teams played.
life
It was on
choices.
Fracture, but he did more
Should I be
recently
concerned?
play the map. The Faze played it, and he played Raze. I'm curious to see if that's going to be the case.
Should
yet
I
again.
be concerned?
I would kind of venture a thought that that's what's going to happen. I can't imagine he goes back to the Neon after all of the struggle, but
Yeah, I feel that. I
never
feel that.
mind. That is
Proving you're wrong.
it's kind of an interesting way to approach.
don't
the
need to
map.
rush
is
it
the
all
same
out in one day,
composition
big
coming
bro.
in from the Guard, which is not really all that surprising from the last time they did play. But I thought for sure Baby Bay would stay away from the Neon, but maybe they've theory crafted a little bit
I
more.
think as
maybe
long as we
they
still get that
found
thing
some
out
way to
tomorrow
make this
night,
work.
you know, in time for the weekend, it's
yeah,
a good.
It's a little bit surprising. They did at least make one other swap where they pulled in the Killjoy over the Cypher. But and then they also swapped Fade for Sky. So there's a couple different changes, but this is not what I wanted to see.
I feel like I've
Oh,
always said this on
I got
stream
you.
before too, where I tell my chat,
Well, I'm sorry.
like, Valorant is half mental and half like your in-game
my boys,
skill, and I
Moist.
feel like maybe FaZe is going for like the mental game. Like they're like, hey, we know we lost against you guys on Neon last time, and they're not gonna change comp. They're gonna stand their ground and just show everyone that the Neon does work for them. And maybe Baby Bay's like, I'm feeling confident this time around.
I want to
mean,
see.
I'm just gonna say it. He's only had 2 positive performances on Neon in all of Challengers, if I'm not mistaken.
Baby
and
Bay
it was-
pop off.
It was, I think, week 1 and week 3.
He's gonna need to
on
pop
his
off
map,
if they're gonna
but
win.
Otherwise, Neon has always been a little bit rough.
Like, for real.
Whatever. I throw my hands to the Valorant gods.
Hey, maybe today he's looking to make it 3, all right? So we'll see what they have cooking. They like to keep us on our toes, but the casters are going to be the one to figure out this mystery. It's time to head over to Shift and Dust for map number 1.
Yeah, thank you, friends. Here's the thing, and I love the way that Bach framed it up, is the fact that Neon has not just not worked in this particular matchup on this particular map. It really just hasn't worked at all. But the thing that was really different, and I think was really kind of, again, harkening back to what the desk was hitting on, was that Tex also popped off against the Neon.
For the LCS
so there
thing?
are
Yeah.
a multitude of factors here that are going to provide problems for Faze Clan. Where are your thoughts after the draft here, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually surprised to see this be the first pick. I would have thought Faze would have went for split.
Sure,
they're gonna
going to the map, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just I thought they looked a little bit more successful there, just generally as a team than Fracture. But obviously, the guard is more than capable of playing split to a high level themselves. So maybe just respecting that a little bit. But yeah, interesting to see them go ahead, stick with the Neon on the Baby Bay. I do think that
the
Jet's just not really that
the NBA
viable
video
on this
ended up
map.
getting
So
up
if
to
you're not
450.
going to play the Rays, I suppose Neon is kind of your best bet to still have
Well,
that
through today, I should say.
movement freedom, so to speak. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. Well, it's already kind of a tough start here for FaZe. Their defensive side has not necessarily been the greatest, so you're really, I think, trying to put this closer to 4 or 5 rounds. That would be incredible, I think, for the effort. Opening utility, starting to litter over towards the A
Starting
site.
off with pistols,
hold
chap.
initially from Baby Bay, kind of playing back into the site, but it goes pinstripe. 2 for 2 they go. Net eventually
They
turns
got
the
side
tides, and
control.
with that, the guard have the advantage on A.
Indeed, they do. 3 versus 1. It's just Poised left. He does do some damage to Valen, but the spike still will be planted. And Trent
Oh, I said the
is
EMEA
in full
video got
health, so
up
he'll
to
definitely be the
450
main
overnight.
supporting factor in kind of ensuring this round
Well,
goes their
through
way.
today, I should say.
Yeah, real tough clear here for Poised. Maybe caught his shoulder there from Valen. Oh, there's the poke. Couple of shots will land. Poised not moving very loudly, very quickly. Also just trying to anticipate if there's going to be a flank, but the crossfire may be the biggest opponent.
No way.
Although, missed chance there from Trent. Haunt comes through.
Shut up.
Poised still fighting. Long range, he's got an idea as far as where
Ah,
Net
he
is.
needed
The right
the second
clicks are starting
triple.
to hit.
Oh,
Runs out of
yeah.
ammunition, though, and Trent will eventually get the guard the pistol.
Indeed, he does. And wanted to give you kind of a quick fun fact about this matchup between FaZe and the guard.
Hit me.
FaZe has never beaten the guard. And this
Oh, I
is
just
going
realized
back
that
to
the
2022
game volume is probably like
VCT.
really fucking
the
loud,
rosters
isn't
were,
it?
of course, slightly different back then, was, you know, obviously you had, say, a player playing with the guard, and, you know, FaZe was certainly different with Dicey and stuff still on board. But yeah, it is, you know, 6-0 in the last 6 matches these teams have played against each other since, you know, dating back to the NALCQ in August of last year. So just kind of goes to show the mountain that FaZe is going to have to climb up to pull one over on the guard.
Sounded like a fun fact for the guard and not so fun fact for FaZe there, Dust.
Yes.
I'm going to consider you half win,
But
half
it's fun
loss
for
on that.
all of us
Woo!
Okay.
as fans
Those
of the
are hot
game.
noodles, chap.
I got it.
Golly.
Plus, it makes it even cooler if FaZe do pull it off. Then,
You know?
they beat history.
And then it becomes very fun.
Yes.
For one team, not the other.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I
Here
think,
we go.
again,
On
I
in,
think
Faze shells behind it.
even when
Guard
you
looking
take
to
out
rapidly on towards B.
the
They're
two
gonna
extreme, the
successfully
couple
get
extreme
flanked down.
goods,
And
I think
oh
we're
boy, that's a
projecting
deadly
up.
boom
I think
bot,
we're
not
on the
only
right
because it
space, or
connects
on the right track.
money, but it also isolated, poised very rapidly. Baby Bay trying to
Ugh.
get something done with the Marshall, but immediately taken out by the Ghost. Jonah even connected just through the outside of the sky.
Dude, they didn't get
With
a
that, the
single
guard
person
taking a
down.
Flawless round here in round number 2.
Yeah, they are looking hot and spicy already, as this team, of course, has 2 players that sit in the top 10 in almost every metric. That's Trent the Tex, the Duelist, and kind of the Flex Initiator. They sit in the top 5 in even a couple of key categories. Then Net, no slouch, top 10 KD, and also some solid numbers on the ADR and kills per round. So that trio has really been one of the most powerful in Challengers in A, and they're already off to a hot start, as well as Valen, who's been one of the better strong, you know, fragging IGLs, I guess you could say.
No, I like that comment. I think especially considering the outcome of the face-off in the middle of the season here, you know, there were some questions about, okay, well, what happened here? We said that the Guard and M80 were going to be our 2 top teams, and only one of them made it to the grand finals. But this stage 2 has been, I think, evidently more successful across the board for the full 5-man roster for the Guard. Although the same things can be said about FaZe. They've played a better second split than they did.
I think a lot of teams will look better in the second
looking
split.
to improve as well here as they get into their full gun ride into the bonus.
I still think the guard
Other
is
than to think about, the Guard
miles
is the
ahead of
only
FaZe right
team
now.
that has multiple players in the top
Well,
10 for clutch percentage.
maybe
So
miles
they
isn't the
actually
best way of
have
putting it.
Very good closing capabilities in these rounds as they come into their bonus right now. 3 SMGs.
But they're
one on
definitely better than
Vandal,
FaZe.
going for that Sands play
Like,
yet
by a
again,
significant
smokes
bit.
down to block the rest of the angles, and they're going to find an empty site here as FaZe are looking to play retake on their first full buy. Understandable. That's kind of the way Fracture works out if you don't pick the right early target. And let's see what they can do.
Ooh, early orbital strike being used over towards ropes. This will isolate the FaZe
They expect Trent.
flank on the back side of this. Net trying to hold.
Ooh, nice job on Net to try and
Turning
pinch.
attention back over towards rope, and that's where FaZe are able to counter off the first blood. 4v4 go. Trent
FaZe gonna be able to win this round.
Close in towards Hall, sees the ankle of one, but tries to swap weapons, and Baby Bay will be there to punish. So now a 4v3. Weapons looking good for FaZe. Numbers continue to amount in favor of the
All right, FaZe.
Super gets 2. Last one to find is Tex
we go.
up top, and you can only do so much. Brilliant retake from FaZe.
Yeah, really well done. It seemed like the guard were trying to pull off something up close range at A Halls. That's why they spent that orbital strike in ropes. They get the SMGs through the sliding door and try to play some up close battles on the A flank. But unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. FaZe were able to battle through that, and they're able to put together.
I really
their
like
first
the
round
play.
on the board, beating guards bonus. But now it's full buy versus full buy. All the
Now it's over here
pieces
at door
are now on the
because you
table
pushed
for this
up into
particular
ropes.
Matchup.
So when this
Super
person
nice
tried to
another
peek
player I wanna
to
keep
help the
my
person
eye
that
on,
was out
Shift,
right
by the
here,
way. I think
they were kind of
Baby
stuck in a
Bay have
situation where
always
they had to
been
either
consistent
full send in
performers
here,
throughout both splits,
which means they're
but
open to
Superman's
shots from the
kinda
guard or
one
not.
that can sometimes be
I think
hot
that
or
was a really
cold.
smart
He was
play.
incredible
I really
for
like
FaZe
that.
at the end of last year for VCT. He's had the up and downs throughout challengers, but he's a guy who can definitely have impact in that controller role.
Yeah, it feels like he's kind of left the conversation a touch, but still definitely a player not to be slept on. As we have an early interaction here over towards A Halls. Jonah will find first blood. Aftershock for Omi trying to hold off the front door.
That's some good utility damage. That's some good utility damage.
Oh. Only battles back for a double, but Tex catches him just before the doors close. And now it all falls onto Supa, trying to hold inside his Sky Smoke. Slides up, and what a shot from Tex. Turns the tides, and the guard will get their plan.
Dude, Tex is looking on top form right now, man.
Only holds him to one round.
They would have probably gone 5-0.
Good job on the guard here.
For the one match that he couldn't play.
So they should be able to retain 3 rifles. You would imagine, yeah, Poise is just going to chill over on B side and save here now.
Slot, and it kind of pivoted Trent into a different role, and it was just kind of a tough one for them. But again, we already saw.
So more than likely, 2 turns into 4 pretty quick for the guard.
Squad. I think what's interesting about the guard is
because they're gonna have a mixed buy over on FaZe's side.
The fact that they've had their
because their loss bonuses reset.
Chemistry is so high, and what that really allows them to do is kind of play at whatever pace they want and be able to mid-round so effectively because of all those reps that they have with each other on, you know, communicating in the heat of the moment to make those pivots or those fine-tuned adjustments. But what you're seeing here is that the guard are also capable of playing the same type of game of FaZe, which is we can just speed it up and steamroll you. Like, we have the utility coordination and a guy like Tex who's fearless to be able to get in your face and brawl you out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just the fact that this is probably the most affluent team when it comes to map diversity. They've played just about everything, and the win rate is very significantly high. They also kind of flex around the agent composition.
Yeah, I mean, they flex their comp,
and
they also they can play patient if they like need to. I think the guard's one of the better teams when they're playing fast, though,
because you just don't know what to expect versus this guard team of, hey, if they're going to play fast, let's try to outpace them. Oh, wait a second, they're not playing fast all of a sudden, and now you're running into traps. It's just they're so dynamic tempo-wise. This FaZe, speaking of tempo, are trying to change things up here over towards Arcade, but Tex, privy to it, shuts down Poise, and it's early numbers here for the guard.
And that's tough for FaZe because you have to be proactive defensively on this map. And so when you get shut down on the first front you decide to take, that just really can create a snowballing effect here. But some good counter utility actually is slowing them down a little bit. But now the Rolling Thunder comes through.
Rolling Thunder should buy some space to move in, right? Like push back.
Valen recovers, and now they swarm the site and complete the victory. 4-1 lead for the guard. And yeah, just kind of.
I kind of figured this first matchup, if anything, was going to be the one of the 2 that was going to be like
types of out that they can play. M80's up
more
there,
of a.
But I would lean them more towards the fast-paced play as well. They're a little bit heavier on that front, but
more of like a little out of control. I expect the second match is going to be a banger.
So now we get into a critical round 6. Seekers at the ready. Orbital
Look at all these ults available over on the sides of FaZe, though, if they want to.
Rolling Thunder of his own, but there is a showstopper on the other side, ready to go. Nightfall's not too far away, so critical round here for FaZe to get their second.
The guard does have, of course,
looking to take an
a showstopper in their own right.
Oh, and his shoulder gets seen. Baby is already on critical health. He's got to back up and try to get healed by Tig, which means the guard have an opportunity to go quickly, and yes, they will.
Good push.
Showstopper also in the mix, trying to clear.
Good push back by Poise too. That waits a waste on the showstopper. Really well done.
Indeed, they do. Orbital Strike going to come in now as well. Jonah P, in the meantime, trying to battle the bottom side of the map to try to stop this flank from coming into fruition. He's got Net for support. They're trying to play a bit of a bait and switch with the flash. Breaks it wide open. Net's still able to get the trade.
Oh, and Net, he wants the neural theft as well.
Not just trade, but they got
There it is.
both of them coming that
Able
corner
to queue
too.
it up. Good assistance to get both members on that bottom side of the mid.
So now Guard's got the advantage on the retake.
With 3v4. And oh boy.
And he got the neural
critical
theft in.
round all of a sudden starting to become a little bit
too easy.
difficult. And yeah, good crossfire setup. Lasso left his poised, nowhere to go. Just kind of tough timing.
It's just too easy, really. Like,
Strike is the retake attempt, but it doesn't stop the.
What else do you want them to do at that point?
Boy, that was a brilliant piece of utility lob from Trent as well to lock in that last player.
I think I like too that we've seen the Guard show some confidence pushing on both sides too early.
So far this match.
That's really
6
important.
Rounds, 8 frags and 4 assists.
Because now at this point in the half, like if you're Faze, you don't know which side to set up on when it comes to like these like tougher buys.
There's just nothing stopping
which
them.
makes those
And that's
rounds
why they
just
feel confident
like this
being
round, right?
decisive
For
and following up that
Faze,
opening pick with a quick push. And again,
like Faze has no idea
the
which
key
way to
about
be
that
expecting
is
an
how
attack here, or
important
which
their
way to
utility
be
is when they
expecting a
do go
push.
for those fast plays.
So
Like,
now
there's
like
never a
the
gap
question
being
becomes of like,
exposed. They're so disciplined in that regard. That's what makes them one of the best teams in Challengers.
And they're one of those teams too, like even in the face of that, hold on a second, we've got Rowan
Okay, Jonah.
defensively coming out aggressive for Faze, trying to win this top side of BRK. It doesn't really work out, and it kind of helps me segue to the point I was trying to make. Even in the face of ultimates, the Guard are still not giving up any ground. It happened last round, it happened here again. 4v2 situation, and Faze are
yeah, like they're just like where.
And the inverse is to be said for Faze, right? Because they made 2 big roster changes between splits by bringing in Tick and Mame, and you saw right there that the chem wasn't quite as tight. The flash timing was a slight bit off on
Wait,
that
Tick
from
wasn't on the
Tower,
roster?
and so it gave the Guard the edge
Split
when
one?
they were taking that fight. And so that's, again, just a little bit of the
Why was I
fine-tuned
thinking
team
Tick
play
was?
that the Guard kind of
I
has
thought
over
Mame
some
was
of the
the
other
only ad.
squads. It's really helped them out in this now 4-on-2 situation. Well, it's pretty much done, isn't it?
I'll say so. Flashes out.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy.
Trying to battle back, but a messy fight on both sides. Still sees Jonah P win the elimination, and now Guard up 6-1. Bank accounts are full. I mean, it's not looking good here early for Faze on their map pick. Need something and need it quickly.
Oh, they need something. Again, Baby Bay, you know, we talked a lot about how Tex and Trent are rated so highly in Challengers, you know, top 10 and all these really key metrics, Net being up there as well. But Faze throughout have been so strong, and I think a lot of that, even though the Death spent, you know, a lot of time talking about Baby Bay, and fair point, he is the best player on the team, statistically speaking. He's one of the top 10 players in Challengers, but Poise has been in the top 15 for pretty much the entire year in his own right, and he did so by kind of
Faze
just,
takes their first one
I
here.
don't know. It's kind of a similar story to Flya, where he didn't have the best year last year.
This is their map
He
too,
worked
man.
hard during the offseason.
They're struggling.
It was very evident. He came into this year, looked a much stronger player.
Like struggling,
he was playing a lot of initiators in the first split, even though he has a background of playing the Sentinel role. And now he's pivoted back in the Sentinels now that Mummy and Tig are on the team to kind of let them take up those roles. And he's been meant for this team. Like, he's been the other guy next to Baby Bay who's been
what is
consistently helping
with
drive this team
Ned's
forward.
camera
And
angle,
so
bro?
we need to see him kind
Hilarious.
of just get into it a little bit more. But at the same time, it's not an individual issue right now. Like, the whole team of Faze is getting battered.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things that this is a tall ask, I think, for any team to come up against the Guard on, you know, again, how diverse and how flexible they've been. But even into this composition, all of the basic abilities that are countering out these heavy-handed attempts from Faze is just so darn punishing. And those little miscues, like you mentioned, small things with flash timing, stun timings, just not quite working out in combination with the peaks that they're intended for, the Guard are going to punish you on
just
that.
realized
And
what
we're
your
starting
last
to see
message
that very
said, Brabo. I'm an
vividly
idiot
as Faze,
sometimes.
As you kind of harken back to a couple of rounds
So
ago,
sad.
trying to get aggressive on the defensive side, will win over towards Dish.
I don't know why it took me so long to read or like understand what like fully break it down.
Stay honest on both sides of the map.
Yeah,
I just kind of was like, all right, yeah, you're out in the world, whatever.
Down at spawn in Dish and just kind of force the retake play it again. Or no, it's a fake. They've conditioned Faze to believe that would be the case. And now they double back. Nightfall comes through. Trades going back and forth. But so far, it's going to favor the Guard as Trent takes Tig out.
Just so quick to convert on the Guard. I mean, what do you say? Like you mentioned, Faze is kind of get baited. Although, hold on a second. Baby Bay gets a freebie onto Trent.
Oh, they're not going to see Poised. Oh, bro.
Make it a 2v1. That takes the orbital strike off the table. Poised could try to hit this lockdown. Not needed, though. Baby Bay gets right behind Tex, and Faze will kind of sneak their way back into essentially what was a 2v4 to get on the board for their second.
Very big round for Faze.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like the guard had thrown the perfect fake. They had conditioned.
That's why they called the timeout. They
into
needed to win that round. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at their econ getting broken again.
With the smokes placed on A into thinking
So look like really, really good there for them to pull out the way they did.
Players to kind of push out for info. You know,
Now it's going to settle down the econ a little bit, but the guard's got like money in the bank, big
it's
dog.
looking like it's going to continue business as usual. But Faze, as you said, you know, the Smeeg has often been accredited to their fast-paced play, but Smeagol likes to kind of crawl around a little bit, you know? He likes to be a sneaky guy. Not that horrible video game that just came out, by the way. Don't go play that. But, yeah, they just kind of stuck one through there.
Yeah, and this has been interesting as well when you kind of compare FaZe versus the guard on this exact same composition, exact same matchup. Baby is playing just generally more reserved than what we had seen last time around. I mean, he had a lot of engagements, not a lot of elimination wins. Well, a little shoulder here will get him the information he needs. Relay bolt just to make sure that he can get back. Boombot in response. The guard will technically win dish, but eyes are set over towards B instead.
They've definitely done enough to keep the defense in place there and respect that it could be a hit on that side of the map. Meanwhile, a lot of info just gained there from Tig with that Trailblazer as the guard are looking to attack the top side of B. They are going to get into tower with Tex very quickly and look to swarm the site.
Oh, FaZe looking to play through the smoke. Trent holding it the highway. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse. You could see what the idea was. FaZe said, you want to smoke us off, we're just going to overwhelm you, push through it, but Trent was ready for it. Spike gets plant, and now it's just 2v5 where Poise and may need to consider just holding onto these weapons.
Yeah, Poise was spotted pretty quickly there. He's going to be forced to retreat. Baby is actually still in some danger, though. And Trent pushes through. He's looking for the A shift. He wants it all.
Why not? Give it to him.
So FaZe once again, they win one round.
Trent, he's got the information.
And then they just can't get anything else
up. He isolates the
going. I mean,
Baby
unless Baby pulled off something crazy here, but I don't think he does.
Gets two, has a chance to get away. Very worried about what is actually the
kind of wild if he could though.
But it'll be Tex who beats him just outside Jenny's, and with that, the guards
gonna be a no dog.
A couple more to play here, and FaZe are gonna be a little bit economically in trouble coming into this next round.
Indeed,
guards already got the lead coming out of halftime.
They have the lockdown and Seekers as far as ults go, but firepower's not quite going to be there. This was just Trent blowing things up with the fade. That was a bit of a pivot in their composition on this map. That should be noted. They were playing a lot of Sky in the past instead of the fade. In fact, it's only their second time playing fade on this map. Or I guess that'd be third, actually. They made a pivot kind of after the midseason face-off, but nonetheless, brilliant work.
Yeah. You know, I think for the side of the guard, obviously they're using Fade kind of as a substitute for the Sky, but the amount of information they're grabbing off of the double prowlers as comparatively to just the one Trailblazer so far has been pretty extreme, especially considering that more often than not, the Boombot is behind it. There's that second prowler as mentioned. FaZe not giving up any intel for now. Rolling Thunder's ready for Jonah P. That'll be used on a wide open and empty A site.
Yeah, no one's over there.
Please allow an opportunity for a plant. On to FaZe for a retake with just 2 rifles and some pistol upgrades.
Ooh. Yo, you're shooting between his legs.
You don't feel very good about that.
Golly, bro. They just wiped them out easy.
Flawless round for the guard, 8-2 up.
Yeah, that fast stance attacks that the guard has run out probably about 3 or 4 times, one of which was used as a fake. It's been successful. So
all right, 2 more rounds here. If you're FaZe, you'd like to at least get to 8-4, man.
FaZe got them back on round 8, but other
you
than
got
that,
3 ults here if you're FaZe to try and make something happen.
Are 3 ults up for FaZe and a full buy coming into this next round? They need to win this. Like, this is absolutely required.
And look, here's the thing. Again,
yeah, I mean, if you lose here, it's already over before halftime. I mean, I already feel like we're already on the verge of that. But if you lose this, you're more than likely going down into half 10-2, right?
I think if you're FaZe, you say
because their buy is going to be pretty shit if they don't win this round.
For it. Still holding on to the lockdown. Seekers at the ready. But we'll see. The guard looking pretty polished at the moment. No ults for the moment. The Texas one off a showstopper. Same stands.
I think after this game, we're going to stand up, chat.
Work on the other side from that. Seekers will be called
I just wanted to sit down while I ate.
All that deleted immediately. Sky smoke down over towards top ropes. Defensive smoke on the way. Fault line to try to contest, and 2 for 2 we go.
Baby Bay with the double.
A 3v2 situation, but Mummy gets caught, and now Baby Bay's kind of stuck inside Sands. Net trying to poke at it, but Baby Bay will live, and we'll go 2v2.
Indeed we shall. Valen covering his backside with the Molotov to make sure
Oh,
he can't
good
get peeked
molly,
from anything, but
though.
a counter Molotov puts him off of the spike plant, and now Superman gets in an
He's gonna
interesting
be right
angle.
under him.
They miss each other in the smoke, and now Net may have actually be the one that finds the timing in all of this. Baby Bay has no clue.
Oh.
He's pushing the spike planter, and that's it.
Wow.
Net, clutch
That's
as
not good, man.
ever, puts another one on the board for the guard.
So we're probably looking at
Both
10-2
teams
going
trying
into
to
half.
bamboozle one another. I mean, the positioning from Supa at the end, you thought maybe.
Damn,
he
bro,
could
that's
get an
tough.
angle to allow Baby Bay to kind of slide in, which he tried to, but no one was able to scout out Net. So kind of the veil gets pulled
I mean,
over
what?
their head. And
Maybe
now
you can use a
we're at
lockdown to buy you a little bit of
9-2,
space,
and we
but
said that 4 would have been great, but 3 is a requirement. You have to win this round if you're Faze.
Right, it's going to be so tough. You're on 3 Bulldogs. Yes, they have the lockdown. That can certainly help with some type of retake situation.
yeah, but even then,
But
it's like that you're
the
locking
Garnet
down
has
and you're
shown
retaking
very
with shit
little, if
infantry
any,
or
weakness
shit,
in these pushes.
with shit artillery. You
Always
know what I
be the
mean?
more efficient trading team.
Yeah. Thing about it is Baby Bay will just be stuck on the overdrive as well, so defensively he is going to need to get forward. The guard are going to respect that, at least for now, not trying to make too much early headway in towards
Not sure what little
A-Halls.
man's
They're just
watching,
gonna
but he's
leave
into it,
Net
chat.
behind to lurk while they're going to take the focus of the spike over towards Street.
Yeah, I think that they know what they have with Baby Bay and his ult, and they're trying to pressure him and kind of keep him on the other side of the map. But oh my goodness.
Oh, and that's going to give him all the information they need.
Yet again. And now he knows he's got one still left with him here on the site, as well as
That
the
also lets them
Neon
know they can
nearby
push on the
opening
other
up
side.
floodgates
Oh,
on B.
dude.
Ooh, man,
Because
that
FaZe
was
fell
close,
back
but,
off of that kill.
Lockdown as well pushes them off.
It stalls a little
Oh,
while
dude,
longer.
that's tough, man.
Overdrive is out. Baby Bay will clear out Tree, even do a little bit of tickling at range here. Showstopper, that's going to hit a little bit harder, though, than the finger guns. Baby Bay throwing shoulders, and no, he does bait out the Showstopper. Baby Bay doesn't get tagged to touch. And with the flash,
Okay,
how about
Tig.
this for Faze? Nice little play through Sands. Takes down 2 on the rotation back into A. Net trying to hold. Long-range shot's good. 3v3 scenario. Tig's still stuck in
Oh,
and he catches Tig.
he went to go.
To the 3v2.
Did he
Spike
catch
getting
Tig
planted.
out guiding light?
Yeah.
Tech still holding down low towards ropes. Poised up top. Hell of a shot.
2v2.
2v2, but Baby Bay at the moment needs a weapon.
I'm out of here.
Will delete the trap wire. High gear to get him in a little bit quicker, but Net is
I like
once
this angle by
again
that. Yeah.
lurking deep. And no one is checking for it. Net will get one for free. Baby Bay now just down
10-2 at half,
or one
dude.
shot rather of
Jeez,
health.
Louise.
And he's giving up his position. A hell of an effort from Faze, but this would have to come down to a miracle 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
First shot in, reload off, maybe a chance, but
Nope.
no, Trent denies, and the guard will get to 10.
Ugh, that is a rough half if you're FaZe, man. They just got kind of bulldozed by their own playing style. I mean, guard, high octane the entire time. Net gets a big one here. I was curious.
What time's
about
the Code
this one
Red
on
tournament
Tig.
start?
think
I
he
wonder.
got caught pulling.
7,
Yeah,
I think?
yeah,
Probably
that's
gonna
what
watch it.
happened. Okay, that's what I was questioning.
I think I'm just gonna watch
It's
Valorant
just
today and
unlucky
then
timing there.
get ready
If
for
that was gone out, that really
game 1 the
kind of
finals.
helped the guard piece
Actually,
that
let's
one
raise up his
together
desk
to
too,
finish
chat.
off a brilliant half. And now we talk about rounds that are required. This pistol, I mean, I don't know what's required more than this right now for FaZe. Steady internet connections and electricity. I mean, that's about the only other 2 things.
Maybe mouse and keyboard as well.
Yeah, input screen, you know, just all the peripherals.
Well, quick hit here, once again turned away. Oh man, it just, nothing has worked out for Faze Clan. And I know the desk and Bach in particular is going to be really evaluating why go back to this Neon again, not to really just point right at Baby Bay, because that's only one part of what has been silently pretty much
Why
a 5-point
do you go back
problem.
to the
Smoke will
Neon, though?
delay
I
the
still don't
defense
understand
from
it.
finding any more eliminations for now, but FaZe is tagged up and they are still kind of bewildered as they still look for a plan on B.
Yeah, they will get the plant, but there's still a man down on holding off this retake. The guard were fine with allowing that to transpire. They know that they have the numbers to work with to try to battle back. Now it's just about trying to get that space.
Well, all they have at the moment is just a Haunt and a Prowler from Trent. No more basic abilities as Mummy will spend his fault line. Haunt comes through, but FaZe win the first 3 gunfights.
Hey,
But he's still
Ulti's
on.
getting some
Trent
new
working with him
flavors?
into a 2v2. Trent still locking things down. Goodness, these guys just don't live. I'll tell you what, 10-2 can make it 11, and the guard looking better, I would say, should probably finish this map sooner rather than later.
Yeah, again, that Tex and Trent duo have been consistently top 10 throughout Challengers in almost every metric, and top 5 in a couple of them. And these two have been absolutely brilliant so far here in the playoffs for the Guard on this map of Fracture. Trent nearly had an ace in the first half. In general, he's been playing very well, up to 14. Tex up to 15. Net, I mean, he's right there as well again. So, essentially, the entire trio that we were talking about before the game even started, the ones that have been so consistent for the Guard,
they're killing right now, bro.
The beat here as they step into the playoffs.
Got 17 assists from Valen as well. I mean, come on,
dude.
It's unreal.
Good luck. Godspeed.
That's pretty much all you could ever ask.
Stingers everywhere.
And the defense of the Guard have already moved through and taken away a lot of the A side of the map. Solo trust that Net can lock things down on the left side of the minimap, and, well, Faze will get to work collecting some orbs, but, oh boy. Feels like it's going to have to just be a full flood, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if they flood B, they're going to get it. I mean, the setup is not really there, and the Stingers at close range is not going to be anything that Net wants to mess with. And it will once again come down to a retake type situation where they can get Spike down,
Might have to check out that Horchata flavor too,
and be able to play inside B tower and some of these close angles. They do still have a hope, but Nat knows what he's up against.
It's all going tunnel.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll say.
But look at this bottom push on the map, though, from the Guard. That could cause a problem. They actually don't go all the way. They just look for the info and fall back.
They're just going to end up turning around and sweeping, though, right?
The clock and the fact that the defense is not fully moved.
I was going to say, they don't have time.
Okay, never mind.
I thought they're going to re-wrap back over to the bottom.
I was thinking of it for a
I
second.
don't think they didn't have time, man.
Wiggling around, but they will indeed find the MTB site.
Nat just playing his life. Lots of utility spent here from Faze on the take. So now you have to hold this with Stingers. And they're going to try to get a little bit aggressive. And Tig may have an angle here. Flashes out, maybe an opportunity, but oh goodness, Tex just delays the gunfight. That is just so good from the Guard. I mean, come on, Tex knows he's in trouble. He just blast packs himself further into the corner. And now Faze.
Dude, this thing just does not look pretty. Let's not forget this is Faze's map too, man. They're gonna go to Lotus. I hope they got a game plan or something, bro, because
Boombot continues to find value. Molly will fade. Valen try to push forward. Trent already on for the defuse. Mummy last one standing, and he will be pushed too far back to stop the defuse from happening. And that will be 12. Guard on map point quickly.
Yeah, it was as I thought. The Stingers were going to be brutal inside the B tower area. That was going to be the biggest hurdle that the Guard were going to have to leap over. But what they were able to do is just dominate the bottom portion of the map. That exchange that took place here by the
and of course, because they forced last round, they aren't going to have anything to be able to buy this round.
From Jonah P to win such a key battle to make this retake happen. So well done. And obviously, Faze will force together everything that they can muster for one last shot here. 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre against the bonus of the Guard, but it's a pretty strong bonus.
Oh, yeah.
2 Phantoms included.
Yep. Not good news here for Faze, put it plainly. And
True.
now you've got a Rolling Thunder to deal with as well.
Yes.
Bad to worse, Dust. Just that quickly.
It really is. Like, we're hitting that flow chart.
Yep. Wow, what a display, though, from the Guard.
It just came out from the word go and really like seized control.
Not just during the second stage.
Literally
but
held
all
them to
through
2
Challengers,
single
and boy,
rounds.
I'll tell you, they have looked polished on it.
It's like that, you know, they took that 3rd place personally in the midseason face-off, and since then they have been putting everything together.
With that being said, though, they still lost to Moist, which would be who they're probably going to be facing off against after this.
Will come through. Chance to move rapidly. Tunnel also being pressured. Weapon will be upgraded. And Faze will envelop the B site, but not commit off that first blood. And how about this? The Guard are already rotating kind of through mid. If this ends up going over towards A, there will be a chance for Net to hold this off a little while longer with only 33 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and he's already got the rotation coming through spawn.
30 seconds left.
They're more than aware of this.
Going Thunder's out once more, holding on to that clock. Trent trying to push in, Jonah up top. Oh my goodness, the timing, the reads, it's unreal. Tig trying to battle off, but again, you're down to 15 seconds. You gotta get through Net. There's the takedown of his trap.
Okay.
Nice win from Sudo.
Okay.
Still being held on the cross. Now the spike is down. Mummy would have to get this done quickly. Not running is Trent, holding his ground. Mummy for the 1v1, trying to see another round here on the map. He's got to find it quickly.
Nice.
No, even still, Trent wins the 1v1.
Well played by
And,
Trent,
oh,
man.
You blink and you miss the map. The guard takes
That's crazy.
Pick 13-2. Mercy.
Spike.
No, sometimes they say that the score doesn't quite reflect the game, that sometimes
This
it's
one did?
closer than maybe what it appears. No. No,
He said no.
I was going the other way, brother. It tells you the whole story, dude. It was a dominant performance from the guard. They never let up for a moment. The only rounds they lost were what? Their bonus in the first half?
Yeah.
And like
A
one
single-
clutch that they messed
like
out
a
on?
2v4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I cannot wait to see the first blood difference when the analyst desk pops up, by the way, because I think that it's probably only 1 or 2 that went the way of Faze, and there's like maybe in the teens or something like that for the guard. We'll have to see, man. Wow.
Yeah, that's a fiery start. Definitely does not bode well for FaZe, not just in their own map pick, but for the entirety of the series. So not much we could say. I'm sure the desk will have some thoughts, definitely some emotional reactions. We'll throw things back to Sierra, Bach, and Starry. Do what we couldn't do. I'll say that much.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings? The Fan Zone encompasses fan banners, a player's settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.tv/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
Guys, where do we begin with this one? So last time these two teams met, it was
I
a
think
pretty
it's crazy,
strong
man.
victory for the guard. But they doubled down on that, sorry, Bun. All of a sudden, this is a first map. This is FaZe's pick that went 13-2 in favor of the guard, and the guard that looked so clean and so cohesive together.
Yeah,
The
like
guard
we
just
mentioned
rolled, bro.
before, like teamwork is just so big and so important, especially to the guard, and it showed. Like today, like everybody was just on point. Like they were able to play on the site, and when they were playing post plant, FaZe was just not able to retake at all because the guard's teamwork is just that much more like superior. Like they had the crossfires down, the good timing on the util, the trades were just there compared to FaZe, where I feel like even though the aim fights like didn't go their way, or when they even did get like a few kills, it was immediately traded by the guard. So the guard actually had such a strong showing of like
I wonder
how
if
much
I
their
could-
teamwork just actually pays off.
Here's the other thing. This is not like a guard map that they frequently pick. Looking at all of Challengers, coming into today, they'd only ever played it twice. And once was in the upper final of the MSF. They had waited that long. They never played it during Split 1. The only other time they played it was also against FaZe. And it was actually better for FaZe. It was a 13-5 compared to a 13-2. Coming into this map, though, it's just guard being incredibly on form and FaZe looking like they're struggling to figure things out. They go back to the neon play, and I don't want to blame Baby Bay because I don't feel like that's fair, and that's not the intention of what I was trying to set. The idea was that it seems like they don't really know what they want to do sometimes, and you kind of find that odd given that you have 3 in-game leaders on this team. Maybe it's a matter of conflict about what they want to do.
Too
I
many
don't know.
voices, probably.
But this ultimately played out almost to the T how I expected it to. We were framing it up. Guard is just looking so insanely good. I think Dust even said it. The only loss they had was when Tex was not even playing with the team. He couldn't play. And they still lost 2-1 to Moist Moguls, who's the other best team coming out of groups. So that kind of shows you just how things worked out for this team. It really is a scary team to face off against. It's not even a knock against the guard or against FaZe to see them lose in this fashion. It's just kind of the way it's going to go when you play against a team that is playing this good. So
Yeah, they're just playing in their bag right now.
yeah,
That's a good. I mean,
I looked at that map one and I was like, okay,
when we went
maybe
into
this
the
is a bit of a
season,
mistake letting
there's
this
a
map play
reason
through
that they
because
were
it didn't really work out
bars.
for them the last
There's a
times,
reason
and
that they were like one of the
continues on.
teams that was basically expected to just
And
automatically.
that's kind of a
be getting a
scary
vote,
thought
like,
then, as
into
we're looking
Ascension,
ahead to
right?
the next map of the
Like-
series, of course, looking ahead at this Lotus. Last time, it didn't bode well for FaZe, and already with how the series has been shaking up, sorry, I'm quite worried for what's in store.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for FaZe right now because I feel like for FaZe, they kind of are a very like momentum-based team. And after losing like a 13-2, I would love to see them regain, kind of reset, and have a better.
Yeah, but
plan
they aren't
going into
good on Lotus, bro.
For the guard, they just look so polished. Like they just look really monstrous. I'm kind of like scared to see what their Lotus is gonna look like because historically their Lotus is one of their better maps. Like they have such an insane win rate on it. So I'm excited, but does not look good for FaZe.
FaZe has had close games on Lotus, which I guess is like what you take away from this. They've had close games. They've only ever won one time. That's, again, going all the way back to week 3 of Split 1. And it's a different comp than they played in their more recent games. Again, they did experiment at one point, and it was against the guard with the Neon play on this map. Maybe they see something that we don't. It did not work out in that instance, but they have had close losses to Moist Moguls. They lost 13-11. During midseason faceoff, they also lost 13-11 to the guard. So there has been times when they've been right there. And the game against the guard, if you didn't watch it, you probably can't even appreciate just how close that 13-11 was. Like FaZe was right on the edge of forcing it into overtime, potentially even walking into a victory, but it sort of just slipped away towards the tail end of the game as the guard took control in typical guard fashion. And Star, you nailed it. On the opposite end, you've got guard. This is like their playground. They love this map. They were one of the first teams to run the double controller with Harbor Viper, and they've looked really good with that composition. They've not been unstoppable, but they've been very difficult to beat. They're currently 6-1 on the map throughout Challengers, which illustrates their strength.
Yeah.
And I want to reiterate before getting into this, not blaming Baby Bay, but I'm curious then with the agents, because we didn't expect to see the Neon coming out. They swapped it up. We've seen Baby Bay move away from the Neon back onto the Jet, into the Raze, but then we saw the Neon against it. Lotus was the other map where we got to see the Neon previous up against the guard, to where the Neon wasn't necessarily the strength. And when they went up against Moist Moguls, we got to see Baby Bay back on the Jet, and it was such a close series. So I'm curious if we're gonna see FaZe kind of shift back, run it back with the Neon, or if this is going to be more of a Jet angle on it.
I mean, I think
maybe the Jet will come out. I don't know. I like I like that they tried again with the Neon, obviously, but I just think Baby Bay's Jet and Baby Bay's like Raze is just that much better. Not to say that his Neon is bad, but it's just his Jet is really clean, you know, and I would love to see him pull it out for this map.
Well, even looking at like the last few times they played Fracture and he played Raze, he actually had he went like 30-17 or something. So that's why it was so peculiar to be like, okay, well, like I guess I get it, but I don't at the same point in time. I don't know what the team is discussing, how things work in the back end. Obviously, a lot happens in practices and scrims.
Practice?
You're doing VOD review, and you're seeing a
practice
weakness potentially coming in from the guard
Not a game.
against a team that has a dominant Neon.
talking
And
about
at
practice.
times in the past, his Neon has been good. So certainly there's a world where that works out, but I think you nailed it. It's not his fault. You know, it's like my daughter, she's a goalie in soccer, and we always tell her, hey, just because someone scores on you doesn't mean it's your fault. They had to get past the rest of your team before they got to you first. You can't put all the blame on one player. It's just an illustrator or an indicator of the problems that this team is having when your best player is playing a role that doesn't necessarily work the best for them and is also having maybe lower statistics as a result. It just feels like things are clunky right now, and I really don't have an answer to that. I mean, even coming into today, I was looking at past results for FaZe. I'm looking at the recent additions of Tig and Mummy.
I mean, so I think with the way that last game worked, I just think get the GG go next. Even if you lose here, just like fuck it, go to the lower bracket, make a run.
And
FaZe hasn't looked awful.
To find a home in this roster. It just doesn't really. I don't really know how to.
In the second half of lower bracket, or second half of.
It feels like the team has maybe a bit of an identity crisis as they try to figure out how.
Sorry, second split, I should say.
Because
of North
Tig
America.
and Mummy play well with the team, but FaZe kind of has never really played that strict, rigid style of play. It's always been a little bit more loose and flexible, and it just doesn't seem to be working.
The one thing I will say about FaZe is like they got swept in both their games against better teams, so maybe there's just a clear line between those top two in the group.
Kind of go back to basics if there is going to be this identity crisis that's going on, because it kind of seemed like, of course, Guard was putting FaZe in such a difficult position anyways, to where all of a sudden things would fall apart because Guard just was not even letting them get an inch. But even sometimes it kind of seemed a little stuck for FaZe on where they could go, strategies they could employ. So I would love then to see the Jet come out and maybe a couple of things, just a little bit more traditional story, a little bit just, all right, let's just go hit our shots because we know the talent is there, and then kind of see where things go from that.
No, definitely. Guys in IGL, it's always kind of like a struggle to kind of choose what comps you want to choose, whether you want to go for something more meta or if you want to go for comfort picks. And I think at the end of the day, for me as an IGL, I think when all of my teammates are comfortable, I think that's when they can shine the best. And from there, we can figure out like strats together. So I would love to see Baby Bae put into a more comfortable position where we know that he is able to like have such a huge impact and pop off on the jet.
I don't want it to be all doom and gloom to here. We've talked a lot about FaZe, but I want to hit on how the Guard's been playing because, I mean, they talked about fact the Guard, this is a team that's done so well, maybe didn't get the placement Bach in mid-season face-off that they wanted, but
No,
wow,
but I think they made them more hungry for the
great
split,
coming together
right?
so far
Even though
already
they
just
lost
on
the
this
Moist
first map.
Moguls.
I think in general,
I do think part of that was because they were playing with the sub.
Season face-off, and obviously everyone.
Although I don't
want
to take away from Moist Moguls because they've been looking really good too. You know what I mean?
So what happens? It's about playoffs. Playoffs. It's about Ascension. Like we want to make it into the tier 1. We want to be playing in VCT next year. So don't let it get to you if we don't manage to win this event. Just make sure we can do as best we can, and we move on from there. And that's exactly what they did. They came into the second split and they continued in dominant form. And it's not a surprise to see them doing that now here in playoffs as well. Now, it is helpful to them that they're matching up against a FaZe who's maybe a little bit softer than the FaZe we've seen in the past. And it does help that they've already played against them. And it also helps that they're playing a very similar map pool. It kind of feels like the Guard gets a little bit of an easy start to the playoffs just because of all of those circumstances. It's not to say that FaZe is a bad team. That's not fair. They made playoffs. They're not even the bottom seed. They made playoffs. But Guard is just such a good team by comparison that it's really difficult to give the nod to FaZe, and FaZe is experiencing some troubles. They're hitting so many hurdles across the board as they try to figure out what's going to work for this team, and that's why things are so difficult. And when we look at map 2, we were looking at map 1 like thinking, okay, like it could be maybe a similar performance.
I would have figured at least like a 13-7
more numbers, 13-7, 13-8.
Yeah,
but when it goes to Lotus, it's going to be rough, because of the fact that the Guard has just been so good on this map. And now that we're moving into it, it does feel like the Guard is really in position to close this one out quick. With obviously the caveat of saying, hey, FaZe is not necessarily the worst team on the map either. At least in the past, they've had decent successes or close, near successes, near wins, even against the Guard. It's just with this current roster iteration, not necessarily the same story. And also, not playoffs. Not fighting for Ascension.
Playoffs.
Way more on the line. There's more pressure. Guard is taking things up a notch, and it feels like FaZe is continuing in the form they were in during Split 2.
Especially, too, there was quite a few teams that headed into Split 2, maybe not getting the results they desired from Split 1 and the mid-season face-off, that made these roster changes. And a couple clicked pretty quickly, but of course, when you're going up against a team that hasn't necessarily had many changes, the Guard has just been Tex, and that's feels like so long ago now that kind of just seems like the past. But this is a team that's meshed together so well and still had such a core part of their roster. Comparison to a team that just going on to Split 2 took 2 players from a different team, tried to fit things together, and just it's just not enough time.
I feel like, I was gonna say, I feel like FaZe,
Yeah,
it's a
really
very
hard 'cause
boring
the Guard,
answer, but they
they've
just
been
need more
together
time
for a while,
to like
especially
get
their
this
core,
like
and they've
new
just kind of
core.
progressively gotten better because they don't need to build the foundations. The foundations are already there. Whereas like FaZe, I feel like they're kind of trying to find out that kind of base that they need, the foundation that they need, and they're just not there yet, and they're just not as polished as the Guard is. Like FaZe individually has so many skilled and talented players, they just haven't found a way to put everyone together and make it click as well as the Guard has.
I look at teams like the Guard and M80 and I see teams, like real teams.
All right.
You watch the player interviews, everyone's in the background, laughing, joking, having a good time. I feel like these are like a family of players, and that's why these teams have been so successful. As we take a look at the agent select again, I do feel like we shouldn't see any changes come in from the Guard. Realistically speaking, why fix what isn't broken? The question mark obviously was on the side of FaZe if they were going to make any changes, because we have seen Baby Bae play some different roles on this map, but it does look like it's more the same.
Yeah, I definitely like that we're going to be seeing the Jet coming into this, especially for FaZe.
I mean, I feel like we've been talking about the Jet too much.
Hero plays, there is this individuality for these players in these pop-up moments. Sorry, I want to see maybe with these pop-offs. I want to see each.
I
of
like
these
the Harbor.
players have
I've
these
always been
pop-up
I've been a
moments
fan of
and
Harbor
try
since
to
Harbor got
see if there's
introduced.
a map 3 on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind
I
of
think
like
Harbor
a do or
gives you
die
some
situation,
utility
right?
on
Like, they want to go for like the reverse
Lotus.
sweep, and I would love to see each one of them kind of like step up, kind of like reset from the last game. Last game didn't happen, and just kind of go into this one with like a fresh mindset, ready to win.
See if they can shake off the last map, get some momentum going, see what can happen in Lotus as it's time to head over to our casters for map number 2.
Yeah, I think the problem here is for FaZe, we want to see those pop off individual plays because, let's be honest, that's what they need to start seeing show up. It's kind of been the moniker of success in the past. The problem is breaking through all the layers that the guard get with this composition. I mean, they are deep. There's a lot of depth down to the Harbor being played, but also on top of that, they're really good at layering on top of that. Things like the Killjoy utility and also.
I feel like
just
here, if you're
things
FaZe,
like
you got to come out the
Sky
gate,
to
man.
get
You got to
some
be able
free
to smack him in the mouth a little
through
bit.
Things like the Harbor.
I'm not just talking
walls and
about
things like that.
with
So
the
Dust,
pistol,
this is
but
a
like
multifaceted approach again, where FaZe
you do
need
also
to be
need
able
to
to
win
crack
pistol.
the code here if they want to have, I think, a realistic chance at going round for round with this guard squad.
I mean, good luck doing so, though, man. I mean, the guard is 6-1 on this map. They only lost their first game. They've won the last 6 in a row, and they're rarely even letting their opponents hit the double-digit marks on this map, and they've been running the same comp each and every time. So, on the one hand, that gives you a lot of film, but it's also the knowing is half the battle prospect because the guard have just been so efficient on this map. Meanwhile, FaZe have lost their last 4 games in a row, twice to the guard and twice to Moist Moguls.
Big call. Here we go, though. FaZe on their way.
Jonah on the other side of here.
Jonah on the corner.
He'll back down.
Sees more than enough.
Yep.
Just backs away, keeps his life, forces FaZe to have to make the next
They'll rotate
call.
on that
Again,
backside of
they
B,
will
though.
Open up towards door.
Or
Prowler,
B2A, I should say.
Trailblazer will clear. And with that, FaZe will make their way on, with the paranoia also being spent here. So the guard will back off, look to play retake. They do have a lot of utility to do so. The high tide spent first, and they're going to try to stop the plant from even coming through in the first place. And oh well, it's working out, at least for now. 3 for 2 though, the exchange. Text pushed off. Net is not here yet, so maybe a chance for FaZe to try to isolate, but Tex, oh goodness, still holds his ground.
It's all left in
Battles
net
another
now.
off. And now everyone's wondering where is Net, as the spike still has not been planted yet.
That's the new minigame. Where's Net? That's the game that we must play. He's no Waldo, but he's certainly doing a good job keeping himself hidden for now. And they're both trying to make something sneaky happen by coming up. They might line up.
Gonna rotate right into B on
Heard
him.
the rope. Here comes the cross. No, not gonna work
tough,
out. The
tough.
double stack too
Good try,
strong.
though.
So FaZe will take the pistol.
FaZe takes the pistol. That's what you
And a
needed.
good execution over towards. They thought for a moment that the guard was going to be able to successfully hold off the plant, but FaZe battle back. Good start.
Yeah,
for
they
him.
did. Yeah, really well done. Tex certainly had the potential to really pop off here in the corner. Definitely did a good job staying alive and buying time for Net to get into a better position. But in the end, FaZe still come out on the better end of the trades and are able to play out the 2v1 very well there, just sticking together. But breaking apart, not lining up and allowing an easy multi-frag. We are going to see the guard invest into a Marshall here on the Jonah P, so not quite a full save on the second round. Sheriff also for Tex, and Tex has probably got the most Sheriff kills in Challengers.
Well,
He's
here
up
we
there.
go. Double stack over towards mid. Oh, this is just to get Net the orb. They collect it, they get out. Now the defense can get back into position. A little bit of hesitancy here, though, from FaZe. Still stacked up over towards A, but the defensive toxic screen holds them back for the time being, and that allows an opportunity for the guard to rotate over.
Oh boy, this is worst case scenario as far as FaZe is concerned on running into the stack, but obviously still hold the big weapons.
See, he not hit anybody on that.
Marshall's shot goes astray. No one takes any damage from that.
Woo!
FaZe still don't realize
What?
they're running into a stack just yet, but you always do have the
Look in the middle of 3 people.
Yep. There is a sentry turret in their way, but FaZe looking primed to still execute on towards A, and that will help their designs. High tide, though, does create a line of scrimmage, so there's that fallback. Sentry turret deleted. Flash out. FaZe dash their way on in towards B. Counter utility now being sped as the guard rotate their efforts over toward the B site. Superman try to go for the plant, and looks like the guard will allow this to happen. 4v5 on the retake. Big holding close. Oh, the dark cover dissipates just as Net was looking to make his move forward. So a second one will replace it. Paranoia will keep the guard at bay. Super holding, but decides instead to back on up, and FaZe will just kind of keep this post plant.
Okay, baby, babe.
Connects again, and much better here from FaZe early. Looking good for 2.
Yeah, they've done a really good job getting their picks, bouncing back together as a team.
Bro, if you would've
Great
hit that.
Marshall frags from Baby Bay. Net is able to grab 1 here up top. But Tick will trade that back pretty quickly, so taking minimal losses. Just 2. Means they're going to come into this bonus with that Bulldog and the 2 Spectres, and whenever they decide to buy a round that BBB can't afford a rifle, that would help make this bonus a little bit stronger in that regard.
I like what I'm seeing so far from Faze. I know it's early. I know we're just through pistols and anti-ecos, but they're not allowing the guard to stay proactive, which is you definitely don't want to let that happen with double controller. You know, force them to have to respond, move around, not feel comfortable in their setups.
Right.
Now, obviously, the longer we go and the more full buys we start to get, the guard will be able to get their default off, which does look a lot like this.
What up, Vigo's Court?
Towards C, the harbor, yep, cascade over towards A. It allows a chance for the guard to possibly threaten over towards A, but how about this? Faze say we're not interested. They just push right through the wall, and that's enough for them to gain control of Rubble.
Yeah, they've created a good amount of presence here. Definitely going to keep some attention. That's one of the things that FaZe are good at when they do play these slower rounds, or these 1-4 type setups they like to do. Same with the Ascent. They like to just create like this multi-pronged pressure, just create that presence. Particularly sometimes Baby Bay is like a lurker, and he just kind of keeps you interested, and it makes it very hard defensively to rotate.
See, Harbor gives you so much value with that wall, bro.
And that's one of the things that makes FaZe attacking side so good. And that was the big thing that happened last time they played the guard. See, FaZe averaged
Why are they
6
waiting so long to,
rounds on the attacking
I guess
side
they
on
don't.
this map. They've even had 9 attacking rounds against Shopify. So their attacking side is their bread and butter as far as this map is concerned. Where they have failed at is on the defense, and where they failed at last time against the guard is they only got 2 attacking rounds. So it's pivotal that they hit that 6 marker higher here.
Nice little
I don't know if they know about net backdoor, right?
Deletes the vast majority of the Killjoy utility. Bot net. Oh, you think he was prepared for that? Takes care of the
Nice
default
shot.
position. Spike now down. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, and the guard are fully rotated over. 4v5 situation. Valen looking to try to work his way in. First shoulder, not good. Baby Bay denies. 4v4. Net still holding on the deep side. Baby Bay dashing forward. Denied. Follow up though.
You know where they're at? You know they're on the corner?
Will be planted. Losing a member of those Faze. The 2v3 now.
That makes them make an easy win for the guard here because they'll follow him
Only
up.
9 shots, 3 opponents to connect.
Let's say you
with,
want to try and
and
make sure you don't lose anybody though, which they don't.
On the board.
Keep 3 rifles in hand on the guard side. That's good.
Bonus round, and they'll also maintain 3 rifles into the next, so that means that they will be on equal footing with FaZe as far as firepower is concerned. FaZe with that spike plant certainly has all their options open to them as far as weapon purchases go. Good initial take there from FaZe, but this kill from Net so huge to slow the spike progress and to buy time for that rotation. And then from there, it's just again that efficiency that the guard is known for, that team play, that just cohesion to peek together and do so effectively. Baby Bay gonna have Blade Storm and rifles for everyone else. You're looking for some quick robo control. This is where this map is always spiciest, is when you get these early A skirmishes, which happen quite often.
Knives are out.
I like
Guard
this combo.
sees a lot on the cross. A couple of trail shots through the smoke.
Not the guy who's talking now, but
Well,
the other guy is
5v5
probably the one I like
full
more.
health. And it just comes down to how exactly do FaZe want to utilize these knives from Baby Bay. At the current moment, he's obviously pretty deep in towards either A or B. Trailblazer will scout out that there is no one home on the B site for now, but this does not necessarily mean there's going to be a commitment towards either of these 2 sites yet.
Yeah, Tossa Stream still kind of holding FaZe in place on the A side of the map. They have stairs smoked off. They're trying to pressure A and B simultaneously right now. Again, that's what FaZe like to do. If they're going to play a slow round, they like to poke you multiple areas at once and make you second guess where you should be. But now FaZe have decided on pinching this B site. The counter utility is slowing it down a good bit.
Oh, bold call for FaZe to still commit through the snake bite. Looking to get Baby Bay around the back. Doesn't quite work out. 1 trade is earned, but numbers still stand with the defenders. And even though the spike is in a position to possibly be planted, it's going to be hard-pressed, you would feel, to hold this post plant. Although, Poise does find a piece of timing there on the net, taking down the opposite Killjoy. So we get a 3v3, and now all of a sudden, this is looking much more doable with an exit established for this post plant for FaZe.
Yeah, turret gets broken pretty early, so...
See, what's the play here if you're guards?
They're doubling up on the top side here. No one from the guard's going to be there.
Send
This
text
gives FaZe
short
great
guard?
intel and another place to hold from.
Guiding Light does reveal 1. It's poised up top. Timing, though. Oh, goodness. Jonah takes down the crossfire. Didn't think he had an angle initially. Still works out. Super going to be asked to try to get more than 1, but only finds the first. Mummy now on the cross.
Nice.
Runs and guns and finds the headshot. Plenty of time for the defuse, and what a retake in a 3v3 for the guard.
Yeah, again, I thought FaZe did really well in the early portion of that round. Again, they're pressuring A and B simultaneously. They set up the B pinch. Yeah, they take a couple of blows on their way to getting the spike down, but Poise wins such a key 1v1 to equalize things, get his turret down, and allow them to get that plant. I also like that FaZe were proactive and they doubled up and pushed topside together to get that intel and to get that additional post-plant holding spot.
Yeah,
But still the Guard were able to crack that open. Like, that's what makes it even more impressive that the Guard actually played against a FaZe team that was making all the right calls and were just able to kind of out-frag them. And that is tough if you're
I still got the Moist game after this one, so I'm going to be a bit, to be fair.
Slightly better aim for that one particular skirmish.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm still, that angle from Jonah P had to have been.
I anticipate the Moist
Right,
game
are you
will
kidding?
be 3
Exactly. He was
maps,
definitely at a disadvantage there on the
65,
high low,
70 rounds or so.
gets it done, equalizes it to 2-2. Weapon deficiency here for FaZe if they have a stinger only on Tig. Looking to play the C side here. Just one lurker at Rubble. Plenty of Killjoy utility though to stall them out.
Now in the position for that same high tide if you want to try to cut off this C site. Trailblazer out. High tide comes through. So it's not really.
So the
fully
Trailblazer's
stopped
going to
by
clear the
Bell for a
short
second.
side
That
corner.
means we're just going to commit right into it. I mean, Seekers defensively though do kind of hold them back a touch as Mummy on this long lurk will be revealed. And FaZe's initial efforts towards trying to threaten C will be squandered, and now they'll reset.
So what are you going to do? Try and rotate over towards Mame and push onto
Yeah,
A?
time's definitely running low. They're trying to
You
build
don't
back
have
over
much
to the A
time.
side here. Guiding light. It's going to be used. A nice little fake.
That's
yeah, exactly.
brilliant.
Defending Killjoy though. Kind
They're
of
playing TSM.
helps keep this off. They still have 2 players on A.
Yeah.
Like they seem to have the right read here, the Guard.
I'll say the Seekers, the guiding light, it will reveal the intentions of FaZe.
That was a
Now
good
the
read by the
quickly on
guard.
rotation over.
I would have
High
probably
tide being
thought
used.
someone was rotating,
Max
or they were
coming from
making a push on the
backside
C.
corner. FaZe still not fully on site yet. I mean, this high tide and Cascade is just controlling so much space for the Guard. Still, though, the spike does get planted. Big moment here for FaZe on the post plant. Trent trying to clear. On the outside, big win for Tig.
Oh,
And he
Tig
has a
got
second
2.
line just outside the cove. Trades do come through, but FaZe still hold the numbers.
Okay, hold
3v2.
on.
Tex trying to turn it
2v2.
back in the favor of the Guard.
Standing.
Now just down to Tex for the 1v2. Smoke out, toggle.
This-
Someone's gonna have to
Fake
trick
that.
The first one, no worries. Try to spam it through the broad burst. Pistol out, but Poise takes the win. And FaZe will break the deadlock at 2, getting it up by now just 1, 3-2 on the board.
Yeah, that was such a touch and go back and forth affair between these 2 squads. I mean, the information game seemed to be won by the Guard as far as reading the fake there and having the right rotation and numbers in place on site. They were layering that, controller utility, particularly Valen with the Harbor, the Cascade, and everything. It seemed like they were doing a good job controlling the site itself, but it was Tig who broke through first with this Stinger. That double meant everything. It allowed them to kind of get a little bit better set up in the post plant. I tell you what, though, Tex made that one
It's just, this is going to be their
almost reeled that one back in, but Poise
Valorant
gets the hat
teams.
trick, and that's what we were missing.
Yep.
Poise has been so key for FaZe when they have been successful this year. He has been in the top 15 for ACS, ADR, and KPR. He's done it in multiple different roles now, because remember, he was playing the Initiator last split. This split, he shifted back to the Sentinel when Mummy and Tig got on board, and he's maintained his efficacy as far as fragging.
Yo, they're
and
having a
damage
beat
dealing
ups
goes, while
contest
still being
at
able to do his
Midwest
job with
Fest.
his
Yo,
role.
it's over.
And he is the other key element to this team besides Baby Bay to really kind of bring that firepower to the table. Now it was a big triple kill round for him. Remember, the magic number for FaZe on this attacking half is at least 6. They need at least 6. If they can get more than that, that's bonus.
I like that call. Tex will be on Blades at the shorty.
We're just
Reckoning at the ready for Valen. Other side, no ultimates at the moment. Viper's Pit is close. Smoke's down, pretty traditionally so at this point through 6 rounds, as FaZe will once again just kind of stroll in towards Rubble without too much conflict. But, oh, this is looking different. Baby Bay possible. Just take a quick hit over through the middle of the map, and Valen is still here waiting for this. He is usually not in this position. Trent trying to spam through the wall, not going to connect with anything, and everything will stay neutral at 5v5.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the same.
Texture fool you. That thing's
Or
a
just
paper
a lot, I
mache
mean,
wall. So easy to spam, and what a play from Tex.
a lot of your,
top, and
you know,
that
tier
triggers
ones.
Valen to break through the B link
Orcs.
for a couple of his own. Poise grabs one back,
Wait a
Tig
second.
grabs another, and now we're going back and forth.
Reckoning is out. FaZe will back off just a touch. Reposition. Tig just dancing with it. Valen looking for the peak, but is not able to find anything. So he will reset and join net on the top side of ropes. Poise is already here, though. And if he can find an angle,
of
How
Na'Vi.
unreal would that be for FaZe to get 2 in a row? Tig's still working his way in, though. 35 seconds. They're going to have to make a play soon. Valen is backing off.
30 seconds
It's a
left.
sound cue. That's enough for him to commit. Net playing on the low ground. Shots come out. Sentry turret down. Net trying to hold. Spike carrier now out. Boys in the 1v2. Both players stacked. Alarm bot will land. There's the vulnerability, but no one will peek through it. Spike should be collected. Now it's just down to Poise to commit for the plant, which he will. Alarm bot will reveal that they're on the way. Everything resets. Down low. Poise gets the first. Down to the 1v1. Shots around the side. Both players taking damage from Poise.
Wow.
You called it dust. He needed to step up for
Y'all
the
really let
squad,
that
and 2
happen
rounds in a
too?
row
That's
he
crazy.
does. Phase to 4.
Back-to-back hat tricks there for Poise, and again, another round that was very back and forth, very scrappy. This battle here seemed to make it look like the guard were going to be on top. FaZe fights back, and then Poise in the 1 versus 2 actually catches Net and Valen a little bit off there. I thought they were going to kind of double swing on. They didn't. Valen kind of hesitated, and it gave Poise a chance to recover and get back into another 1v1. So back-to-back hat tricks put Poise at 10 frags. And FaZe up 2 rounds, and now they have the guard on low. Resources.
Quick battle this time, though, for the guard with those limited weaponry. They're going to take the tempo up just a touch. That's A rebel control for the first time for the guard, and FaZe will have to consider what they want to do away from A for largely the first time, save like round 3 where they were unsuccessful on C.
Yeah, Poise using the lockdown here onto B. Try to get them the spike into that site, but really it's just flank they have to worry about. And the numbers,
Plus then depending on when
could be coming. They felt that pressure early in the round, but the timing is so brutal.
Damn,
That
bros.
is so crazy.
I'll say depending on when the Moist game is done, I'm gonna try and hit the gym tonight, I think.
Seekers earned. That will be spent. Snake bite out.
Time out how long it takes to walk
Same
there.
breath, the Viper's Pit also gets involved here at B. Net does get revealed, but no, wait. Jonah gets another from the top side. That's a weapon collected. Now it's just
Oh,
diving
no,
on
not.
in, but
Tonight's
not gonna be able to land
NBA Finals.
inside the pit itself. Mummy denies. 3v2. Still stressful
I'm gonna be
here for
watching that
FaZe. Lots of
afterwards.
spam shots coming out. It gets Baby Bay down to 7 HP, and Supo loses his angle. He's gonna have to rechell this. Trent holding him. Valen inside gets one. No way! Mummy now by himself. To the pistol! Okay!
Wow.
Mummy steps up, finds 3 in the round, and FaZe will go 3 in a row.
I tell you what, though.
All right, remember though, this is a little bit more of a,
it
it seems to be a little bit heavier of a T-sided map,
to
right?
claw these rounds to themselves. I mean, this flank timing had so much impact. Not only that, but Jonah P finds the peak. I mean, everyone was just, you know, whittling FaZe down, making them have to use every last bit of the gas tank to put that one across the finish line. But they get it done. They're up 5-2. They're approaching that kind of golden 6 number that's been kind of their average for the attacking half.
Oh boy, Baby Bay's reading this. Flash out though! Oh no! It's just too heavy-handed. FaZe were in a position to get a read. They do battle back to make it a little less punishing, but they will lose C Mound. Question marks on what's over at A. And Net very well may foil this entire round by holding this position.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you really
dude.
going to expect this? And that's never
Oh,
done this before.
bruv.
And no, they don't. Catches
Okay.
the first one off guard. Mummy's able to trade, but now he's in a 1 versus 2. He's got a lot of time on his side. Does still have some snake bites left as well. So it's going to come down to a little clutch situation. They've won the last few.
So he's going to trigger rotating door to see if they're going to rotate off C, but you can see that Trent's doing a good job, still sitting on C here.
Could just come down to this battle right here if contact is made, which it looks like it will. Trent in the corner, shoulder seen. Oh, nearly a chance for Mummy to do it, but Trent holds his ground, locks in the headshot, and the guard break up the monotony of a FaZe offense to this point.
Yeah, if you give Trent that second look, he's usually going to find it. Definitely known for his aim and his just individual prowess in general. It's a nice round for the guard. Such a huge opening off the brute force B push defensively. A much needed round, I think, for the guard as well. It feels like FaZe are really starting to get control of the game, and that round is kind of, you know, maybe the momentum stopper, so to speak.
All right, so the guard's
And
got
Texas hands here to defend against what
the
is gonna be a
Viper's
rough
Pit,
push.
and you got a couple of different ults that are ready to go as well. Basically, you're... Oh, shit.
What can this op find?
Other than Tex's
Once again,
ult, who's
guard getting aggressive through
act
pillars,
or
they
was
will
just
win
used,
the
everyone
middle
else
of the map.
is
There is a
Either going to have an ult or
watch
about
any
to have an
potential
ult.
early flank. But do not be fooled. This is all about what Tex can get from this position. And the Nanostorm will push him off. Full flank on the way. Seekers spent through. Tex connects. That's Baby Bay.
That's a big kill on Baby Bay there too, because they had the knives out.
Tex going to give himself a little bit more breathing room. Seekers scouting things out into this post plant setup. Cascade also blocking off this door side. So isolated from this play will be poised. It's essentially a 5v3 for now. How do you go about this if you're the guard? This is taking a lot of time. Faze still holding on these corners, throwing shoulders. Nothing yet. No contact made. These stingers can still pack a bit of a punch, but Valen opens up the door to get on towards site. Tex in a little bit of trouble, but help from Trent still allows elimination to come through, and Faze will not be able to hold for too long. The guard now up to 4.
I cannot tell you how perfectly Tex played that round. When you break that down later,
I feel like round number 5 is the magic number for defense. If you can get there, you're like hella Gucci. Even 4, you're still pretty decent.
Okay, I'm out. He goes to drop position, avoids danger, gets back to the ground as soon as the nano's expired, catches a frag, immediately gets out, and then buys time for the guard's flank to set in. And that's so they can start working the angles together and slowly peel the layers off the site and find themselves.
I'm debating on if I want to.
Such a smart round from Tex.
Top live for scrims tomorrow.
Okay. Still away from that golden number that you were talking about for Faze. Couple more rounds still to put it over the finish line. Cascade out early. No pressure this time for the guard over towards A. They're still stacking up towards B here, Dust. They seem to have found some sort of an answer to try to control these Faze hits.
I mean, they know that Faze are usually very heavy-handed 4-1 A or C side, and they usually leave B as a more vulnerable place on the map, and they're exposing that tendency. This time, they do it with the op. Last time, it was kind of a crazy push with the flash and rifles, and so they're being very dynamic defensively, which I think is throwing Faze.
It'd make for a long day, though, if I did that, because I'd probably want to roll right into
right reads here on how they want to be attacking this map.
It's just small little variety changes, right? I mean,
exactly.
Watch party for playoffs again tomorrow night.
A couple of rounds ago. This time it's Tex with the operator, who hasn't been
especially if Moist wins. So I want to watch
the last 4 rounds with this op.
Right.
Now to
them
make
run back against
more complicated. The lockdown also spent here at B, so Faze are not going to have much of a bank to work with time-wise.
Have them run it back against
Ooh, Tex
the guard.
catches a little bit
there. Really good
understands man's position over towards A main. Spike is still considering trying to make it over to B. Viper spit blocks.
I think M80 will roll over Oxygen, probably.
They are go ahead and try to barrel
more
than
likely, anyways.
Reckoning, though, is going to come out.
Baby Bay trying to push through this, gets stunned. Net the easy win. Tex trying to get it done, and even while stunned up, he takes down one with the shorty. Oh, no. You can feel the tables start to turn just a touch here. Now
let's just get on in the second matchup
with a handful in a row, and we go into the last 2 rounds of the half with Faze looking down the barrel of a smoking gun here. Need to find an answer for this plays through mid.
I think you're giving away too many rounds here while you're on the attack.
Like, they're going to have to make some decisions here about, you know, what utility gets sacrificed for what weapon and things of that nature, which is going to cut back on some other options. I mean, it seems like the guard have found a counter to Faze, and I think their counter has just been proactiveness. Like, they don't let Faze just play that slow pressure, you know, multi-prong pushing into a slight hit. Now they're taking space away from Faze early. They're the ones, you know, dictating the pace. They're finding these opening picks over on the B side. Tex obviously had a very key round on the A side of the map with the operator. And so now they're not letting Faze play their own game. They're disrupting it. I think that's been the key adjustment that's taken place these last 3 rounds. I think before the guard were content on playing a little bit more back, letting Faze have that initial robo control, kind of play those 1-4 splits, and then they kind of would just, you know, play retake where need be. And now they're just kind of, you know, they're just throwing daggers at Faze and not letting Faze get comfortable anymore in these early round situations.
Yep, agreed. Enough economy here, though, for Faze to get into at least rifles across the board, but there will be light armor, so you were correct in evaluating the economical situation here for Faze Clan. Opposite side, the guard running forward with the full head of steam. And we're going to get an aggressive play here for Faze.
So now they're not going to have a full buy. They're going to have to try and push this thing in together.
Different look here for the guard, not going to take that
I
heavy
mean, it's only
stack
2
towards
Bulldogs,
mid.
so I guess it's not terrible.
Net is still in position to help out as Tex once again is playing a different angle, this time aggressive in towards C alley.
That's what you want out of your defensive opper. You want a guy who feels comfortable varying up his starting locations and just being dynamic. That is what makes the attacking side get more and more confused about what's, you know, your best approach, what's just the best angle that we can take. Jonah P Trying to throw a little bit of pressure at Rubble, but not too much. Just the right amount.
Yeah.
As he backs off, getting some reinforcements.
I mean, FaZe just has to have confidence in whatever this play call is here. Once again, down to 50 seconds on the clock. They are going to have to commit and commit soon. And they are going to likely go the direction of Tex, who has no reason to back off this angle for now.
Nope.
So it's just all about contact and who hits or misses, for that matter, depending on what side of the story you're a fan of. Screen should go up, and FaZe should make their execute. There's the utility. Tex avoids the flash, hits the first shot, dashes away. Cloudburst there, Net able to follow up. Oh my goodness. Call it what it is. That is essentially a 2v5 defense.
Yo, gave him a
FaZe
haircut.
still trying to threaten for a plant, but Tex is comfortable once again.
That felt
And
like
oh
a slip
boy.
from Superman.
Yeah.
That just seemed like it didn't really hit the way he wanted to, and now they're in a lot of trouble because of it. Just Baby Bay left. 1 versus 4. No HP to spare.
Yeah, this is over.
No time either. And Net winds up with the quad. What a beautiful
You're on
sequence
offense
there.
and you're about to be
They
going into
think
half
maybe
tied up,
just
maybe at a
maybe
deficit.
They can punish Tex on his way out, and that's why Superman decides to try to step up and teleport. But as he does, Net's right there waiting for him to play Guardian Angel, and that's their demise. They just lose too many numbers too early in that take.
And credit, I think, as well, just for what it's worth, a little small micro utility thing. Tex smokes the other side of that spike site, so there's only one angle that he can be challenged from. So Net knows exactly what to look at, and that's just trust at its highest form. Into round 12, and the economy has not obviously gotten better for FaZe. It's just Bulldogs and Spectres here with not a lot of ultimates to play with. A couple are close, though, so for FaZe, maybe a chance to earn these up and turn the tides.
God. They've done it again.
Sure
They've
have.
only gone and done it again. And now Texas also pushing out Seaside for all that information.
Who are you taking in the
I mean, they do need to
playoffs,
make this
Sam?
flank
You're
get
still here?
there in time to deal with this, and obviously Jonah PS.
It's got to be Nuggets, right?
Poise will earn the lockdown with that orb collected. Door continues to swing open. Here comes the flank. Tig is backing up, and yeah, they just do not want.
He's
these
giving up
battles.
so much
They're gonna be
space,
forced
and
to
he
take 'em
still
down.
fell,
Allen gets the
bruv.
opener. Baby Bay still trying to play on towards the site. Jonah, the next one up.
Bro, Jonah's already
Lockdown
on.
will be spent just as the spike starts to get planted. Defense not completely out of the picture yet. Viper's Pit also being earned. Poise is able to find one on the exit. Battled back. Pinstripe kill feed. Baby Bay. Yep, inside the dark cover takes down another. 2v2. Tex trying to push forward with the shorty. Baby Bay trying to still fight for it, but it's Jonah who cleans up.
Guard up
bad.
7-5.
And with that, Guard will take a 7-5 half.
What a comeback from
I mean,
the
it's
Guard.
essentially
FaZe look to have a
CS:GO
pretty good
with
grasp of things on this
abilities,
attacking side.
right?
Lotus, again, they've usually been able to get at least 6 rounds, if not pushing towards, 7
Same
to
sort
8
of deal
rounds
with
and not
buying,
get Shopify.
with the lost
But remember, the last time they
bonuses.
played the
And
Guard, they only got 2. Now this 5, this is better. But the point I'm getting at is their defense has been their struggle. They only got 1 defensive round in their loss to Moist in the first split. They only got 3 rounds last time they played the Guard defensively.
all right, so
And
it's a
their
big
last match, they only got 5 defensive rounds against Moist
offensive
Moguls yet
sided
again.
map, so
all
kind of
those
tough
would
for
put them
FaZe to go
short
into
of that number
halftime
they
down.
need to force a third
They got to
map
really
here.
use a
So
pistol here to at least get things
pistol
going
pretty
back in their
critical
favor.
here for FaZe to try
Yeah.
to keep them in striking distance.
Yeah, try to get these first 2 quickly. Tie this thing back up at 7. Maybe find a chance to get the early ultimate economy as well. Those are going to be keys towards trying to break through what, like you mentioned, has been less than 50% win rate by far for FaZe on this defensive side. And this time, FaZe aggressive off the opening pistol. Tex watching. Railblazer out, paranoid to follow. Baby Bay trying to chase, but they can't quite get the kill. And now all of a sudden, the Guard will
Pulling
have
for the
a
heat.
full head of Steven towards B. Spike already being planted by Valen.
I do like
Boys can only
Kimmy.
do so much when there's a high tide in his way. And FaZe are still kind of relying on this flank play to come out. And they just don't have a lot of time to make this happen. There's so much ground they have to work with. Boys is gonna have to find something from the front.
hold
Mummy
on.
there to help out. How about Mummy for 2? Boys follows up for the 3rd. Critical kills here for FaZe.
Now they're going to be able to push into the front side of B. Yeah. Well done by FaZe there.
Clean action from the defenders on top of B to get FaZe the pistol.
Really well done there from FaZe. Yeah, you were right. That flank was in danger of not having the impact it
Yeah, but they
needed.
did such a
But
good
what
job
boiled
of
down to
delaying
is
it
the Guard knew
at
that pressure was coming, so that's why they decided to take the
door.
fights up top. They knew the bulk of the forces against them would likely be flanking. but they didn't win any of that. Mummy holds so well here with poise. They win all 3 battles there.
Yeah, I don't know how they got the
Flank can
3 on
come
that
in, but it's no
backside of B
problem.
there,
That's
on
a
that
steamroller
back
for
door.
FaZe. That's exactly the type of pistol round they needed to keep
Like when they
themselves
got
right
the
there neck and neck with the guard
3
on this
kills back
critical
here,
second map.
like that decided like the whole round.
You do not
really
want to be getting sent to the lower bracket this early. Only 2 teams make it out of this bracket to Ascension. And a lower bracket ride, that's a rough one.
And you can't sleep on Tex with the Sheriff in his
All right.
hands. So FaZe does need to be pretty cautious.
So you'll
here.
see
Put
this
them
time
on the
around,
defensive
Guard's going to
team.
play
You do
super
hold
tight
a
together. They're
tactical
playing on
advantage.
Sheriffs and
Little
Classics
early poke and prod towards
versus
C-Mound. Nothing there, no contact with
SMGs,
utilities, so
whether
defense
it's
will
the
start to
Bulldogs or
adjust. Valen once
Spectre.
again quick to the plant here at B. No flank this time for FaZe. It's all largely coming
They're
from
going to play
the front.
very aggressive and push far forward.
8 switch.
Yep.
Nice tap with Tex.
I mean, you
The
feel
Sheriff
like
looks
he's
so
always good
dirty
to
with the
don't
one
you?
tap, man.
Baby Bay battles
he's got
back though.
help.
4v4, Mummy pushed off. Guard looking to try to isolate. They're going to have to come back towards this spike though, and as they do, Jonah P gets one. Baby Bay stepping in. Baby Bay gets 2. Is that enough though? Mummy for the 1v2 situation. Balance low. Jonah on the corner, just backing up, backing up. Oh boy, he's taking so much time. Still on the corner, still finessing. Mummy's got to run. He's got to go quick. And Valen, he's just going to play out the time here. Oh my goodness, Mummy hits
How
the
did he
shot,
shoot
but once
that?
more, the clock becomes the biggest enemy.
Excuse me?
And Thrifty gets tallied for the guard.
I mean, it's still around for the guard, but what
the
the?
pistol round is something that you need to have.
Wow.
That's the thing you can't have happen.
Jesus.
Is the Thrifty right afterwards. That is so dangerous. The amount of space that Tex was able to get before being detected, the bait and switch.
Yeah, I mean, really the only big thing between this and Counter-Strike, right, is like instead of utility via
as an anchor point to come
like
back when they need to for the
smokes
retake.
and mollies and stuff, it's just
Or canceling out
via
the
your
retake, I should
actual
say.
abilities.
Ouch, that is tough for FaZe.
You know what
They'll
I
try to
mean?
do the same thing.
Yeah, kind of
Sheriffs
have to,
across
right?
the board. Try to see if they can deliver the same medicine. Good flash.
Baby Bay spends the Marshall shot on the sentry turret. Allen collects another orb, 1 away from the Reckoning. And Jonah P gets to work using some of his utility to clear out the C side. High Tide to follow, guiding light just to make sure the defenders are at least tested, and it will actually force FaZe to commit inside this High Tide.
Am I
So
a
the defense
Nuggets
has made the
fan?
adjustments necessary.
No.
And
This
really,
is a
it's not
Melo
Superman. If
jersey.
He can put contact
I've
here
had this for a while.
in his favor. Maybe there's a chance the FaZe plan to hold.
Cascade, though, provides a way forward. The Harbor just so strong on this map on taking space away and allowing the guards some extra breathing room as they enter
But
the site.
I
The
do really
entries are
like
clean.
how Nicola plays.
Very cool. And that's, yes, the cleanest.
The cleanest. Oh, Baby Bay, goodness.
Planted.
Marshall shots continue to connect, but he's the last one up, and that would be a hard-pressed 1v3 into the face of rifles from the guard. So
To be able
9-6
to
count.
do,
FaZe do
like,
make it
run an
somewhat
offense from
punishing,
the
forces
center
some
position's
repurchases
pretty
out, and Baby Bay with those kills
dope,
has
especially
their
in
blade
today's
storm, so
game.
hold on here,
Like, it
friends,
really
don't
makes him
chance.
special.
I don't want to say it's his last chance for FaZe, but it's pretty close to it.
I mean, it's basically
You know,
their
if you
last
take this
chance
loss, it's
because this is going to be their
10-6.
last full
Your
rifle
credits
round.
are low, likely 11-6, and you get maybe one more stab at it.
Yeah.
So this round, pivotal for FaZe to stay alive in this series. As you said, they had the Blade Storm, they have full rifles, but we also have Reckoning and Seekers available for the guard to press with on top of the base utility.
Ball for Baby Bay.
Okay.
Dances around the toxic
the
screen, even
opening you
avoids the
wanted.
guiding light flash.
Nice.
First blood's tallied, and that's on to Tex. Key first blood for FaZe.
Yeah, really well done. That's certainly the right way to kick things off if you're FaZe. Find an early pick, whittle down the resources of the guard before they can even get started. Turret watching the B fallback plan if the guard were looking to do that. Push coming through C-Mount as well for FaZe, so they're starting to take some good map control on top of having the numbers.
Baby Bay working through the dark cover, but no one has seen Trent.
Got your trail.
Oh man, timing here is everything.
Oh,
Baby
he
Bay
put
puts
the knives away at the
exact
wrong
because the Seekers were right in his face, and with that, the guards start to turn the tides. Still
That's
at a
so
3v3
tough,
numbers,
bro.
decent Cove in. Valen looking to at least establish a plant, which they'll give to Net, who will be a kill away from lockdown. Reckoning a part of the picture here. And oh boy, a critical 3v3 retake on the way for FaZe. Delaying it just a bit longer, seeing if there's going to be a flank from behind, but everything will be in front of them. Poise takes down drop. Net holding through
The question is, if Mummy gets one, does he drop the pit to try to secure the round?
To try to keep this retake alive. Forces Faze to move around. Trent takes the perfect timing. Snake bite in. Valen peeks and does the nano swarm to finish it off. Poetry from the guard to get to 10.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Getting dealt the early blow from BBB's Blade Storm, they kept their composure. They wind up catching him in this B-Link area, unlocking the path to the A site. Again, they maximize their utility here. As soon as that turret gets triggered, the Reckoning comes out. The nanos and snake bites are ready to go, and the timing of the peaks are on point. The guard just showing you just how efficient they are as a squad. Even in tight moments like that, they get it done. And look at the repercussions.
Wait, what time does the qualifiers start? The qualifiers are in game 3?
A frenzy. They do have the Viper's Pit.
It started at 4 a.m. or 4 p.m.
I'll say.
You should run.
Trying to force maybe the Viper's Pit out. Attacking lockdown will come through first and foremost. Faze will get out of the C site, but they will rotate all 5 members over quickly. High tide to follow. Smokes are in, and here come the guard. Dashing right on in. Tex looking to be the one to plant. Updrafts on towards site, but he's having a hard time getting in the position that he wants. This allows maybe a chance for maybe to beat a timing. Spam is decent, but not good enough for the kill. We stay 5v5. Cascade goes out once again, just holding a line of scrimmage here that Faze Clan have to break through. Post plant also largely playing in towards Rebel on that long cross. Smokes are out.
I see that 3 on.
To win him quickly. Oh, but no, Tig gets shut down. Poise response. Maybe a chance.
Okay, hold on.
Kills starting to come through. Problem is, how do you deal with these post plant defenders deep towards mountain? That snake bite will not dissuade them.
Okay, hold on.
Mommy actually steps in.
Let him cook.
Almost lays an opportunity for Baby Bay to come on top of that, but not going to work out. The guard just spam it down and get to 11.
Yeah, it's just the layers. There's the cascading, well, of the cascades, as well as the other utility to keep pushing on the C site, never allowing Mummy to feel comfortable deploying a pit. They played around these smokes so well on the inside of the site to get the kills required, and then, like you said, you still have to battle the C mountain hold, as well as the post-plant utility that's going to be provided there by Trent and Net. Look at the frag distribution, by the way, on the guard. Can we point that out for a second? Only got 3 frags spread from top to bottom. They're getting everything out of this lineup right now. It's not just the core 3 that we have come to know that will always kind of sit in the top 15 of the league in every metric, but it's the others also coming up there, right there with them, and Valen and Jonah P. That's the danger of this guard team. They have so much talent across this roster.
So this is going to be Faze's last chance with rifles here.
The supporting cast on this team has always been strong.
So you can understand why they took the timeout.
And while Poise and Baby Bay are certainly stepping it up to the levels that we're more used to, they're just still not quite getting the job done. Poise had some big moments in the first half to get it close, but now that we've hit this second half, ever since that Thrifty, it's been guard sprinting towards a 2-0. And Faze has this one last huge shot.
What was it, 5-3?
I mean, they've got everything you could possibly want here, essentially. Viper's Pit lockdown, full weapons, light armor, sure, but Operator's also a flex weapon in play here for Baby Bay. Dueling guiding lights right down through A. Toxic screen up on both sides. Cascade blocks out Baby Bay's vision, and oh boy, he almost gets spammed down there. It's right by him.
And again, that's just kind of a feint.
I better not have to wait until 7 for this next game to start.
Oh! Mummy shows him a little bit too much. Not the jump peak you're looking for. You want to show less of your body than that. Tex is going to take full advantage of that. Such a critical frag.
Toxic.
Baby
So they're still looking to make a push over to B. Or sorry, over to C.
Strides to sidestep away from line of
They just
sight.
had to push through so much utility.
Collects the kill. Tex on the way in this time.
Nice, the dash gets rid of some of it. All of it, actually.
High tide will allow the guard in. Remember, still a lockdown here available for Faze. Just comes down to getting them in position to actually utilize it, because there is a lot of now post-plant utility in place.
Exactly. Even if you lock them down the C mound, the nanoswarms and snake bites are going to be a constant nuisance on the spike.
This is taking time.
Yeah, they're taking a long time to get rotated over here, because now the lockdown comes in, but it's not until 10 seconds, so that's going to come out. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Oh!
Tess is having his
Jesus!
Way. Unbelievable.
Wow.
That was extraordinary from Tex. I mean, just playing the timing of the lockdown, realizing he needs to get in and get out. But once he gets that first crack at Waterfall off that alarm bot, he sends it. Full commitment. And not a miss. Every clip connects. What
That's insane.
A quad kill from Tex. Perhaps, you know, dotting those final I's and crossing those final T's of a advancement to the upper bracket semifinals tomorrow.
That's just different right there. I'll tell you what.
That was incredible.
Not
and he's
done
not
yet.
done. Nope. He's like, hey, I got some more of that for you.
Yeah. Reckoning's out, and it almost feels like a mere pleasantry at this moment. Although Poise gives us something to think about for the time being. Only trades away one, though, and with Reckoning still in play. The card move forward. Oh, goodness. A little bit of an awkward interaction there. Baby Bay getting another. But a 3v2.
It's over.
Still a chance there. Good weapons here for Faze to battle back. They will require the defuse.
Hold on.
Last player standing.
Oh, and as
Oh,
Take
yeah, it's
falls,
over.
now it's just down to Baby Bay. 1v2. Stack
enemy remaining.
on the outside.
Hold
Baby Bay
on.
gets the first. Does not expect the second still in the same angle, though. Does he check this? There's the one way. No,
It's
it doesn't
over.
look right.
Attackers
Jonah
win.
connects with the headshot.
Unfortunate, man.
Take a 13-6 in a rapid 2-0 in the series.
Bro, they held them to
Win
what,
for the
10
Guard. They
rounds
only
in
allow
two
a combined
games?
8
Jesus.
rounds in this series from
8
FaZe.
rounds.
They continue to show that they
Oh,
are
boy. That hurts, bro.
Enemy remaining.
one of the best teams in Challengers, top 2 for sure.
All right, y'all. Means we're
My
getting ready for Moist
goodness.
Moguls.
I
Who's
mean,
ready?
They just didn't pull any punches, man. They came right out the gate swinging, and they never slowed down. Again, they were the ones bringing the pace. They were kind of giving FaZe a taste of their own medicine as far as being able to be up-tempo, particularly on that first map, Fracture. And this map, again, yeah, there was a couple of moments where FaZe were actually making some good strides in the first half.
So
to
you're
kind of
telling
make
me
it
you like
a
this
close
guy?
contest. You know,
I
you
think
gotta,
they're both
you know,
pretty
shout
solid.
that out, but the Guard,
I'm a
they
fan of
went that
Dust.
thrifty
I
in
think
the
he's pretty
second
solid.
half, and that changed everything, man.
Absolutely.
Then the Fire Nation attacked or something. I don't know what you want to call it, but like they just rolled them over after that, man.
That's just a statement and a half to be made right there for the Guard. Faze Clan will drop down into the lower bracket where they will meet the loser of our upcoming match. Same could be said. The winner of our next match will be playing up against that very terrifying Guard squad. But our first series comes to an end. We have the desk still standing by, waiting to break things down and give us the setup for our second half of the day. Be right back.
It's crazy, man. Hour and 40 minutes is all it took.
Yo,
Jeez
check it out.
Louise.
Want to know if the price of those wave runners is too good to be true, or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks, or if that Jordan 1 Royal box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
I feel like I've always felt like when I watch Dust that I know him from somewhere else, but I can't figure out where.
In the end, the Guard is going to be able to pick up this series 2-0. FaZe definitely had a couple of nice moments going on to Lotus, but Bach, you're the one who said it. Well, if you thought FaZe were going to take it down, you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, you know, looking at the Guard's history going back to mid-season face-off, a similar point as well, given that it was also a double elimination bracket. Their attack side was gold. And it's because this composition works so good on the attack. So if you watched that first half and you started to see FaZe plot some rounds and you thought, okay, we're going map 3, you needed to give it some time. And in the end, too, Guard comes back alive. They steal the half anyway. They win it 7-5. Just not necessarily as dominant as that first map. But then they go to the attacking side and you can start to see what we were just talking about. This comp is so hard to stop on the attack. The double controller combination, all of the post-plant utility, good luck doing anything if they get the spike planted.
I'm gonna sit down for a little bit, champ.
I think the guard did such a good job really push and pulling on
We
their
got food
attack
coming
side.
here
I think that's
shortly.
what they're really good at in
Actually gonna go
general,
refill
even
my
on their
water as
defense
well.
side, is if
Come back.
the enemy team takes one side of the map, they're so good at being proactive and so good at taking the other side. And they do that so well, especially on Lotus being like a 3-sided map, being able to like push and pull the map all across the board, and like Faze not knowing really where to rotate or where to go. And even like that round that Tex got that insane 4K, like they made so much noise over at A that they were jump spotting on C, and they just gave Tex like that first opening op kill, and then basically the site was kind of more open at that point too. So I think they do a really good job just like pushing back and forth, kind of manipulating the rotations really well.
And for the guard as well, even when they're down a little bit from Faze, where they started to, they ended still their defensive end positively, because they started to figure things out again, and just how well they're able to collapse on site and take these retakes as a team was fantastic. This one, a little bit of the battle of the jets too. I'm glad that we got to see Baby Bay on this jet, but Tex was definitely a big standout for me. Sorry, I mean, you're talking about that 4K. There was definitely standout moments from everyone, but I really liked his jet this time around.
Yeah, I think Baby Bay on the jet definitely showed like there was a higher impact on the kills. Like Baby Bay definitely looked a little bit more comfortable, and even now, like I want to point out that Poised looked really great and comfortable on this map too. He definitely like stepped up for his team, had a really good few rounds, had a few good clutch moments. But at the end of the day, like the guard comes out on top, and you can even see through their scoreboard, like the kill distribution is a lot more even compared to Faze. And I think it just shows that like even though one person like is popping off like Tex, like the whole team is still there to back him up and still there to like make the adjustments and win the game.
Yeah, the delta from top to bottom across both maps was pretty good. I think it was 7 on map 1. It's 8 here, if I'm not mistaken. If you actually look, Tex was 37 and 19 across both maps. He averaged 302 ACS across 2 different games, 9 first bloods in total. He certainly seemed to control the pace a little bit better than maybe Baby Bay did, but it's not just him, because, again, you have the rest of the team right behind. Like, even in that last map, Valen is at 18 and 15, right behind him with 270 ACS. It's not like he was struggling either. And even outside of that, utility. It's a big part of the game, and it felt like that's where the guard had the upper hand. You even saw it on the scoreboard, the post plants, 4 out of 8 for Faze, 6 out of 7 for the guard. It kind of illustrates the problem. Once they get the spike planted, you are not getting the spike back. You are not going to get back on site easily. It's going to be very hard fought, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Even when it was close, it was still the round going the way of the guard.
And with that, the guard's going to be moving on through our upper bracket, as of course Faze are not out. They still have a chance to make that lower bracket run. Opponents to be determined with the next matchup of the day. It's going to be
So we probably got us a couple minutes here until
we're going to have our
this
interview.
next matchup's
so
gonna drop
our
here.
Pro Series highlights while we get that ready, and we'll be back soon.
One enemy remaining.
Taken down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
So guard takedown Faze. Faze only scores or finishes or gets them 8 rounds, which sends them to the lower bracket. They'll be playing against the loser of whoever plays this, or whoever the loser of this next matchup. And I gotta say, with the way Faze looked in that, they might be bounced out in 2 straight games. Obviously, depending on how Moist or TSM looks here shortly, right? But that was not pretty.
Vayne with the R301 in his hands while they overload.
Yo, they are cruising through the
Yeah, Team Ice are going to be eliminated.
this code red thing, man.
Breezy lagged out. They're set to a team of 2. Meanwhile, Alliance versus TSM. Like I said, that might be foreshadowing for what's to come in LAN. Yuki, see you later. Alliance eliminated here. They're not going to have the same success here in World's Edge to start, but TSM is going to get their party now. How will they play it?
Oh
Goodness gracious.
Reps with the Prowler. This little wall hop tries to climb right on top of that Catalyst wall while he has some secured cover, and he says, "That's none of my business. I'm going for the reset. I am out of this situation."
That's right. Lives to fight another day, but maybe. Yeah, him opportunity in the chat. It's like that man just dipped. That's right. He's like, I'm out of here. I don't want anything. I don't want to do with this smoke. You know, playing Sentinels right now on low ground. A KCP right above them, and I think he did survive. His
reps is gone. They ping. Yeah. They ping. They know where he's trying to rotate to. Oh my goodness, the Watson putting in the damage though, and now you see the
fucking controller dog.
Meltdown with just a white light mag, by the way, on this R9, and it's just enough for him.
No wonder I reloaded it so fast. I'm like, finish your clip. Nah, here comes the push, so they're gonna be able to reset to full. Oh my god, he can destroy that fence if he wants to. Sentinels playing Watson. I love the legend diversity we've seen so far, Vicky. And it looks like Sentinels backed out.
12 squads still alive. This is actually insane. You got a minute left.
Oh, I forgot DSG had a show match for
be able to loot up inside that room. Optic Gaming in another
LCS.
All they do is fight.
Poor Toast, man. Gets themselves a roster and then they have the walkout.
Army National Guard competing against LGS pro teams. It's good practice. I know they have the right mentality because they're members of the Army. Most folks I've met that have served ain't afraid of no fight. But obviously they've been struggling in this lobby against pro tier teams. I love that they're still here competing, and the fact that National Guard gave them a spot to compete, which is things you love to see. And on that note too, I just want to take a moment to say the next greatest generation is now. Big thank you to Army National Guard.
Is there a regiment squad in Code Red? Because if they're not, they're seriously slacking.
As we tune into Optic still trying to take some of these fights. Mano y mano here, as you can see, Skittle Cakes trying to filter out what is left inside of that bunker door with the Nox grenade. Oh my gosh, grieving them, keeping them in a corner. They're gonna have to be funneled out eventually. Oh, moving in, gets the beam, the R9 doing the deed.
Or is that what AR is?
Barely taking that damage as Nox is gonna pop that shield back. But on looking is another team trying to get involved in the fight with the L-Star in hand.
Army National Guard.
Nasky, Zane down to none. Oxygen's gonna profit. They find themselves some kill points. Sentinels, Zen, things you like. The gamer tag, best gamer tag in my opinion. Clan tag to gamer tag ratio. Gonna find himself some kill points as well. The Kansas City Pioneers gonna be eliminated. Now he's 9 squads, 24 players left in this lobby, and the zone's pulling north. So I gotta think Tripods, I think, is still alive. I haven't seen them gotten taken out. This has been a favorable zone for them.
And Oxygen's just called this out too. Just in a nice position here. They're gonna be able to loot up what was KCP's boxes. It looks like they were able to fully send it onto them while that fight was happening over in lobby.
All right, let's go check back in, see if they're back. Talking about
nerves, clear eyes, and just. Yeah, good execution, and it should come out with a win.
You talk about you and the team being ready for playoffs and what's ahead. Does that also include that you're ready for the scope of Ascension, maybe that next step and everything beyond?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully if we make it to the LAN, it's going to be a good experience for us. But we kind of already went through our loss at LAN with like the original members of the Guard. It would be a first-time experience for Tex and Josh RT, but they have a lot of experience coming from Counter-Strike, and they're actually like super level-headed in every match. So I know that they're going to be fine when it comes to like international LAN and Valorant. And then obviously my guys from last year, we have the experience. I'm expecting us, if we make it to the LAN, if we can close out this playoff bracket, that we're going to win that for sure. Just because, you know, we thrive when the pressure's on. I feel like now, I would say before we were a type of team to maybe get nervous in big games and nervous at LAN, but now we kind of embrace that. And that's kind of been like our team motto, and that's what pushes us to work harder is in these matches. Josh RT jokes all the time. He's like, oh, you guys are just match players. Because in scrims, like we're getting owned. And then once the pressure's on, a little bit of stakes on the line, we always step up. And I'm excited. Hopefully we make it to the LAN to show that.
It's better that way than the other way where you show up in scrims, but you're not quite there for match
kind of
day.
surprised the Guard hasn't tried to like sell their squad.
I won't speak of any, but
with everything else that's going on
all right.
for them.
Our last and final question. Speaking of Ascension, this one is going to be coming from our fan zone, coming out from Bandit. Speaking of, if you guys make it to Ascension, which you're talking about that on the horizon, who do you hope to face?
I heard a lot of talk about the Union. I heard they're pretty good in Brazil, so I would want to face the Union. It's like a big matchup.
The
And
Unions looked really good.
Hey, to be the best, you got to beat the best.
I love how they
that.
don't mention anything about
I'll let you go.
anybody in NA.
Talk with the team because I know that playoffs things are going to be happening pretty fast. But thank you for your time and have a good rest of your night. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the fans. Appreciate you guys, of course, like always. And stay tuned for our next match.
Yeah. For us, one more match on the horizon for us. It's going to be Moist Moguls going up against TSM. We got to get that squared away, though, so we're going to be taking a short break. Be back soon.
He said the Union, right? Yeah, 7-0 down there in Brazil. Brazil? So what do we think maps are going to look like? Let's take a quick look at I feel like when we look at hold on. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find Challengers North America over here? You know, I'm just gonna go to matches. Look at Moist's recent games. So, but does that mean that this was their pick? So Moist has been picking a lot of Lotus. They don't mind floating Haven. Wonder if that means we see them go bind? I'm guessing our maps are Lotus, Bind, and Haven. Yeah, it's gonna be my guess. Lotus, Bind, Haven. Huh. All right. Bro, Cowazin had 74 Odin kills for Loud this season. That's insane. Oh, that's right. Heroes was the team that like joined a CC team, or joined a Challengers Cup, Challenger Circuit. Might be my last dinner with these guys for a little while. Says BCJ. Taking a picture with the rest of the G guys. Huh. All right, chat. What do we say on maps? Lotus. Fracture Bind. Or Lotus Bind Fracture. Probably what we're going to be looking at. for our maps, I think. Oh, I just realized that my Steam thing's been popping up this whole time. My bad, champ. Gonna fix that. Offline. All right. Someone tells me they're trying to lay this thing in between the games as much as possible. We're probably going to get back, and they're still going to talk about this next matchup. I just want to get things going. I always feel like whenever they get these games where like the first one's done super quick, like especially this case, right? I mean, Faze won 8 won 8 rounds. Like I feel like they do the best that they can to like delay the start of the second series, and it bothers me sometimes. Like triggering almost. How, Sam, if you're still in here, how long do we want the LCS comparison, not comparison, but like breakdown video to be? Do we want that to be more along the line of a 5-minute-er? Chat, again, a reminder, top 2. So basically the 2 teams that square off in the grand finals earn themselves a trip to Ascension. Ascension, top team moves on and joins Americas in VCT. Are we aiming for the LCS video or talking about how it could possibly how it like could potentially affect VCT, or how we're already seeing shades of what's going on early with VCT? Are we looking for that to be like a 5-minute video? Oh, Ascension's actually going to be in person in Brazil. Bro, come on, bring the Des back. Let's get this show on the road. Bro, these intermissions. Killing. All right, I'm gonna go see what
Congratulations, you've been promoted.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. We're at the playoffs, and we have one more upper quarterfinals match to be going through, as our last match resulted with Guard 2-0ing Faze and moving on forward. Now it's time to see between Moist Moguls and TSM who's going to be advancing on forward as well, and who's going to have to battle their way through that lower bracket. There's so much to talk about with both of these teams, Starry, but let's start this off with talking a little bit more about this Moist Mogul squad.
I think Moist Moguls have been one of the most improved teams. I feel like they've consistently grow as like not only individually, but like as a team together. I remember when I was on the analyst desk during the mid-season face-off, I mentioned that they're so good at clutching, but I wanted to see them come together more cohesively as a team. And I think during this split, they've really shown that they've come together a lot more. And it like shows because I think in one of their matches, they beat 2-1 G2 and the Guard. So I think together they've just come like as a team, and they've just looked more comfortable, and they look like they've really found their stride.
You mentioned coming together too. They've literally come together. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time they've played together in a boot camp scenario. I could be wrong about that, but if I remember correctly, they were playing online in the past, or at least playing from their homes or remote locations. It wasn't necessarily in a boot camp scenario, so that's huge. That allows them to unlock a next level of potential that maybe we haven't even seen just yet. But this team, you mentioned it, the rise of Moist Moguls. It's been a question of how high is the ceiling, and so far we haven't found it. Going back to the first split, they were an open qualifier team who played through as Breakthrough. They got signed by Moist Moguls, and since then they've managed to qualify for the mid-season face-off. They had a great showing there, and then in split 2, it has been lights out. They're the only team that's 5-0 coming out from that second split, and you can understand why as you watch some of the highlight reels here. The team has worked collectively as a unit, but they've also looked really good on an individual level as well. But here's the stats just to illustrate how things have gone. In split 1, 3-2 plus 2 wasn't bad. It was good enough to qualify them for the mid-season face-off. Look at the second split, 5-0 plus 8 map diff plus 62 round differential. That's better than M80 or the Guard have put up here in Challengers yet. So impressive stuff coming in from the Moist Moguls.
Especially too when Split 2 started, we were talking about M80 and the Guard being the top 2 teams, the teams to be beating. And Moist Moguls, when you're looking at just the difference in Split 1 in comparison to how they just came screaming into the scene for Split 2, was just absolutely phenomenal. And of course, if we're going to be seeing this much of a difference with all of the team, then of course, you'd expect like the players, their stats are also going to be jumping, looking from the Split 1 to Split 2, as that potential has been unlocked, Starry, for them to be able to make that this far.
Yeah, as you can see on the stats, like you can see there's a huge improvement, and I think it's also because like not only do they individually do so well, but they've come together as a team, and it shows. Like being able to work as a team like makes you more comfortable in your setting, and it just makes you be able to pop off even more.
These players were not necessarily bottom performers going back to the first split, but they were more middle of the pack players. It was hard for me to pick. I built like a whole spreadsheet that compared players' performances from split 1 to split 2, and it was hard for me to pick which one was the most improved player overall, because they have improved on so many categories across the board. I think it was I think it was actually Brock
Have
who
they?
had like maybe the most.
I don't think they've like changed their roster,
I think
right?
it was like 14 different statistical
I think it's literally the
categories
same
went up
roster.
in performance coming from split 1 to split 2, but the standard deviation for Thief was higher. Like you can see it in his ACS. Like look at the jump from 176 to 212. Part of that is, hey, maybe they're feeling more comfortable in their roles with the team. The team is starting to mesh, and also the fact that the team
It's been together.
The team is winning.
Longer,
Obviously, things
so-
are going to click a little bit better, but it is an impressive thing to see players step up their game because everyone on this team is playing so good that if you actually look at like a stat like KD as an example, the top 10, even top 7, 5 of them are players on Moist Moguls.
My favorite comparison when we're looking ahead at today's matchup is when we look at Moist Moguls going up against TSM. These were two teams that finished in the same spot when we're looking at the mid-season face-off, but where they ended up going on forward, looking ahead at Split 2, was so drastically different. So focusing a little bit more on TSM next. This is a team that when we're looking at Split 1, went 4-1. This is a team that is doing so well, but the Split 2, Buck, has just proved to be a bit more difficult.
I think the team has tried to make some changes to find maybe a little bit better results, but it has been sometimes clunky. You saw them swapping some roles around. You saw them trying to pull Corey away from the Jet and move him to Sova, letting him still play the Raze. We've actually seen the Jet role swap between 3 players as even Campeki has gotten involved. Reminder again, that's a role that he has actually facilitated in the past for previous rosters, so it's not exactly that insane for them to do that. But it's an indicator of some issues potentially. They're trying to figure out what the golden ratio is, the perfect formula for them to find success, and I don't think they've completely found it just yet, and that's why you're seeing maybe some inconsistent results in comparison to Moist Moguls.
Yeah, I feel like for Moist Moguls, they've really kind of like found their stride. They kind of like already know what to do in terms of like putting themselves together as a team. As compared to like TSM, I feel like they fell off a little. I feel like they're kind of trying to find that foundation and try to find ways to be more consistent. And I think in those changes, they're kind of
Has
like
TSM fallen
being
off, though?
inconsistent. But obviously, like with those changes, there is going to be inconsistency, right? You're like trying something new. You're trying to see what works and what doesn't. And I love to see if
TSM results almost
has
look
found their
identical to
stride
last
and see
split,
if they're
though, no?
able to show it today during their match.
In some ways, it's very similar to the Guard and Faze, the game we just watched.
Right?
We have a team who's obviously found stable footing, looking at a team like the Guard.
I mean, I guess they were 3 and
Moist is
2
who we're
last
talking
split
about
versus
here,
2 and 3.
versus
But
TSM, who's trying to figure things out, which is basically where Faze is.
didn't
as
look
well.
great.
They're trying to figure out what things are going to work. And you can see that in the results as well. A lot of 3-map series, a 2-0 loss to Oxygen, but you can't see the fact that they actually had an overtime loss in there as well. I think it was 15-13, so it was maybe a little bit closer of a 2-0. Could have gone to a 3rd map as well, which does kind of feel like the TSM way a little bit. They've had times in the past where they've struggled to close out series and they go to a 3rd map. It is very similar to what we were talking about with Faze. And a large part of that is just roles kind of being a little bit of a difficult problem for them.
See, I'm not opposed to teams switching things up, especially too when you know that you're in a favorable spot for playoffs, to take that time to mesh things together, because this is where you're going to be getting that best competition going on forward. So my biggest thing is going on from this point now that we are in playoffs, to kind of see where we're going to be falling with those roles and how individual players are kind of falling into them. So to talk about the roles, let's go player by player at this point we want to be talking about. And first off is Seven, because this one, Bach, is a biggie.
Yeah, so if you look at that, the first split, that's what you're seeing on the left-hand side. That's 7 on Killjoy and Jet. He has 191 rounds on Killjoy, 41 on Jet. This was back when they were trying to have him play the role of Sentinel before they made the swap. That opened up that capability for him. And you can see the stats, like whatever. I would argue that the deviation on Killjoy from split 1 to split 2 is mostly due to sample size. He plays 43 rounds. Obviously, the numbers go up a little bit because of the results. But in general, it does feel like this was a step in the right direction. It wasn't like immediate unlock. Like as soon as they did it, he was the best Jet and he was doing the best things on Killjoy when he played lower reps on those. But it does feel like this was a step in the right direction. I think a lot of people, though, are looking at this TSM roster and they're not looking at 7 as potentially a problem.
Am I
They're
missing
looking
something
at
on
maybe
this?
Campeki. Campeki in the first split was one of the best players across the board.
Even
He was
his
so
Jet
insanely
stats
good.
went down, though.
But coming into this second split, it feels like he stalled out a little bit.
Especially to looking ahead at Campeki. I mean, we're seeing a...
Were they trying to say
complete
he's
rule
gotten
change
better?
there.
I don't think he's gotten better,
Campeki,
right?
kind of more so the agents within that pool especially when you're looking at this breach on the other end. Sorry, you've talked a lot about players when they're comfortable on certain agents, and I feel like this is like the biggest indicator of what you've been talking about.
No, for sure. As you can see, like the stat line, you can see that Campeki on Sky, he has so much impact. And I've said this before about Campeki. I think he's individually a really, really talented, a really good player. And his initiator is so good because he's so good at setting up his teammates. But I feel like with Breach, you're a lot more team-oriented than you are on Sky. I feel like Sky has better individual playmaking ability compared to Breach, and I feel like that's kind of like the middle ground where Campeki can shine, where like not only is he able to set up his teammates, but he's really good at making those individual plays. And I feel like him on Breach, that kind of like staggers a little bit, and I feel like he's just not as comfortable on the role.
His stats as Breach coming into this second split are rough. They're really rough.
They don't look good, and that's for fucking sure.
It drags him down pretty significantly. I think he has like sub 70 ADR on Breach, because like you said, Breach is not the type of category or the type of agent that allows you to shine as an individual. It's more about setup, and it's not to say that he's not setting up, but his performance is hurting so bad as a result that it is potentially something to be concerned about. And they're playing a lot of Breach maps now, and it's kind of making it a little bit more difficult for him, whereas his Sky is actually one of the top 5 Skies in all of Challengers. So it's like, man, by comparison, you have a bottom 5 Breach and a top 5 Sky. Sometimes it's like, okay, well, maybe we just need to sort of shoehorn this in or workshop this a bit. Maybe we find somebody else that wants to play Breach so that he can be freed up and play a different role. I don't know what it is, but something's got to give on the Breach front.
I definitely would like to see Campeki more on the Sky. Like, I like the Breach. I think it is meta, but I just feel like when you have a player who's as impactful as Campeki, it kind of feels like a loss to kind of put him in a role where he's not shining as bit or not seeming as comfortable when his Sky is just definitely more impactful than the Breach.
100%. So hopefully going on forward,
dude, we really aren't gonna get this fucking game started till
see,
almost 7,
sure
dog.
TSM's been taking the time to.
This is the shit that is like.
Of course, why don't we
honestly,
take the opportunity
when
to
it
hear
comes to
from
watching,
them and Moist Moguls and their
is
thoughts
the stuff that
ahead
like
of our
just
series.
fucking kills my vibe, homie. Like,
yeah, I think the match against TSM we played like Lotus and Pearl, and at the time Lotus was our
it's been
best map by
45
far.
minutes since the last matchup got done.
So I'm pretty sure it was like 13-6, 13-6 or something.
And we're
like that,
still
so,
probably a good 15-20
yeah,
minutes
we
from the
had,
next
like,
matchup
a
starting. Like,
really
what
good,
the
like pick in that series when we got our Lotus, and then I think on Pearl we just
bruh,
like, ran it down
come
B the
on.
entire attack side. So, yeah, I mean honestly, it was a lot easier than we expected, but I think you know, those guys are all like really good players, so I don't think it'll be something like.
And it's not. I don't want to make it sound like it's just them, man. It's a Valorant thing, bro.
Win the game or anything like that. I think you know these guys will come back with like a good game plan and. You know,
It's not like it's just NA Challengers.
You know,
it's literally just freaking Valorant in general. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should expect a very good game. That's for sure. I think our mid-season face-off against them was definitely a big underperformance by us. Definitely wasn't as good as we should have played. It was, in my opinion, maybe like the worst day we've had, like in terms of matches throughout the whole entire like Challenger circuit. And so I think we'll definitely put a much better fight. If we don't, unfortunate. But I do think we should put up a really good fight if we're just playing our usual game and we're all like, you know, on point in terms of our aim and communication and so on and so forth.
You know, I'd group them with the rest of the teams right now. We're very confident in playing everyone. So they're a very good team, and
like
I guess we don't want to look down on
personally
anyone, you know?
don't understand the
at any
benefit
moment, people can play to their
of
potential
running
or
a
above
show
potential,
like this
you know?
consistently
And, they're a good
and
team,
never
and
making the
they're
second
putting
game
the
start
time
early.
and effort,
It's like if we start
we're
early, it's
expecting them to come
15
out
minutes early,
swinging,
which
and,
means in this case they have fucking waited an hour.
We're gonna swing back
after a game or
we're
after a
gonna come out
matchup took an hour and 45
I
minutes.
feel like a little fanatic. Kind of like did a lot of strats and ripped a lot of things from them, which like.
I was honestly
obviously
feeling
knew they were
good now. We've
doing,
had this
but,
big
like,
old long ass
the
break,
setup
and I'm
is
just fucking
good
tired,
anyway,
bro.
So it's like kind of hard to break.
I'm ready to fucking turn on
But-
something else, man.
I don't know, I'm just a little fanatic. You know what I mean? They like to take things.
And
from their
again,
teammates
I don't want that
apply
to make it
themselves
sound like it's
and
anything against like the
roll with
Challengers
it,
crew
so
because it's literally
gotta be ready for
every
stuff like
Valorant event.
I don't know. I think we just have like a lot of weapons on the team. Like I think anybody on our team can take over any game. At,
Like
any
there's
point,
so much
and I think
time in
we've
between matchups.
Probably all 5 done that at some point, and maybe this split alone. So I think whenever a team comes up against us, you know, they kind of just have to look at every player on our team and be like, okay, like this guy does this really well and this guy does that. So I think we probably are one of the more well-rounded teams in challengers. Maybe like I don't know, maybe like M80 guard are kind of like up there too. But I think, you know, I think we're right up there with them, and I think you know, when people look at us, they kind of just they have to find it like all 5 players and see like what really.
I don't think anyone is giving Moist the.
Obviously, the win is honestly all that matters. But
I don't think anyone is
I
giving
would
Moist the
say
recognition they deserve
for
because
us,
it's.
I feel like we put in all the practice.
Always been
need.
like a
I think,
predetermined thing
like,
that
I
it's
don't
going to be the
need
guard in
someone,
M80.
like to show up every day. I don't need someone to carry me, kind of a thing. I feel like I just need all 5 of us to make sure we're on a good day and we're all communicating well. And that's always the case, honestly. Every single match, it's like, you know, I think all 5 of us are really good players. No, I don't think anyone's a bad player on our team at all. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've had a lot of success, and especially split 1, is because we have the pieces. We just need to make sure we're all on the day of, we're all working together like a nice, well-geared machine.
We have individual prep for every team, but it really always comes down to us just playing our game. You know, we're confident in ourselves, and that's all that matters. You know, we'll win those gunfights, we'll win those clutches, we'll make the right calls, you know, and we'll win the games.
I mean, that's stupid, bro. They're just gonna change. Like, if we just break their setup once, they're not gonna keep doing it, you know?
All right, well, it's time to see how this rematch is
Holy
going to
shit.
be taking place between Moist Moguls and TSM.
you tell me we're
TSM
actually
just talking about
starting?
The fact that last time they had
No,
a bad day,
no, we're
they
not.
just need to be showing up. So this will be quite interesting to see how it goes down. The map picks and bans as well. I am so intrigued by this because yet again, we're having a run back of the same maps as the series we previously
Holy
saw. But
shit.
sorry, last time around,
All I got right
it
was
TSM picking up Lotus,
Lotus.
and then Moist
No, I
Moguls
said
picking
bind.
up Pearl. Now they do a little swapperoo, but regardless, we see the first 2 maps.
Right?
I think it's kind of funny that they did a little swap from the last time
I guess they're fine.
they went against each other.
It's been
but
so
obviously
fucking
it
long
just
now,
kinda
bro.
shows
I
that,
remember.
TSM probably has prepared a lot better on Pearl than
Yes.
they did last time coming around. And obviously for Moist Moguls, Lotus has been such a good comfort pick for them. So I was excited to see those 2 maps again. Hopefully, like Yoboycue said in the video, he said that last time they went against each other, it was kind of a really bad off day for TSM. And it kind of showed because they gave Moist Moguls a lot of clutch situations where Moist Moguls won a lot of like 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s consistently. So hopefully this time around they're able to kind of clean up and not leave Moist Moguls in a clutch situation for them to win. And yeah.
What's interesting for me is the bans. You have the split ban coming out and the Haven ban. The split ban at least makes a little bit of sense. We've seen it banned 3 times by Moist Moguls. But the Haven ban is definitely preventative. It's a map that Moist has been very good.
Yep.
They're 4-0 on the map, so obviously they don't want to play them in that territory.
Makes sense
But
why they
we've
ban
seen
it
these
first. It's
teams
actually
leaning
the call.
more towards like a fracture ban for Moist or even a Pearl ban for TSM. They banned the map 3 times. It's tied with Ascent as the most commonly banned map coming into the playoffs. So it is a little bit surprising. The second round of bans makes perfect sense. Bind being final territory, you know, it's probably a little bit of a better map. For TSM just based on results, but we really haven't seen it from Moist. So that's why you say that. It's not like, oh, we've seen Moist play the map and they were terrible on it. No, it's actually the opposite. So we're kind of just going off of maybe previous matches when they were breakthrough, going through the open qualifier, early stages of Split 1. It's been a while and we haven't seen them play it. We have seen it played 3 times for TSM. It hasn't been great. It was a 1-2 record, 33% win rate.
I much
so if
prefer
it gets
the
to
look
that 3rd map.
when
I don't know what to expect,
a
but the
team
reality of the circumstances
has
are,
their squad,
I don't feel like we're going to get
in
to
a
that 3rd
facility
map.
for
I do
game
feel
day.
like Moist Moguls is positioned to take
Like,
the
even if
series
they're in the
2-0,
same
and
house,
the map
like, them
pool
being
is
in
gonna
different
lend
rooms,
them
I don't know.
a little bit of a favor as well.
It makes
Got
it
the
feel like
agent
just
select
regular
now,
gaming
too, and
versus like
considering all the changes
or
that
something.
TSM have been fiddling around with and saying last time it was a bad day. Sorry, I'm so intrigued with where this one's gonna go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they're going to keep the same comp as last time and just kind of anti-strat them, or if they're going to change it up this time around and come a little bit more prepared with something new, something different, kind of throw Moist Moguls off a bit.
All right, Bach, how are you feeling with this one shaking up ahead of the series that a little difficult for TSM?
I mean, this is kind of standard to a certain degree. We don't see the jet pick. I didn't quite see what sim locked in, but I don't believe it was a jet. So that's interesting because the last time we did see them play that, I'm pretty sure that's what sim was rocking. I am curious to see how TSM is going to adapt because clearly they felt comfortable enough to pick this map despite maybe not playing it so much recently. The last time we saw them play it was against Moist Moguls in mid-season face-off, and it was not a win. So wish them the best of luck here, but it's certainly an uphill battle against Moist Moguls, who's on a tear.
Yeah, I wonder why they picked
said
this
it was
map.
just a bad day last time, but they're going up against the only undefeated
Like,
team
what
that we had in
told
Split
them?
2 of Challengers. It's time to see how the first map is going to go down.
Like, I don't
Dust and
understand
Chip.
why Pearl.
Thank you, friends. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go. Very interesting, because compositionally, these two teams are going to be playing this map very, very differently. Sim on the Rays, expect takeover moments, because there's nothing else on the other side to counter them out here, Dust. No duelist for this side.
Like, I
of
would have even
TSM.
maybe
Something
expected
they
them
ran
to take
before, but
Split.
let's be honest, the jury's still out on this composition is really going to
Over
kind of
Pearl.
change the mold of what we normally see on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the exact same composition on Moist Moguls that they have
I
played
guess
every
maybe they're
single
just
game
hoping to throw
of
them off
Pearl
with the
so
Pearl
far
pick.
throughout
'Cause they don't
Challengers. They
ever
hold a
fucking
4-2
pick Pearl,
record.
dog. They
They
don't
won
even
4 of
float
their
Pearl.
last 5 games. Sim is an absolute
So
freak
confused.
on Raze. He is a top 5 player in basically every metric when it comes to damage dealing, ACS, kills per round, you name it. This man's in the top 5. And I will say Fly and a Proto are in the top 20 in almost every category as well. And as mentioned earlier, you've seen Brock and Thief also be able to pick it up. So this team can fire on all cylinders and be super dangerous. TSM, their comp is a little bit of like a weird evolution where they just, recently started doing double controller, and now they just recently are experimenting with no duelist.
Yeah.
And well, a good first engagement here on the A side.
I'll say a little flash in. Sim just completely taken
All right.
off guard by
Let's go,
it.
Chap.
Get a little bit of damage, but first blood clean.
We're
for
starting,
TSM,
baby.
largely speaking. Late offensive toxic screen looking
Only
to
took
also get
59
players to kind of block
55
off
minutes.
this A side just a touch, but small pause here for TSM as they're also starting to put a little bit of pressure here through mid.
Indeed, they are, which might force a Proto to deal with Art, which can kind of unlock the A side a little bit deeper, though there is now that back cross rotation coming in from Deef and Brock. A Proto able to turn around off his Nano Swarm and find 7. And so now TSM getting slowed down, but Corey and Nature brute force their way through it.
It's lots of damage, Dust, but no kills. TSM continue to win these gunfights. Leaving Fly and Brock by themselves in a 2v4 again. Health pool's limited here for TSM, but Brock has been revealed in towards dugout. Kampeki looking for maybe an opportunity to fly forward, but instead holds his ground. Fly on the corner. Red, not shot though.
Oh,
but Kampeki
okay.
right to the poison cloud, not going to be fooled. Brock does drop, leaving Fly now for the 1v4. Would have to hit 4 pretty much incredible shots to make this happen. Shrugs off the decay. Here's the double cross. Fly looking for some baits, just seeing what he can get. Flash out, gravity well in. Fly is still
I
not
say it's
getting
a
a chance
pistol
to
round, it's not
gunfight.
really
Corey
matters how
will
many people
make
get
sure
down.
TSM only drop one clean opening for the offense.
Man, really well done here. Again, obviously, the last time these two teams met, it was exactly on this map as well as Lotus, and both went the way of Moist Moguls in a pretty one-sided fashion. But I will say, TSM did have a very strong attacking side on this map in their previous meeting. It was their defense that fell short. And I think a lot of that has to do with what a lot of teams are struggling with, which is retaking B side. It's so hard. So I think that's like more of a team-wide thing than just something individually wrong with TSM. But obviously, great opening pistol there. Really good A take. Really well layered. And they're going for it again.
Yep, why not? Same flash, same play forward. Little reveal on towards Sim, who is safe in sight for now.
Let's see, I'm kind of surprised that
Cherubs
Moist
in
pushed
play for
up.
Moist Moguls.
No, they pushed forward
Feels
so
like one of those
aggressively.
teams, kind of like we're
first
talking
round.
about Tex in our
And
last
that they're at the
matchup.
disadvantage
This
with
Moist Moguls still have
guns.
Sheriffs in hand. May just be, yeah, I mean, you may as well call them full
I would have
weapons.
expected
They're
them to do the same
unreal.
exact player. Why
The
win them?
one-taps. TSM will respect that not dashing in day.
Yeah, and again, we talked about Sim obviously being a top 5 player in almost every metric. Corey's right up there, man. He is in or within the top 15 of every metric. And him on the Sova's actually been pretty deadly.
I agree.
You know, he doesn't have like a crazy amount of reps on the Agent. He had played it a few times prior to when they decided to make this, switch up on this map composition-wise. But, I mean, he has been almost just as effective on, Sova as he has any duelist.
Valid shout. Moist Moguls going to be tested here at B. Utility starting to litter the Zeit for TSM. Reveal. Wow, that's a deep recon vault. Kind of reading over towards Halls. But how about this? Moist Moguls behind the guise of a flash will go 3 for 2. Flya will upgrade into a Spectre. And, Corey just completely trying to anti-flash. That leaves now 7 by himself.
I was saying they should know
1v3. And
about
wow,
him
that
coming
is
through,
an
right?
unbelievable
Connector?
hold from Moist Moguls.
You know what they call that?
Call that a thrifty by eBay.
They do. That's exactly what they call it. They being us.
And the sponsors at eBay.
Yes. Thank you for giving us money. I like to be direct, you know? Let's be honest.
Dude, look how long that
appreciate
floated in the corner.
Really nice little breakup round there from Moist Moguls, so that's definitely gonna take the wind out of TSM sails a little bit after having such a successful kind of opening round.
Sure.
Even a decent early skirmish here in the second round on the A side before falling prey to that on the opposite side of the map. Early guiding light will detect some presence here.
Able to
at
catch
top
him
of
right as
B.
they turn the corner.
Snake bite will slow down their progress as well.
Revealing area.
And look at all the utility used just to gain the angle here over towards B. Orb will be collected. TSM will gain the long-range vision
So
over
now
towards
because
this
they
B site. Defensively, rotation
lost the second round, TSM's only got the Shiko. Well, only really only got 2 sheriffs even. 3 classics otherwise.
Secondary flash will be spent by Brock. Spam coming in the direction of TSM, but they live largely through it. Both of our Vipers get tagged up. Overgrowth's at the ready on both sides as TSM will get a little bit further forward, but just a little bit outside. Flya takes down Gamon. And TSM will have to reconsider this approach to touch as they're still stuck at pillar.
Yeah, they're not making any progress at all at that spike. They're looking to transition. They have some mid presence with the turret as well as 7 out here with the classic. Sim watching the door, making sure that there can be no
They're
progress.
starting running out of time here. They're gonna have to start rotating a little bit quicker.
His team,
especially if they're gonna take this
holding
thing all the
out
way
a
around the
nice with some
outside.
Killjoy utility, including
30 seconds.
30
alarm
seconds
bot
left.
here right outside Arc to let them know, hey, we got to worry about the A split, not just through long.
Now Sim will put a little bit of a threat in towards mid. 7 was actually looking to kind of chase him down a little bit. Does kind of isolate Moist Moguls just a touch with these 2 defenders on site. 13 seconds left. TSM have to break on through this. And Bromo, my
10
goodness!
seconds left.
How does he get 2?
Spike
Thief did a lot of
down
damage.
A.
Give him some credit for the assist, but wow, just an unbelievable response from Moist Moguls. They received the hit perfectly, and it's a 2-1 edge for Moist Moguls early.
They'll just be able to.
And Moist Moguls using that thrifty from the previous round to start building something early here defensively on Pearl.
They'll just reinvest on armors.
They've had some pretty decent.
They can win this here. Would be big
against the guard. They put up 6, same against TSM in the victory, and they got 8 against Faze.
Quick reset across the way
earlier, so they definitely at times able to put together some pretty powerful defensive halves. And again, on a map,
all right, we gotta see what
where
Moist can do here.
Are so hard. Getting an early
TSM is only at half shield all across the board, so they can make sure they got.
Oh yeah, 100% the case.
Their rifles
You talk
across
about
the board.
tension between these 2 squads, it definitely felt like TSM offensively was really cooking with some gas, but different composition leads to different considerations here in this rematch. Still early days to be sure, but this round important for TSM to kind of establish their playbook, so to speak. And they already do have a Hunter's Fury that they could possibly spend if needed to either open up a site or hold a post plant.
Yeah, again, one of the pivots they did make was putting Kanpeki back onto the sky after previously experimenting like with Fade and KO and things of that nature. And again, Kanpeki has always felt at home on this agent, so you hope that means he can get activated, because when he came into this team on the first split, he was a breath of fresh air that this team needed, and he was way up there in all the metrics.
It's a long rotate now though for
throughout the
Sim.
second split. Need to see him back in action here in the playoffs. They're trying to pounce on this A site. Gotten some good space. They've done some damage. They haven't quite gotten the spike on yet.
Yeah, Moist Moguls may get a little bit baited here. They were
Why
looking
is
for
he
the hard
rotating
commit.
back?
They rotated and now are second guessing themselves. The timing could be exquisite for TSM. Hunter's Fury coming across the site. No one getting tagged for the moment, but it does at least allow Kanpeki a free plant, or maybe you would think Flyer
he could have delayed the plant.
able to deny the plant.
It's all right.
But as they lose Kanpeki, TSM will go into a 4v5 post plant situation. Come on, first blood. Takes it down to even terms. Then how about it? Still holding over towards the side at Link.
How did this get turned
yeah,
around?
TSM looking real clean with it. Really well done. Using the Hunter's Fury to guarantee the plant. And maybe a little lucky the plant
That
got
turned
down in
around
the first
quick
place,
for
but
TSM.
hold it nicely.
They also deployed a really nice nano swarm that essentially forced Moist to push through long A. They could not fall back because they would take further damage trying
All
to
right,
get
well,
back into the
TSM's
site.
got
So they're
two,
forced to kind of just
ults
keep
here.
committing, and TSM are all there waiting in good
You got the
position
Seekers
to
and you've
defend
got the
from that
Cosmic
long A
Divide.
position. So really well layered attack there from TSM and a great post plant hold, great utility usage. Definitely looking a little bit more fine-tuned.
I'll say.
Again, they are a team that certainly has a lot of talent, and at times they have certainly looked like a dangerous team in Challengers. They just haven't been as consistent. And I think what really happened is that Moist trajectory just skyrocketed so fast that it kind of took attention away from some of the other teams in the middle of the pack. You know, Moist separated themselves, and they've earned that.
Yeah, 100%.
That's why they come in as the favorite.
And I mean, we saw that. We saw the potential, I think, especially start to come through during the midseason face-off for Moist Moguls, where TSM were kind of still just trying to find their footing. But you're absolutely right. You know, the narrative was very easily dominated by Moist Moguls in this second half of the season.
You could argue they're number 3 behind M80 and the Guard.
I think that's yeah. I mean, some may even argue they're not even behind either of those two.
Yeah, very close. Just like this game, 2-2.
Yeah, I think the top 3 in NA Challengers are very interchangeable.
7, looking to put that pressure through our position.
I think if you were going to be looking for consistency, I don't think the squad from Moist Moguls, previously known as Breakthrough, have shown enough
into long B
to get the nod over those two teams.
Still 2 defenders present by B, Link, and Pillar.
But they can most definitely be either of those 2 teams on
Here comes
any given day.
This is going to be a tough take to finish.
Seeker's also part of that, but Fly actually deletes the Seekers immediately. So now Moist Moguls looking to hold it. Brock just steps right through the Cosmic Divide. Oh my goodness, the pre-fire coming out.
So big
because
the
damage, but he stays alive. Moist Moguls now completely reestablished their defense, but through screens, 7 gets a kill into Fly. 4v4.
Oh, you probably should have triggered held that. That's fine though.
Takes down 2 more, and that fight turns the entire battle.
Good round for Moist there.
Hold the defense.
Hey, Shift.
Hi, guy.
You know what's a great solution to B retakes being really hard on this map?
Oh, tell me.
Not having to do them because you own them at this corner here. I mean, you gotta love the double up at screens.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's risky because it's so spammable, and you know that they're probably gonna at least get one of you, which they did, but they just did not anticipate the second player being
they
there.
didn't even turn
That's
and
what
look
that
even
toss
after the
from Fly
second.
allows. It allows them to throw that sense of doubt,
until the second
put
person
extra
died.
numbers there, force TSM to be even more focused on clearing that corner, which frees up, you know, other opportunities.
Oh, tough fight here. Flash being held, but Sim had the angle beforehand. Although, hold on, Sim able to battle back. Possibility to claim a weapon here for TSM in what was largely a save. Deep knows that, wants to try to give it some sort of contest, but unfortunately still does have to back off. And TSM, they're not out of this round. 3v4, 2 rifles, and a lockdown.
Absolutely. Sheriff as well on the 7. We know that he's
kind of surprised Fly is still sitting over on B, but I also really like the discipline by the fact that Fly is still sitting over on
the
B.
defense here on the A side, just really trusting in Fly to solo hold B. That's a lot of responsibility, though. They do have the alarm bot still active in B Link, so at least Fly only has to worry about the long side, but it makes his rotation a lot longer, which kind of leaves us with an even battle over towards the A side if TSM do decide to commit to that B split. They've pressured Art multiple times, but usually Aproto's done a good job about fending it off.
Yep.
He will once again be tested here.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only thing that's really kind of give Aproto a little bit of concern
Interesting
is
that
the
they're
fact that some
rotating
of his
this thing
utility
through
has
middle,
been
but still
deleted before,
rotating it
really
over
allows
towards
them a chance
A
to fully hold,
regardless.
but this time it's placed a little bit more passively. Also with a little bit of re-establishment of the Seekers and more Sky utility behind that. Moist Moguls will have full awareness on where this play is. Flashing forward, Proto able to get 1. But once more, that's a chance for 7 to turn this Sheriff into a rifle. Nature does get hit by the Trailblazer.
Down to just Nature here.
Now he's the last one left, and Brock
He's left 3 rifles in hand over on the side of Moist.
But Moist Moguls clean on the 3v3.
Yeah, that Trailblazer took the opportunity away for TSM to fight as 2 on the site. They got separated into individual battles.
You got lockdowns on either side.
Able to come up with, so really well.
Yeah, Viper's pits on either side.
By Moist to go up 4-2. Now they have a nice ult advantage coming into this next round. They're going to have a full buy as well. TSM does still hold the lockdown and the Viper's pit, so those are some great tools to take and hold the site, try to fend off a retake. Definitely, though, Moist have shown their ability to put off really good holds and not have to retake.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest point. You know, we often talk about this map and you say, do you want to try to contest the spike in the first place, or do you give it up to play full retake? And we've gotten our answer for now, at least early on for Moist Moguls. And that's something that TSM are going to have to consider, I think, when it comes down to how much utility they're willing to spend on these executes. Because, you know, at the moment, it definitely feels like Brock is more willing to spend the Sky Kit than Kanpeki is when it comes to trying to control some of those forward angles, especially with the little battles we've had so far over towards A.
And Kanpeki, despite being on his trusty agent Sky, is still kind of slow off the starting blocks here when it comes to the frags.
Sure.
I mean, when you're playing a duelist list composition, that means your supporting characters are going to have to be the ones still being the tip of the spear on top of putting down the utility to, you know, cover certain choke points and clear out certain corners. It puts a little bit more pressure on everyone. It kind of spreads out that responsibility. And obviously, Corey could still be an aggressor as Sova, don't get me wrong, especially when he's got the support utility from multiple different agents on his team. But yeah, this is where you'd really like to see Campeki be able to break loose, you know, being on an agent he's comfortable on. And again, he was, I think, in large part, the second star of the squad next to Corey.
Sure.
Like, I think that he really changed TSM's, you know, trajectory when he was able to come on board and really be that guy next to Corey. And obviously, Kamal getting back to controllers, that obviously made him a lot more comfortable. And it kind of had a lot of different chain reactions on the team that kind of pushed them forward. But we're seeing them kind of struggle a little bit here to get things started. I mean, obviously losing a thrifty second round is a situation you never want to be in. And it seems like Moist are just in control of the game. You know, they're doing a very good job, A, being proactive at B, to where they don't have to play retakes on a difficult site to retake. And B, I think a Protoss is worth his weight in gold so far as defending the art angle of this A side.
100%.
They are, you know, as the Des already kind of alluded to, as we've already been discussing, they just have been coming more and more together as a squad.
All right, chat, back
they've
at it.
developed so much. They haven't made crazy changes. You know, they've, you know, stuck with it and doing wonders.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about it, you can kind of see it on the scoreboard, how many assists come across the entirety of the team of Moist Moguls. Not just on what we see.
TSM still moving very quickly down to the through A long.
And all that stuff. So yeah, the cohesion definitely been improved upon. 7 looking to go maybe a little bit aggressive here for TSM.
Do they respond with their own?
Very early on. Does give them full reign over the A site. There could be a Proto dropping his own lockdown to counter. Thief had one angle. Gravity Well trying to assist on that spam. But really not much found here, and TSM are still staggering their way in towards A. They're trying to fight over towards Link.
All right,
Viper's Pit trying to block that
yeah,
off.
but what does the Viper's Pit do if...
I
guess I don't know
out the
about
majority
that.
of mid, getting Lamont down. And now it's, the defensive lockdown will take over all of this Viper's Pit. So how long do you hold inside of this if you're TSM? Actually, they're trying to push forward through it, and they get absolutely punished. A decent opportunity. You had to do something, but Moist Moguls reap the reward, and they'll get to 5.
That was so well designed by Moist, man. Holy cow. Again, they're one of the teams that didn't make any changes at any point in time during Challengers this year. The only other teams that are in that same boat are M80, the Guard, and I guess G2.
It's good.
And you can see the benefit of that is like how well coordinated they really have become, how polished they've become. They just have optimized all their plays. I mean, Sim getting this frag so early, they're so quickly able to put this pressure through Art, lock down the Viper's Pit, and then they just wait. They say, hey, if you push, we're here.
Yep.
You got to leave at some point because
you got to
that Viper's Pit's got to go. How do you want to go out?
Tag pause, you
Well,
lose
they
a
decided to go out
round
in
and
their
they take a
shield.
timeout.
And Moist were, you know, more than willing to welcome them.
I think the coolest thing, though, about all the things that we've been talking about with this Moist team coming together is it's not just how clean they are, it's how quick they make the decisions that they're making,
Exactly.
too. So that's definitely been a big part of it, and that's something that TSM is going to have to consider here, because even with the ultimates coming through to guarantee themselves a plant, I mean, you may as well call that a spike contest. I mean, that spike was barely planted before Moist Moguls were already on their retake attempt. So speed and tempo definitely kind of favors the defenders at the moment, and for TSM, that's got to be the biggest thing you want to talk through is how do we try to stall out and maybe try to get some limited numbers a bit earlier on, maybe force some of these engagements to try to get into 3v3s a bit sooner, because Moist as a full fan 5, they're looking pretty darn solid.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of interesting storylines going for them. I mean, one, they obviously had the veteranship of someone like a Proto who's been there and done that in the Sentinel role and has been very successful at it. You have Sim on the opposite end of the spectrum as far as experience level goes, being one of that, you know, next rising duelist player, you know, like an Oxy, like what Redux is trying to do on Oxygen, for example. Then you have someone like Flya, who's similar to Poise over at Faze, has basically completely reinvented his career path.
Yeah.
After having his struggles on Faze in the past, he has come to this squad and he has worked so hard, and he has really just, you know, got to such a high level. It's like that whole Shaq meme, like, I didn't know your game, you know what I mean? And he has definitely shown it throughout the course of Challengers. He has been mint. Again, one of the best players in the league. So
I'll say.
Here we go, though. It's TSM's next chance to fight back with equal firepower, at least for the most part. Come on,
Honestly, I'm about equal. You got A Bulldog. Problem is, if they lose this round here, they're reset. It's over. Well, not over, but
seeing if they maybe can catch
turns into 6, turns into 7 real quick.
Or another. But I mean, Moguls are not giving them anything to really chew on at the moment. Maybe a chance here for Sim on this little cross. Yeah, well done. Timing perfect for Corey. Early numbers for TSM. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a TSM fan.
Yes, Sim was trying to see if he could catch a little bit of something and then back off, get that, early one-man advantage, but he does get caught on the timing there. Well done by TSM. Just kind of, playing back, anticipating that there might be some type of proactive play from Moist, and they counter it effectively. They've now found a Proto out in the back halls. They'll force him backwards to the snake bite, take out the turret, and really start laying the pressure down on this B side. They also have a lurker covering middle in the back rotation. But again, they just keep playing this corner, and then just keep shutting it down before they get down the site. How does this keep happening?
You have to shut that Pulse corner down. I mean, it happened through the Cosmic Divide last time.
Bro, what are we
Now
doing
Brock doesn't
here
have
for
anything that's like
TSM?
a toxic screen.
Real talk.
There's no way that should happen.
No, zero reason for that to happen.
That should be a trade at least. Like,
has to be
2 at best. You can't let them have 4. That's ridiculous.
It just kind of feels like on these executes, TSM are so worried on what's deep on the site. They're using all their utility towards halls and towards top tower that not a single flash gets around the corner on these toxic screens. I mean, that one was deep. I mean, Brock doesn't really get affected by it whatsoever.
Then he just, pushed right up on the Gammon. Just made him uncomfortable.
Wow. For TSM. See, they banned.
Bruh.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah. Just feels like another one of those missed chances. That should have been, I feel like that should have been a TSM round. Flat out.
Yeah. Or at least like a decent 3-on-3 post-plant situation, and then you see where it plays out from there. But the fact that they couldn't even get their foot across the threshold is, I mean, my oh my. I've never seen like a team be able to shut down B so effectively as Moist has been able to do today. And some of it is, just because they're in the right place at the right time, and just, the crosshair, you point it right at them, and there you go. Like, they haven't had to work hard for it.
Yeah, it really hasn't been anything that's jumped off the page outside the fact that Brock's gotten away with murder. Flat out.
That was a little bit better. They worked for that one. That was a good little flash peek there. That Flya plays off his teammate. Quick 5-on-4.
TSM trying to move quickly in towards A-Link. Proto stepping in towards the Nebula, trying to stay safe. Thief avoiding the flash, and still they hold the line. Snake fight. Sims headshot. No one gets in. Not easily, at least. And TSM. Well,
Dude, it's just not even close right now.
Guardian.
I thought this was going to be a close series. It's not looking close at all.
And it's just so weird
Moist
to see a
looks
7-2
impressive,
scoreboard, because
man.
these rounds have felt arguably closer if they should not have been closer. But man, Moist Moguls dominating.
They look really good.
Prior to this, the most defensive rounds Moist were able to get on Pearl was 8 against FaZe in the first split right before the midseason face-off. They are right near matching that record on a map that is typically pretty hard to win from on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
That round was even crazier because they had long A control, so TSM had nothing, dude. They're just getting funneled into an A site through Art Lane, and they're getting shot at from virtually every possible position that Moist could have. And now Moist are feeling bold. They're pushing B like they're feeling it, man.
This is where you turn the playbook to the chapter of we are better than you, and you start trying to get away with stuff. So TSM have to put together some sort of response here in this round, not just to get on the board, but also to make Moist Moguls pay a little bit more respect to firepower on the offensive side.
You have 3 people back at Waterfall.
Have some unique ground to work with here, deep in towards mid, so Moist Moguls will have to find some way to stay away.
Honestly, I might fucking turn this thing off here shortly.
There's a flank coming from Moist, so I mean they're kind of going to get boxed in.
Kind of
the middle
unfortunate.
Of the map,
I was
and they're
hoping
gonna have to kind of put their backs to the wall and fight their way out of it.
At least this
Brock
one will be
gets into
better.
an interesting angle. They're going to double swing. But Brock able to grab one. Info given. They know that now swinging B-Link to B-site. Flya can get here in time. And maybe even throw the Viper's Pit down and
Viper's Pit, Viper's Pit.
And there
Nice
it is.
play.
Called it perfectly done.
Oh, and Sim's closing them in. They're so fucked, bro.
Oh, boy. Boombot will establish. Dude, I mean, what else could you possibly want? Paint shells should
Oh, my
nothing.
goodness.
Sim gets 4. What? Get me out of here.
I have never seen a team
Wow.
as hopeless as TSM were in that round.
Brother.
They did such a good job initially taking, like you said, some really weird real estate
That's
that you
insane.
don't get very often, at least not with that many members. Usually it's like one lurker that might get into a spot like that. They had 3 players basically threatening defensive spawn and could go either way with it. But then you have the flank, the Seekers, Viper Spit drops, Boombot, paint shells on your way out. I mean, they had nothing. There was nowhere to go.
Oh, gosh. And now you're on.
I mean, TSM's been one of those weird teams.
So now you're on essentially a month
that, like,
somewhere,
oh.
some way. How? Okay, that's one way to get a first blood. Nature's still alive and healthy, mind you. If he gets this 1v1 with Brock,
like they did.
No, surely this isn't okay.
Bro, y'all can't be
Surely
swinging and making it that
TSM
easy.
wins, and they still are looking good for the 2v1, but Flya is fully healthy.
Like,
and has
TSM
saved
didn't
off
look
the
that
plant.
great to start
Ramon on
off
the
split one, but then they kind
corner,
of turned things
contact
around.
made, and things will reset.
Enough to make playoffs.
Gonna be able to meet up.
Playoffs.
Come on over here towards long A. Flya, for all he knows, they could be going the other way, but now he'll get that noise cue. Able to double back here. Still a chance for him to win. Come on, low health.
Stays on the correct side of the Cosmic Divide. Nebula creates at least some sort of visual
It's definitely
distraction.
interesting because there's no
down.
consistency. I think the
Pauses
other
things a while
problem
longer. Follow up from the
is
offensive
the
side will allow
separation from like the
TSM
top
TSM
teams and
in
challengers
rather.
to everyone
Ramon gonna
else,
stick
which is
for the
why
plant.
like the improvement from
Nebula
Moist is
Faze.
so
Flya
impressive.
hoping for some shots
Because
through
they
the
really
boxes,
were one of
not
those
gonna
teams that
work
was like
out.
sitting in the middle of
Post plant position will be split here for TSM.
like middle of the
Crossfire.
pack, right?
That's going to be difficult for Flya to
And
isolate.
you
I'll
could
tell you that
even
much.
say last split, if you look at a
How do you
G2,
try
who
to
was
break
like
down this dugout
third best
and secret play
behind.
A lot of space earned. Here comes the check. Does not look behind, and Nature will get that kill and an eBay thrift
Behind
out of nowhere.
M80 and the guard, who have kind of
TSM.
been like the two that everyone's expected
With the amount of HP
to
that they
go to
have
Ascension
build,
from
and that
North
was
America.
The perfect call. Like the
Like the
perfect
fall off
post-plant
between
setup
those
to just
two
set
and
that
G2 last
crossfire trap in dugout, so there was really no
split
way that Fly could get a 1v1
was
out of
very,
it.
very significant.
So kind of a wild round.
And I would
around.
even
Sim
argue
just kind of whiffing a rocket there.
that
Nature punishes it. They get a quick entry on A, so it's like kind of just
you can
everything
still
going their
see
way
the
on
same
both
thing
fronts of
over
the
on
map.
the other
Then they got
side
sprayed
of
down by triple kill. Looked like maybe the Moist were back in it, and
over in Group A.
eventually TSM do pull it out though as we get to our final round.
I'm still interested to see
Aldrone to counter Flya.
Moist
Not
versus
seen
the
initially,
guard
but
at like
will be
full
tagged.
strength,
Still gets
since the
safely
guard was
back
playing
towards
with
the
a
defensive side of
sub
the map. TSM will gain B long
when they
control.
played early on the season.
I'll tell you one
Or
thing,
early
here,
on the
Dust,
split,
if they
I should
commit to
say.
B, I guarantee they're going to throw utility on this right corner.
I guarantee you they're going to be looking at that corner with such intensity, eye straining. But the snake bite
Look at
double
all of
damage
that
as
utility
long as
that just
TSM
popped
being
up.
on the site, but Nature still finds the entry on the fly. So 5 on 4.
All right, so Seekers come out.
A Proto in trouble. Hunter's Fury now
Nice.
coming through.
That's one way to clear a corner. Throw the ult at it. Rock Thief, last one's left alive. For
Yeah,
the
but
2v4.
are they
Cosmic
going to
Divide
feel
at the
comfortable
ready, should
making
be
this
used here
push?
sometime soon, pending
They don't have
before
enough
they
time to
get ready.
rotate
This
to the
is gonna
opposite
be
side of the
head.
map.
Little flash.
Ooh, okay, Brock.
How has he done that? Almost gets more than that, but now Thief gets called and nearly gets the collateral, but TSM does what's required, takes the back 2 rounds to half, and we may have a game of Valorant on our hands all of a sudden.
Yeah, the lifeline rope has been thrown out to them from the ship because they were sinking. Now whether they can grab onto it and get themselves back up, that's a different story. They still have a lot of rounds to grab before that would be the storyline. Moist, at the end of the day, still found 8 defensive rounds on a map that they have a near 70% win rate on the attacking half. Like they have been known to be able to get, that 7 to 9 range of rounds in the attacking side pretty consistently. So they're feeling great about that half. Yeah, they lost the last 2 rounds. Maybe that's a little bit of momentum for TSM that gives them a little bit of something to kind of, hold on to coming into this second half. But they need that pistol. They need to close the scat quick.
And see, this is like what. It's funny. I remember talking with Connor.
Stack, all 5 members looking over towards
Connor?
Recon bolt out of the corner.
Who the fuck? Where the fuck did I get Connor
Sim
from?
runs
Tanner.
away, Brock able to assist,
I remember talking
and now
with
he
Tanner.
starts to make their move, but TSM fight back. Opening trades
Like midway through
Moist
split one.
Moguls
It's like
still on
this is
top
the
of
stuff that
3v2,
TSM does.
but
It like just
health
pisses
pools
off
are
their
low, and
fans. You know?
TSM take us back to level numbers. Now holding a small health edge as Protoss
Like you
down
do
to a
just
single
enough.
shot.
Like they do just enough to give their like fans.
We just
like,
have like a 5
like
on
hope.
5 battle royale at middle.
We did.
That's what it felt like. Now we're left with this.
Oh, Protoss, you can see.
Remaining.
Sure does.
That should be it.
Should be.
Obscuring
He's gonna have to do some magician's work here to try to get this spike back or find a way to win this one.
Nearly a
Uh-oh,
chance
almost
on
singled
come
that
on.
one.
Yeah. Now they just double peek him. No worries.
See, 'cause
TSM
now they
take
win the
both
pistol.
pistols. Now it's just down to
Which means
making
it's
sure you don't
probably
get
gonna be
thriftied, and
8-6.
we're back into it.
Yeah, I don't want that deja vu effect. That's for certain. They have won both the pistols. That's kind of helped them stick around. Pretty convincing one, but in a weird way. It was just very brawly out in the middle with everyone. Sometimes it's all it takes. Corey gonna get the Marshall. SMGs across the rest, except for Gamon, who does have the Bulldog. Got a couple of sheriffs out for flying a Proto. A Proto, definitely a guy who, I mean, just the eye test passes with the Sheriff.
Oh, all three of those guys do.
True. I didn't even see Sim had a third one. Now I do.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, he can hit.
Ooh, that miss? Hello?
No damage at all? Are you serious?
No damage. I was straight looking at the left of the UI, like, how many people did that just tag?
I thought he was gonna hit like 3.
Yeah. Well, the follow-up really good. The shock darts start to land. Nature's job made much easier because of it, even while Trailblazed. But Rock does only take down the first. Yeah, well received here from TSM. No antics for Thrifty this time. We're back to within 2.
Yeah, really well handled there from TSM, not letting anything get out of control. Now they come into a pretty big bonus, though. What?
Excuse me? I mean, there's a moment where like he kind of
a wormhole.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like there's like a little moment where like it kind of flipped up and right, and I don't know.
Now under rifles
maybe
here.
Just a slight bit of strafe.
TSM needs to keep this momentum going.
Like, maybe the timing was just a little bit off on the shot, and then threw it inaccurate. But man, that didn't really wind up mattering in the end. They still took it, but now this is a tough bonus.
Especially if they can pull off the bonus here. Because it would absolutely just destroy the
if they convert this, though, that would be massive.
econ of Moist.
That's exactly where I was going. I can find a couple of the hero picks. Essentially trying to play contest up close. Maybe there's a chance here. A little fake from Moist Moguls as they throw a lot of opening utility towards B, trying to swing this defense over. And
they're so smart. Look at that. They're like, there's no resistance on A.
Vacancy here at Art.
Yep, they're found a little bit
bro,
of a
they
gap
might even
here.
catch.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on
Gamon.
Gamon.
Pushed up too far forward. Gamon has nowhere to go, bro.
Pecky, Trailblazer are going to get some detection, but I like this from Gamon just staying alive. It's smart.
Okay, but he's still chilling here.
Doesn't really reveal too much, and now he's kind of cut this post plant into 2 positions, but does he predict the angles correctly? Yeah, sure does. Gets the first one. Vanessa's with some
It's
stars.
not much, but that
will allow
one's
the
big.
trade to come out, so Moist Moguls will still get their post plant over towards A main. Lots of utility from a Proto all over this site in combination of Thief. Nice little Tetris coming out with Recon Bolt to get TSM back in. They also force out the Nanostorm. Nice shot from Flya, though. Holds the initial kill. Down low, the ADS is kind of deterring of a touch, but it doesn't matter. Proto's there to follow up, and Brock will essentially finish things off. Wow. Clean post plant hold from Moist Moguls, backed up 3.
Yeah, really well done.
Nice score. I mean, it's reverse of nice.
Definitely was in a tough spot there. He got his 1 frag. Able to make a good call out. Definitely a chance. TSM was able to get some space, but in the end, the superior firepower prevailed from Moist with that Vandal in a Proto's hands.
Here becomes the problem, though, right?
Just kind of the way bonus rounds go.
Because if
the time,
TSM
loses
loses this,
now
they still have enough to invest. It'll be 6-10.
Here's where the real battle begins.
Then if they lose
Here's
that,
the
it'll be
real test for TSM to see
6-11.
if
They
can
won't
start closing this gap on the scoreboard. If
They need
Moist
to
can hit
save.
double digits and force a save out of TSM, that's where things get scary.
Yeah, I'll say. That's very true.
That's what's on the line here.
Another quick
I
show
thought
of
they're-
force here from Moist Moguls. Sim's going to commit in.
Buy would've
and
been
all the
fine
Nanostorm's
here.
There,
Nice
so
nano.
We go 1 for 1, but the defense has to respond to this. And the timing for Moist Moguls coming in through mid could be solid. The Nova Pulse does kind of slow things down just a touch, though.
Hold on,
7 was able to
2v2.
get 2. So numbers will stay even 2v2. Spike making its way on to B, where Corey could be in position to catch timing here. Thief watches
nice
it, though,
job by
finds the
Thief.
headshot, and now it's just down to Guamon.
Now they're in big trouble here.
And the Seekers will reveal him.
Yep, Seeker lets them know they're going to be coming in through connector
link
too.
Area, so they know they don't have to worry about their flank at all. They're actually going to
Or
flash
through
their
link,
way
sorry.
into B link and just try to run them down. They know what the economy is like for TSM. They know that they can take this rifle away. They'll have nothing. Meanwhile, Gamon tries to do a little double backsy. Little loop-de-loop.
I'll say. In
Concealment.
circles around one another right now. Time to get an issue though here for Gamon. He's got to go. He's got to go quick if he wants to make a play out of this. And well, Thief will not allow him to. 10 on the board for Moist Moguls, and now those economical situations you were alluding towards, Dust, become a very immediate conversation point.
You gotta love the fearlessness of Sim, knowing that he was throwing himself into certain death, but finding the entry along the way, doing his job.
And
to
then
get
just
space
like
and get
that.
spike down. Also, beautiful timing
That'd
on the
be
V-Link from
6'11".
Moist, but equally impressive grab wall timing from Gamon.
Mm-hmm.
In combination with Seven to kind of shut that down and make that round interesting for a moment. Nearly found it, but Moist able to recollect themselves and eventually went out to 2 versus 1 there in the end. Put TSM onto a limited buy.
Oh boy. Gotta hit some shots here for TSM. You do not want to see Moist Moguls get to 11 with ultimates possibly on the way. This time, those shows of force that we've had before will lead to an actual execute. Thing is, the defense is actually in a pretty solid position around this.
Wow.
Kenpecky deals with Sim quickly. Kenpecky also stunned. Cannot really quite get into the fight, but he's held off this offense very nicely.
Let's see, but they already know everyone else is coming down long
numbers
here.
hold here for TSM in the 5v4.
Yeah, they did not really have the numbers in the right place at the right time to really follow up Sim's antics there, and that's tough. And now Corey gets a second headshot on the Brock, and TSM putting up their own little stout V-hold here.
Kenpecky seen, Proto on the corner. Yep, just runs right into it, but Nature provides the trade plus more. Oh boy. Now it's just down
Well
to
done by
Flynn.
Nature.
Nature will take him as well, and eBay
It's a big
thrifty
thrifty.
for TSM. And yes, sir, we're staying tight here.
We got us a game,
That's like
ladies
one of
and
the first,
gentlemen.
little mishaps we've seen out of Moist Moguls. Like, it's something the timing was just a little bit off. Sim takes a new path to Satchels. Instead of back hauls, he decides to go towards Link, but there's just no follow-up with it. I mean, Brock's obviously in the Trailblazer trying to help pave a way forward for Sim, but the rest were still kind of back towards Pillar, and so it was like, really Sim entries or bust. And TSM responded really well. Nature played that round incredibly smart. Just how he was able to get that very quick initial trade, winds up with 3. And keeps TSM afloat.
Yeah, sure does. And Proto's just stuck on a Sheriff here, so talk about shoe being on the other foot. Chance for TSM to get right back to nearly level terms. If they could find a way to cleanly take this round, or just take it in general, would be fine.
Sim leading the way through Art. Number 2 in challengers for first kills per round. Not bad to have that guy as one of your
I'll
entry
agree with
man.
that.
Able to get some good footing into this Art building, but TSM equally respond well.
Toxins going up.
Alarm bot down, crossfire establishing the Silva in the sky. Oh, that was almost bad. Amon barely gets away.
Follow up yet though. No Moist Moguls on that damage. Still a little poke and prod in towards mid at B-Link.
TSM's, I really like their
Boombot
setup
will
here, though.
continue
Like,
forward, but TSM have backed off, still trusted the sentry turret.
far enough back, you don't
Yeah,
need
it's
to...
tough. Like, they're getting pressured at Link and Art at the same time. They don't really know what's going on. The Seekers will give them a way to kind of
Too
get
much
more
pressure up in the
aggressive on
middle.
Art side
But
and
as soon as they make a
maybe
like,
even attacking into mid directly,
move,
to try to
they
cut the
can
split
pinch if
off
they
before
want.
it can get started. But
Seconds left.
Cosmic Divide comes down, Flya clears a lot of space on this B site. It's going to come down to a B retake, and well, we know how hard those are.
Exactly, and Moist Moguls will be stacking on site here for this post plant. Not just because of the Viper's Pit, but Proto's even going to reinforce it further with the lockdown. This will get them back over towards the backside of B ramps. There will be a fight for it, though. TSM are coming with numbers. So it's going to be kind of 2 wars going on at the same time here. One from the front, one from the flank. Here comes the player on the back. Kenpecky, flash out, checks the corner. Proto, oh my goodness. We talked about it, we said it. Don't underestimate this man with a Sheriff. TSM from the front, also stifled. And Nature, yeah, he's gotten a couple of kills, but he will not be able to clear off the Viper's Pit. And oh
So they'll
my,
have
Moist Moguls hold from both sides at the same time.
Ooh, nice.
And it just goes back to what I was saying earlier.
I'm saying they'll be able to rebuy this next round
round
here, but then it's going to be...
B retakes when there's Viper's Pit and a lockdown. Well, you get the trend.
There'd be a trouble for...
And I do credit TSM for trying to
Map
attempt
point.
this flank. I thought that's really the only way you could dislodge the amount
Bro, they look bored,
of
dog.
utility that Moist Moguls
see
had at
Sim
their
in the middle, he's
disposal
like,
is to
yeah,
try to get an extra
cool.
angle of attacking on the site by flanking through. But Moist Moguls' bait and switch play was beautiful. Beautiful bait and switch between a Proto and Thief there to hold that flank. And once that flank falls, there's nothing left.
Wow. Okay, so TSM now back down 4. Called their second timeout. And you kind of have to have it here coming forward. And I'll tell you, Nature's having a great game. Seven's been resilient, to say the least. But like we continue to talk about, your initiation just has not quite been as successful as you were hoping for. Sure, the 13 assists is decent, but the kill pressure from both Corey and Kenpecky has been a little bit more limited than what we're used to seeing. And on the other side, when you kind of take a look at the initiation from Moist Moguls, I mean, 21-9 and then 13-13 from Sim, it's been pretty darn good.
Yeah, again, in the first split, Kenpecky was a top 10 player in almost every metric. Corey, still, through all the splits and the midseason face-off, is within the top 15 in almost every metric. And so that's kind of your two leading fraggers, and none of them are really able to find their footing here.
All right, big round for TSM. Just let you know if they're either going to be able to have a shot
again,
to push this thing to overtime or
more
not.
when you don't have a duelist. You don't have that extra, like,
if you go into map point and you don't have rifles, you're kind of
speed.
Mostly rifles.
Key round here from TSM. Lockdown Viper's been at the ready nature, trying to get forward. They try to lock down B long, but the thing about this is TSM are fully stacked here. Save one. It's 7 playing deep off the A site. And even though TSM get their one defender forward, they are missing out on information all over the middle of the map.
Yeah, a lot of resources were committed to try to get a deep spot on B ramp, and in the end, they still have Nature get a lot of damage taken, and they still get cleared off of it in the end.
Yeah.
So now they may not get here in time.
Oh, they surely won't. Sentry turret falls. A lot of the utility set up by 7 doesn't amount to too much. And so Moist Moguls will have a chance to set up their post plant. 7, you have to think is going to commit the lockdown to finding a way to back into the site. Even better if you can win it through mid-map, which looks like that's the position. Trailblazer out just to make sure the lockdown can safely get planted.
I'll let this round play out, but I
trying to contest this, and boy, he's actually held off the lockdown play for now. Thief gonna step into this, and oh boy, Kenpecky's in trouble, but he does get away. Keeps his life. We go to a 4v5. The rest of it from TSM from behind, starting to find some success, but Moist Mogul still holding. Sim earns up the showstopper.
Yeah, they're just gonna save.
TSM will back away and say we're not interested anymore.
I hate that the save's the right call, but it's such a
shift. I mean, it really came down to being able to find a way to get 7 in a comfortable position to deploy their lockdown to give your retake a fighting chance. You committed so many resources to that early B long pressure that you were forced into an A retake situation. And again, your biggest tools to make that happen are that lockdown and that Viper's Pit. But Moist knew that. They knew what pieces were going to be available, and they decided to take the fight head on an arc to never allow it to get into play. That's just good forward thinking for Moist Moguls to just say, hey, we're not going to give you the space to use that utility.
Turret out.
And they swat TSM back. Now, TSM, they do have almost all the ults, but they only got 5 more cracks at this.
Yeah.
And so they really have to spin this wisely.
Yep. Can't spend it all in one place. Definitely have to try to get this to stretch a little bit longer.
You could spin it all in this
round.
round.
Yeah, you just don't want to see it, right?
Yes.
Oh, Kenpecky gets tested by Sim. Holds his ground. Does Corey get spotted? No. Showstopper out. Corey
so with
in
their
trouble.
saved
And
rifles,
oh my,
they pretty much
Sim.
have rifles all the way across,
Does
but they're already
at least
down
keep
a
his
player.
life.
They wanted to make sure Corey was going down, bro.
I'll tell you.
You're not getting out of here, bro. The bullets or the rocket? Which one? Which one do you want? Taking it.
Oh, and then, wow, okay. Toxic screen drops. TSM have a little bit of a firing range set up. Viper's Pit going to get called. That will mostly extend in towards B Link. It's going to force Moist Moguls to have to hit over towards A, which they're quick to try to transition to. And it's really on to Guamon. If he can hold this with maybe even pop in an early Cosmic Divide, could be huge for TSM, but instead just plays through dugout. Flash support is here. Moist Moguls have been seen.
Oh, dude, come on. You need to hit that shot, bro.
Sim gets the kill. Proto will plant. And now it's last legs for TSM for the 3v4. And they're going to go quick. 7 trying to step into it. Proto says not interested. Try again later.
Nature.
And Nature, the top fragger for TSM, will not be
It's
able to
over,
get
champ.
anything done. Moist
Game number
Moguls
1
take
goes to
TSM's
Moist.
map pick 13-7.
I was actually getting prepared to praise TSM.
Look at Sim, bro. He just looks
really
bored.
Good job shutting down the B attack with the ults.
They all look
and having
bored.
a really
I'm
fast
bored.
rotation to the opposite side of the map. He's ready for that A attack that they forced Moist Moguls into, essentially. But I mean, it just didn't happen. Gamon goes down. That entry from Sim was everything. Then he gets Flowers' position on top of making sure they get the spike planted. And then TSM are run out of options, really. And they try to throw some haymakers, but they go down swinging. and it's Moist Moguls with another dominant victory on Pearl against TSM, this time in the playoffs where it matters most.
Absolutely the case, and now we lead towards dangerous tidings as all of our top seeds have looked comfortable really up until this point. Moist Moguls now get to go to their map pick for map number 2. We'll have the desk on the backside of this small little reprieve to break things down and then again set things up as we start to look towards map 2. Don't go far.
Playoffs. I just hope we
You
can
wanna
win a
ask your favorite
game.
player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings. The fan zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
All right.
Well, Moist Moguls were the undefeated team in Split 2 for a reason, and so far going to remain that way as they're able to take the first map, which then goes back to what we talked about, Bach, when we saw the map pool for TSM. This is one that they've had, but they ended up picking it up.
Yeah, I didn't
and
understand
they're
the map
gonna die
pick.
by that sword to start things out.
This really felt like it was a pocket pick, like an ace in the sleeve. They were trying to catch people off guard by coming in with maybe a non-standard pick by picking Pearl. And there's obviously high hopes that it works out for them, but in the end, it's not going to go that direction. It's just Moist Moguls doing what they've been doing. The final scoreline ends up being a 13-7. It's a strong showing coming in from Brock, a player we profiled coming into this series as well, one of the most improved players from Split 1 to Split 2 alongside his teammate Thief. Brock ends up finishing 22-9.
I'm going to be really interested to see tomorrow when Moist inevitably plays against the guard.
Game. TSM had small windows of opportunity, but I mean, the first half even was looking brutal until the tail end when they at least managed to make it an 8-4. It could have been so much worse.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting to see TSM pick a no duelist comp, especially with Corey on the Sova, because I feel like it kind of forced them to really play slow and methodical on attack because they don't have a duelist. No one can create the space that's needed. No one could run in. And although they had so much utility, there was no one that could capitalize off that space. And Moist Moguls knew that. They literally sat down on their sites and they just kind of like let them have that mid control, because at the end of the day, they can't really run into the sites, and they did such a good job defending the sites that TSM just really had no answer to it because no one could really run in. And I think that's where they really struggled with the most. And I think on defense side, they really started to like pick it up. All their util was really good. I think they have a lot of good re-clear util with the Sova and the Sky, but Moist Moguls, they were able to kind of manipulate the map a little better. And I love the way that they kind of like let Sim fly in some rounds, and then he would just get the pick or create the disturbance for his team to kind of hit somewhere else.
This comp was what worked for them against Shopify Rebellion. They went with this no duelist comp, so I can understand the idea behind play. But Moist Moguls just had no interest in allowing it to work. They were just kind of like, hey, like, it's cool that this worked for you, but like, have you been paying attention? We're just on a whole different level. And I don't know what it is about Moist that has just instantly, or not even instantly, that has just clicked. And
It feels like instantly,
excel.
bro. That's what I was saying earlier.
Coming out of the midseason face-off, it's not to say they played poorly there. They played good there. They didn't win the event, but they didn't necessarily get knocked out in the first round like some other teams did. And they played decent in the first split, I think, but whatever happened between midseason face-off and split 2, do that again. Just keep doing that. Don't stop doing that. Continue to do whatever it is you've been doing. Clearly it's been working, because now we move towards their pick, and this is not exactly the way that TSM, I think, wanted this one to go. I think they probably anticipated a 3-map series, but it's going to be really difficult for them now on Lotus.
Especially, too, when we look at Lotus.
No, they didn't give up.
They're trying to guess the maps beforehand, and it was a pretty
13-7.
clear consensus that, hey, this Lotus of Moist Moguls is
They're
not
still in the
necessarily
game.
a surprise. It
They're-
is a
they're
pretty good
getting ready to
map
break-
for them. I
they're
don't
breaking
think
down
it's
the second
worst
map before they go
whatsoever
in.
for TSM, but Starry, just with the performance that Moist Moguls has been putting up and just how they've been running through the split too. I mean, even if it's good for TSM, Moist is going to feel comfortable here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Lotus isn't a map that TSM has played this split, so I'm excited to see if they have something planned, because obviously like they left this map open knowing that Moist Moguls does like playing this map. They've played this map before. It's a really
Probably because
good
it was
pick for them,
boring.
and they've shown that they're very strong on this map as well.
It's not quite Haven. Like, Haven for Moist is an ungodly difficult map to play against them on. They have a 70% attack side win rate on that map, 60% defensive win rate. Lotus is, though, a common map. They've played it quite a bit. They've got 3 matches just in this split alone. They did lose it once. But they've got a 56% win rate on the attacking side, 53% on the defense. And we've seen them play on this map before. The clutch potential is absolutely insane on this specific map. When we watch them play, keep your eyes peeled for the way they play in 1v2s, 1v3s, even 1v4s. We've seen, I think it was Flya win a 1v4 or 2. We've seen Brock win a couple of 1v2s and 1v3s. We've seen Thief get involved in there as well. These guys have the clutch potential. That's what made this team so deadly in the first split and going into the midseason face-off. It's not to say they stopped clutching. It's just they didn't have to anymore. Once they were up in numbers, it was their mid-rounding that was allowing those situations to happen. Well, now they fixed that problem, but it doesn't mean that that trait is gone. They're still clutch gods. They're still dangerous. We even saw it in the second round with the Thrifty. That's something they've also been very good with. It's a team that you really can't necessarily knock down to a, oh, this round should be winnable point, because every round is dangerous from them.
It's like they can just have that little heart up their sleeve for later. Like, oh, we don't need to clutch, but we will if we have to. And honestly, how the team's been able to build out the skill set throughout Split 2 to be this force to be reckoned with at this point, Starry, I think has been really impressive.
Yeah, I think it really shows, like Bach said before, like they're all players who have such high individual skills levels, and they're also like really good at clutching. The fact of the matter is their teamwork has gotten so much better that they don't need to put themselves in those clutch situations, but if they are put in it, they will win it. So I think it's like they're very dangerous, especially like Lotus. They have very high clutch percentages on that map. So
if this thing starts getting out of hand early,
ever, like, have
I
to
might
be put
fucking
into
shut
a
it
clutch
off.
situation against them.
So,
Not gonna lie.
talking a little bit more about our next map in Lotus, what are we kind of expecting coming out, specifically to Bach, when we're looking at TSM? Because this is a team that we've talked about the rule changes, we've talked about testing a couple of things out. So, going into playoffs and now in a do or die situation, is there anything in particular that you're keeping an eye out for?
I feel like I want to see TSM play a different comp, something that we haven't seen from them or potentially even anybody. Like, roll the dice. You know, coming into this one, you're an underdog. So it's kind of like go big or go home. Like, you got to do something that maybe is going to catch them off guard. You thought the Pearl pick was that. It wasn't. You thought the duelist list comp was that. It wasn't. So it's like, okay, well, what do we do now? Because now we're moving into their comfort. This is a place they feel very strong on. We haven't really shown anything on the map, which could be to their advantage. We haven't seen them play throughout the second split. So what are they going to do? How are they going to adapt? What are they going to bring to the table? Will we see what we've seen from other teams like the Guard, where they bring in a Harbor pick? Or will we see what we basically see from Moist, like on Ascent? Ascent, they rock a Viper, which is kind of like bizarre. Not many teams are willing to do that. But it's them just playing like, hey, we did it and it worked, so we just keep doing it and it keeps working. Okay, well, does TSM have something like that? Do they have some sort of weird comp? Do they go to a double duelist comp? Because they have that flexibility if they want it. I don't think it's the time, but hey, you never know. I would like to see them lean a little bit more on controllers, try to get set up in the post plants, which is what we've seen from other teams. It's what works for them really well. At least on the attacking side, the map does definitely work really nicely with post plant setups, but I just don't know if that's going to be the case. Part of me wants to see that, but the other part of me feels
just don't
like it's going to
see
be same old, same old. I
TSM.
don't think we're going to see a drastic change, but who knows? They did end up swapping a lot of roles around. Campecki
Being
has
able
played
to
the Jet. Corey has played the Jet.
Go
We've
onto this
seen
map and
Seven play the Jet. We've seen Gecko brought to the fold from
all of a
Corey
sudden
as well.
see a
We've
whole
seen the
bunch
Rays
of
come in from time to time. There's so many
success against a
options that they
team
have at
that's
their
played
disposal.
this
If
map
they were
very,
to decide
very
to do
well
something
throughout the
different,
course of the
maybe
second
the
split.
Gecko's the play. I don't know.
Ooh, that's definitely a strong call out right there. I mean, Starry, where are you kind of leaning on this? Because I think it would be fun to see. Yeah, you know what? We're down one. Let's just go out there. But also for a team that's had a couple of struggles throughout Split 2, that also seems like such a big call to make.
I guess it really depends on how like the players are feeling, you know, like as an IGL myself, sometimes if
See,
games
look,
don't really go
they're doing
our
well.
way, the
Their
first map,
team
especially the
all
second
playing
map,
together
I'm
in
telling
one room.
everyone, like, you know what, if we want
It
to
just
change
feels
up
like
things
that's the
now,
play
like,
that
we
you or
can.
like
If
that
you guys
should
wanna
be the
go
way that you're doing
comfortable
it.
Like, you guys can make those adjustments, and I think it'd be exciting to see TSM do that. Be like, hey guys, we gotta put everything on the line, so let's do it.
I kind of like the
But
big old
also,
Optic Gaming
I mean, in the
beanie,
previous map
though.
that we just watched, like, we saw moments of brilliance from TSM. Like, we saw moments where we're like, wow, they're like really put together. They're like working as a team. I think they just need to clean up a little bit, and I think they can really take the next map off of Moist Moguls.
I feel like that's definitely where TSM's in a little bit of a tough position coming off of a hard split too, is that they are going up against the undefeated team. They are going up against this team that has scaled so much looking into split 2. So now it's time to see, Bach, going into our agent select for Lotus, whereabouts this team's gonna land, especially TSM.
Yeah, that's the one I'm really keeping my eye on, because I just don't anticipate seeing significant changes from Moist. It's not to say that they won't.
All right, time
but
for Lotus,
it certainly
baby.
Seems like they shouldn't. So we'll see what they decide to do. Corey does end up locking in the Raze. The last time we saw this team play, they didn't play a duelist comp, so they're kind of rewinding the clock a little bit to what worked for them in the past. This is when they played earlier on in the midseason face-off prior to their elimination. This is that same composition, if I'm not mistaken. So this for them is maybe a little bit more logical than what they did the last time they played.
All right.
And on the other side, it is exactly what you would anticipate from Moist Moguls.
We've got map choice coming in here soon. I'm gonna go refill my water
Hey, if it's
chat.
not
I'm gonna get
broke,
some caffeine
don't
as well.
fix it.
Oh, yeah.
And they've definitely had the successful track record so far to show that, hey, they don't have to fix anything going on forward. TSM, though, this is their chance to see if they can bring us into a map 3. It's all down to Lotus, so let's send it over to our casters to see how this one shakes up.
Interesting conversation between the Jet and the Raze. What do you want to do here if you're TSM? I personally think that this is going to be a test in resiliency, just going back to what was most successful for you. It did kind of feel like them swapping immediately Jet after losing in the face-off with the Raze. It was like a Moist Moguls like exposed them type thing, and they're like, we got to try something different. So TSM going back to the Raze here. Dust, any other thoughts as far as the draft is concerned?
I mean, I think it's the right call, right? I mean, I think that I like the idea of Corey playing Raze more than I like the idea of Seven playing Jet on this map. I know that Corey doesn't feel as comfortable on Jet, and that's why they kind of made the pivot to Seven playing Jet, but I don't think he's been as impactful as they've needed. So I think putting Corey on Raze, where he is very good, he's one of the best Razes in A, I think that's a really smart call. They've been very successful on this map outside of their loss to TSM with this composition. You know, they won against the Guard and Disguise in the first split. They also did win, against Oxygen in the midseason face-off. So they're 3-1 on this map. They definitely have the capabilities, but so do Moist. Moist are 5-2.
Yeah, it's been
their
one of
only losses are to G2, and they were both very close losses.
Yep, been one of their most played maps this season. Seven, little aggressive sentry turret, does get some intel that there is, some players here at mid. TSM uses that as a chance to actually open the door quite literally over on this connection towards V. Thief here to try to put together some sort of a defensive response. Oh, and actually catches Corey trying to run and gun him with the Fury or the Frenzy, but TSM still come away the victor of the opening exchange. 2 kills now tallied, and they'll find entry on towards B. But hold on a second, Moist Moguls are not going to let this plan come down at least without contest. TSM not interested, and how about TSM's pistol? 3 for 3.
It's the old classic run up A and fall back to B if it doesn't work, and they get into B pretty quick. And I will say credit to Moist, who got that initial kill onto B link and were able to get away, but then TSM makes that split through the front side, and they get both of those. And while Moist elects to fight rather than play retake a man behind, which I think is the right call, TSM were able to handle it no problem. So much better start here for TSM in a must-win map. Keep themselves afloat in the series. Sheriffs are out for 4 of Moist's players.
And if we've said it once, we've said it a million times. Don't rule out Moist Moguls with Sheriffs.
Maybe rule fly out this round, though.
Safe bet. Tried to get aggressive, gets punished for it. So, Brock, tagging. And Pecky's down to a single bullet worth of health. And otherwise, Thief on the other side of the map, man. It just feels par for the course, doesn't it? Execute
Isn't
looking.
there this weird concept where you feel like you're seeing something again for the second time that you saw before? Is that happening right now?
Corey, corner. Okay. Hey, Trailblazer kind of saves his life right there, not gonna lie. Thief gets shut down. Numbers still hold with TSM on their post plant. Brock continuing to get some tags in. Sim tested, dealt with. Come on, now looking to take an extra step forward. Frodo and Brock, the last 2 left, hitting from opposite sides. And as Brock drops, now it's just down to a Proto. will be revealed and dealt with. Clean from TSM, only losing 7, and now an opportunity to go to a pretty true bonus.
Yeah, when 7 dies and Campecky's that low on health, you're starting to wonder if it is indeed that old deja vu happening again for a Thrifty, but that Trailblazer from Campecky was so key. You also put a guiding light through that got them into the defensive backline. So really well played there by TSM. Great utility uses from Campecky. Good fragging across the board. And so that will put them up 2-0, avoiding getting ecoed, and now onto the bonus with 3 rifles. So a pretty hefty bonus for TSM here.
I feel like just kind of talking over possible win conditions with this map. This offensive side needs to be good for TSM. It often has been their best side.
Yep.
We'd like to keep that the case here. Playa on the corner. TSM stacking on the other side of this toxic screen. Spam shots push them back just a touch. And Moist Moguls will still hold the B side for now.
Yeah, TSM looking to make B a main option instead of a fallback plan with this initial presence, but was kind of pushed back a little bit here. Now they're kind of swinging back over towards mound position while also pressuring A at the same time. So they're trying to do a good job of creating presence all across the map, keeping the defense guessing. Deep though, jiggle peeking, low spot. A couple of players outside mound. They're going to threaten the door as well.
Flash over the top. Thief still has a star in place. Corey trying to get a little bit of clearance. The boombot.
Got rifles bag in hands for
ultimately
Moist here.
TSM not going to commit through this.
Or
They're
should I say
going to try to
first time
join
hands
nature on the other
Lotus.
side of the map, and if he can find this kill, and a proto could
Oh,
be
he saw a
huge,
proto
but
there,
only
right?
sees the elbow. And that may not be enough. TSM kind of missed a chance at a free
30
kill, and now they
seconds
kind of
left.
have to default to just flooding in towards B.
He had to
Rock
have seen
is
a
here to
proto
meet him,
there.
Dust.
Yeah, I mean, TSM has been kind of red here. Moist knows exactly what they're up against and where they need to be. Now it's about winning the fights. They haven't pushed off the side, though, by some good smokes and just good presence.
Oh.
Big push from Corey. He was spiked down. Close flyer response back. Yeah, you said spike is down.
Proto, Sin getting
back up.
kills. Guman just trying to hold inside the dark cover. He does get the plant, but he's losing all of his teammates, and now he doesn't have an exit. Classic is out. That will do it. Oh, how different that round may look, though, if TSM are able to get that plant down in the first place, but the spam is good, and Moist Moguls will shut down the potential bonus.
Yeah, TSM just kept, again, poking and prodding all across the map. They never really found the opening they were looking for. Like, they didn't get that entry from nature onto A side. It felt like Corey wasn't comfortable with making any more progress on the C side.
All
His
right, so
Boombot got
he
shut down so
dug it to
fast.
start here and out.
And so they, decided to fall back into the B play. Moist had a good read on it, had a good rotation, and ultimately come out on top, taking the bonus. So we kind of had that typical 1-2 pattern, I guess you could say, to kick off the half, but now we're on to equal footing, and as you said, this is where TSM needs to make their big strides because they have gotten 8 attacking rounds in all the games that they've won on this map.
Yep.
The time they lost against Moist, they only got 3.
That is ultimately where the macro storyline will lie. Rock Trailblazer not going to get through the poison cloud. Offensive Trailblazer, same thing. Not going to
They're
find
gonna back
clearance,
down
and
so
Sim
quick.
will hold on towards Rubble with a bit of assistance nearby out of
Where do
Brock.
they go,
So
C?
TSM will respect that, back off, and try something else.
Yeah, go all the way over to C.
Yeah, really good control here from Sim. It frees up the others to kind of cover other areas of the map. They can double up on C a little bit more confidently now that they have this forward position. Can also kind of keep a tab on E. Sim trying to go for more and finds it. That's tough for nature.
Yeah.
He was ready for that, but gets caught.
Oh, and now Thief's got the gravity well. Completely locks Corey in place. He could not burst through it. 7 does respond, and Guman teleports closer towards sight, but is shut down. Playa, still more to do. Not going to get the best of 7, who now gets healed up and has the opportunity to get a pretty good amount of utility down, but
Brock
Campecki
got
trying
one.
to move
It's gonna
forward
be
towards the
3v1
defensive
here.
side of the map. Is eliminated, and 7 will not find an exit. Moist Moguls tying us up at 2.
Moist keeps
Dude,
3
that
rifles.
utility combo at the doorway FC was
unreal.
Exquisite. I mean, just so perfect. Snake bite, grab well, completely slowed down Corey's entry, gets him killed. Flya picks up the rest, does heavy damage. And while that nanoswarm's placed nicely, towards that back hall to promote a plant, when you got that high rise, it doesn't really prevent them from getting angles on site, so you're still trapped once you plant in the corner. And so Moist able to come out on top there to even the score line 2-2.
Cool.
Again,
Upper.
another sample of just that beautiful utility at the front door to really get Moist out in front, and they never let go after that.
Placing swamp
Still
grenade.
enough for TSM to get a full buy
Oh,
here
you
because
mean
they
like
got
the
that
face
plant.
cams?
They do have Seekers available
Oh,
as well.
you mean, I know what you mean. Good call, good call.
Man. Lots of woulda, coulda, shoulda in this so far. But like you mentioned, tools starting to be earned up on both sides. Full gun round in play. TSM. Get out of my first blood onto Sim. That's just essentially just a
You right,
dry
you
peak
right.
for
My
both
bad, my bad.
players. So kind of picking up where he left off. Or maybe it was left short. Nature gets first blood, and now 5v4 starts to ensue where Corey's got Showstopper earned.
Yep.
All right, so
Star is
TSM got
cashed
themselves
out
the
yet
opening this
again.
time around.
Try to
They need
discourage
this
any more
round.
forward progress on the C side of the map. They still keep.
Already had to buy
Little
one
bit of a
stinger
line
because they didn't have
fly
a
us
bank
toxic
account.
screen here towards A side.
Oh, bro, they're gonna push right out to
Ben's
7.
trying to get aggressive though. This Moist
Yeah,
Moguls
I'll
getting
say.
everything, and
Wow.
they do catch 7. That's big.
Trail.
That's going to leave a
But
wide
now,
open A
TSM
site.
exactly.
Yeah.
They had
But
nobody
still,
over on
You get it to a 4v4. You've got a constant divide for a retake. The thing about this is, Nature, if he's the one, no,
Corey's
he's not
also
giving the plan. I was
got
gonna say, if
the
Nature gets the
Showstopper
plan,
available,
he will
though.
have Viper's Pit.
Yeah, no
That
worries.
will not happen. So it'll just be the Showstopper and the
I didn't even realize that. I'll be honest, I do watch parties
parties
between this and Apex. I think I was watching Apex last.
Safely. Nature, oh boy. A little bit of help from Kentucky, but it's not up
So I
to
think I
Fly.
moved it
Come
down
on,
for the
still
kill feed.
keeps the numbers of TSM though. 3v2. No more Cosmic Divide to be used. Brock shut down. Big kill from Kentucky. Flya now by himself. Poison Cloud out. Showstopper called in. Flya steps away for just a touch. You got to think that that trigger's going to be pulled here any second. Just comes down to where does Corey send it, and he guesses incorrectly. Now Flya knows he has an isolation,
Oh,
but there's
he
a
knew
blast
he was
attack
there. He just
lingering.
couldn't get the
That
kill.
takes his aim
I don't think
off
he would
and
have had
allows
time to get
TSM the
the
third round.
disarm
Yeah, really
anyways.
well
Would have been
done.
nice to get a rifle out of the hand, though.
By Corey there. Doesn't spin the Showstopper until he absolutely feels like he needs to. And then, like you said, a great satchel placement to push him off the aim and take the fight and win from main.
Get out of my
Brilliant shot there from Nature on the sim. That's kind of what kicked things off. And then TSM are just able to trade a little bit more efficiently inside the site on the post plant, keeping this game tight.
All right, so TSM's looking better on Lotus. I actually thought they were going to come into Lotus and
So a new variable has been introduced. He's looking to get aggressive on C with it.
not have a game plan really put together. They hadn't been playing on Lotus.
Angle earned. TSM. Oh boy. Shoulders away. Although, okay, Sim misses. Has to dash back. And Thief gets affected here. He gets stunned up. TSM looking to follow up with just some pre-fire. Not quite going to land, but that will be C Mound earned for TSM.
A lot of resources, though, to just get that space, which limits what they have left to hit the site or fall back and hit another. Either way, they've avoided catastrophe. They haven't gotten picked. They've maintained their numbers. And now, with Nature having crept up A side, they can pivot over with the spike. B flank being watched by 7. Keeping an alarm bot active to make sure they're not pushing through Mound either. A little bit of intel there from Brock on the guiding light towards B, knowing at least one is there.
This is all about
Oh, Flya's right there, bro.
Just on the other side of this nebula. There is utility just behind him. He's playing the anti-flash.
They're not going to see
Holding in
him.
a corner. You see a
They're not
proto
gonna see him.
just
They're not
on
gonna
his
see him.
near side.
They're not going to see him.
TSM largely flooding in through gate. Oh, and they don't use the
Oh.
guiding light to clear Flya. This is
Oh,
going to feel like what Brock was doing
Flya.
in the last map. Almost exactly to the T. Shutdown still comes through on the majority of the
Unfortunate, bro.
defenders here, but the damage may have already been dealt. Flya going to stop the rotation from Corey. Oh,
He's
now
just
7.
better.
Oh, Flya dirty. Clean shots.
Oh, my goodness.
We get tied at 3.
And again, Fly has been one of those redemption arc stories we've had in Challengers this year. He has been so strong for this Moist Moguls team, right up there with Sim in a proto as a top performer. And now is a big time play from him, just playing so patient, this double stack, waiting for the perfect timing after the guiding light.
enemy remaining.
And then he says, you know what, I'll go for a couple more. Why the heck not? I'm
Filthy,
feeling
bro.
it. And that'll tie us back up 3 apiece and put TSM onto a low buy. They do have lockdown. They do have Viper's Pit. But do they even really want to spend it around like this? I think that really comes down to what space they find.
Yeah, and if they could maybe find a kill and collect a weapon, then sure.
It is important to remember, too, chat. We've been
Stinger's up close to Viper's
seeing,
Pit,
for the
perfect,
most
actually,
part,
Absolutely. Just comes down to can you
That
actually
Lotus
get the
is
Viper
usually
in a good
more of
spot.
a
Lockdown is still ready. Oh my gosh, Nanoswarm
offensive
just
side of map.
without any other follow-up damage gets the first kill. Oh, that kind of takes
So-
the round out of play, doesn't it? And then a friendly fire Nanoswarm
with
as well. This makes matters
Moist
worse.
now taking the lead here
That was a
early.
hodgepodge of
Does not
catastrophe.
fare
I'll
well for TSM.
Wow. One guy gets melted by a Nanoswarm. Gamal teleports into his doom. Team frag. I mean, man. That was the worst kind of charcuterie board.
The games tomorrow, though, should be pretty solid.
Yeah,
well,
no, man, I was just smelling
maybe
dinner
not
game down
M80
the
versus
hallway and,
Oxygen.
like,
The guard
rain.
versus Moist is going to be a banger.
Okay. You know, firing in that direction. Food references start getting made on broadcast. It happens, but
You do you.
we got a fully ulted Moist up
Just
against
might have
a
to
full
pop,
ulted
live
TSM.
again for
There's
that
going to be a lot of
tomorrow,
ults
too.
being played here soon.
We'll see.
Look at Moist Moguls.
Depends
just
on kind of
take
where we're at
away
on
the C side of the map.
content and stuff.
Proto feel maybe even necessary to drop an early lockdown here just to slow down this TSM offense. Flya will enforce it first with the Viper's Pit. There is still space, though, around this site for TSM to work with, but Sim through mid gets first blood onto 7. So the offensive lockdown's now out of the picture. Dueling Viper's Pit will be going down as Ken Pecky will have that as a chance to get the spike planted. Oh gosh, it is chaos all over this A site. But the knives could be a huge difference maker, especially as the lockdown starts to get placed. That will allow Sim a chance to start navigating through the green mist.
Are they
Double
gonna?
pick in certain spots.
They're gonna catch everyone.
Corey still holding on the offensive side, steps right up, right click misses. Corey, big first kill, and he gets a second. Does get detained, but Moist Moguls, they don't have an angle to really follow up into it at the moment. 3v2 situation. Nature gets a double.
No way.
What are we watching? I literally do not know. Brock now in a 1v2. Cosmic Divide keeps him out of the picture, and, well, he will forfeit the round and just concede it over. We'll go tied.
I am so confused with what we just fucking watched.
You and I co-witnessed and tried to discuss. And at a certain point, Shift, I just sat back and I just said Godspeed to you. Now, whatever you could come up with on that, because I mean, 9 ults entered the round. How many ults escaped? I don't think any.
I think just the lockdown on the offensive side.
Yeah, just one.
You might be
Killjoy
right.
died early. 7 died early.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally it.
That's
That was
crazy.
a nice old 8 alt rounds.
Golly,
Good
bro.
old-fashioned Valorant.
Oh boy, I mean, it's just so hard to follow situations like that. I'm sure it's hard to play when you got dueling Viper's Pits, Cosmic Divide thrown in the mix. You got Blade Storm up close range. I mean, it was a wild ride, but we sit at 4-4.
Taking that back.
Wow. How about that?
What's up?
Just 8 ultimates. That's
Yeah,
what's up.
I don't know that I've cast around with that many ults thrown
Me
at once.
neither.
It was not easy.
But it did happen.
Yes. And this is the result that we were given. Which is all that
Full
really matters
rifles.
in the end.
Yep.
All right, so they drop Nebula in response.
Paranoia sent. TSM looking to put threat here over towards C. Boombot shut down. Sim trying for some pre-fire. Nothing will land. Gravity will
I like
also
their
spin,
way to
but
avoid a lot of this. They're gonna have the back
will
down
start
now
to
for the
make a
lockdown.
difference. And looks
They
like
don't
for
think
the
they
most
have
part,
anything to
Moist
be able
Moguls
to-
will not hold their ground looking for picks. They will just back off. And actually, TSM are kind of doing the same thing here.
Yeah, they're using it as a fake, or at least attempting to.
That's
They're gonna
really
have Seven
smart.
follow up on it by taking some space on the site. Soon, Moist Moguls are going to learn that there's nothing here. They already have a
30
proto
seconds left.
kind of doubling back towards the stairs of A side.
Get out of my way.
Oh, but a great catch from Nature. His lurk has been so powerful on the
That's-
A side of the
that's big.
map.
It allows them to get the spike down.
Remember, he's one that found that entry on the Sim a couple rounds ago as well, that same kind of maneuver.
Toxins going up.
And now TSM have a 5-on-4 post plant.
Yep, and one of the only ultimates we didn't have last round is now earned. Corey's got the showstopper.
Yep.
Should guarantee
Nature's
a
got
round here
lineups.
for TSM. Double snake
Especially
bite.
with double snake bite.
Yep. And Pecky pushed out. Well done. Showstopper spent early. Does not land. Flya does take a lot of damage, though. 4v4 we stand. First snake bite out. Brock not holding for the defuse. 7 uses it as a chance to collect another elimination. And Moist Moguls just running out of time here. Just so many positions they have to clear. Nanoswarm's also a part of it. And yeah, TSM clean on this post plant. Flya does make it interesting, but only marginally so, as TSM will break the tie and go up 1.
Again, though, remember it's an
that
offensive sided
Nature
map.
gets on
I
the
feel
proto
like
means
with Moist
everything.
already
It
being
means
at
that while
4,
the fake wasn't completely
they're
sold, they still get the
probably
benefit
pretty
of
good.
people
I
being
feel like
out of
every
position.
round
Proto
here
had an
after.
idea this could be occurring. He gets caught. It really just unlocks the site. And then when you have Showstopper and lineups available to just keep pressure off the spike, I mean, there's just not much Moist can do there. Very well done by TSM. Again, Nature is having a hell of a game.
Yeah, he is.
His his presence alone
Yeah, the question, though,
has made
is,
this has so difficult for
can
Moist.
Nature pop like that for
And
the entirety
Corey
of the game?
obviously is starting to get into the mix a little bit more. Same with Kanpeki warming up back on the sky again. So, I mean, you're starting to see TSM spread their wings a little bit, show you what they're capable of.
Yeah, but it's
Moist
an
Moguls, though, still
offensive-sided
very
map,
much in the
bro.
mix.
Like,
This is a map for them where they are also very powerful on the attacking side. So,
I don't know, man.
I mean, as long as they can just hang in there and keep this close, maybe pull this out 6-6 or something like that, they'll still be okay. But
Sure.
at least we're seeing a resurgence from TSM, which is nice. They're not just falling over. They're constructing another great attacking half. They're on pace for that 8 attacking rounds that they normally get.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest takeaway here is that even in the rounds that they've lost, I mean, look at those 2 diffuses in round 3 and round 4. Those are both winnable rounds, largely speaking, from TSM. Just a couple of things go wrong early, and it kind of keeps you out of the running. But yeah, I think largely we've seen a lot of really cool looks from TSM, and it's provided Moist Moguls a bit of, you know, separation from what we saw in map number 1, which was contest.
All right, so
every
Moist
spike
now
fight,
got
don't
the
let
broken
spike
buy.
go down. That has not been the case, although things are changing.
Yo, they are pushing
Sheriff's
up
out,
hard
1
on
hero
A.
rifle for a
This is a
proto,
good
and
read,
Moist
too.
Moguls have already taken over space on both outsides of the map, looking for even more than that. Goodness, look how far forward Sim is. But he will step no further forward. Just going to play a little bit of an off angle and see if he can go 1 for 1.
Yeah, they're keeping Thief on an aggressive angle at C mount of trying to hold this forward A setup as long as they possibly can while using the Killjoy utility to kind of guard the front side of B. Because they won an early fight here. This is where their weapons are going to have their best chance to get something going.
Plot out, Trailblazer in. Sim gets 1, dashes
Sim got
away.
1 and was able to get away.
I mean, come on.
That
is unbelievable. And now
and
Thief on the other side, he may catch
He's gonna get
time
1
into
too.
Galon here,
Oh,
who
no,
is looking, he's searching, finds the angle, but no way, just cannot happen.
All right, so they still get spiked
Still,
down
the
because he
trade
has
is
time.
in. It does provide an opportunity for TSM to plant, but it's going to be a 4v3 with 2 rifles in the mix now for Moist Moguls, with a chance for a Proto who initially had this hero
And
rifle
Corey's
to
off the
still
board.
hold.
Corey's
Yeah.
off the board right now. He's way far back
30
still in
seconds
spawn,
left.
hoping to catch someone flanking.
Oh, goodness. Big save for Nature.
Yeah,
Dude,
Proto
he
needed
has
to
been
get that one.
money this map. He might save the day yet again for TSM. He clears the way for the spike to be planted, but that's a big kill from Brock.
Becky, same position, long range shots. Sim, good for the kill. Corey now by himself. Does take down 2 with the paint shot. Wow, he gets all 3. And the eBay clutch goes Corey's way. A sudden 1v3 comes to play, and TSM hold on to the round, if only barely.
Indeed, it was definitely a tight one. Sim and company definitely put the pressure on, finally opening 2 blows of the round. Corey, obviously beautiful clutch there, no doubt about it, but you need to also give credit to Nature, because if it wasn't for his frag, Corey would have never been able to get into position. He was really far away. Nature bought that time.
Oh, imagine he
Quick
hits that,
shots
though.
coming out. This time it's Corey who dashes over. Sim not able to connect. We'll go 5v5 early, but TSM will earn that A-long position with maybe more to come here at mid.
That was an ambitious shot he took at assuming Corey with the satchel. Now you get smoked off the position. B now being pressured. Brock trying to clear the front side of the Trailblazer. Also clears out the turret. But again, TSM's done a great job this half with this multi-prong pressure. They've been able to like poke and prod all across the map, leave their options open, and I think
What
it's
is
really
the
made it
setup
tough on
they're
Moist
running,
to
though?
always have the right read. It's kind of forced them in rounds like the one you just saw.
And why would you
previously
now
just be
rotate-
proactive somewhere and just try to take some map control away and find information through process?
Okay, they're gonna
elimination
end
as
up
opposed to
pushing
just
this B,
being
right?
able to play back and kind of guess.
Why would you push
what
this
pressure
C?
is TSM really going to follow up on, and what is just a feint?
I was gonna say, I feel like you at
We're
least
gonna
have
see it
more
again.
information on A
Corey
than you have on
feinting
C.
Over here at C, misdirection is the goal here.
Does get caught though. Sim, op shot lands. Uh-oh, maybe a little bit too cute here for TSM. Now missing out on numbers. Snakebite will essentially mitigate any of that early pressure from the paranoia. Brock on the cross. Traded, but numbers still hold with Moist Moguls. Gamon is pretty stuck, flashes out. Help from Sim, though, keeps his teammate alive and well, and Kanpeki tries evade. Got dashed into. Time is going to be the issue here. He's going to have to try to get this kill and plant, and he's now lost the opportunity for the plant. Does get a second kill, but nothing more.
It's all right, though. You got
Moist
the
Moguls bring it back
you got
to
the
within
op.
one.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Sim. Coming back the stairs, grabs that kill, then gets into the closet position in the back of the site, plays a nice crossfire with Flya, who was inside A main. He also did a great job snake biting the cross into the site. So that's just good team play from Moist Moguls through and through. Just playing off of each other, responding appropriately. They felt pretty quickly that Corey's push into C was indeed just a little bit of a jab. But the big punch was coming on the other side, and they handled it
So
just
you
fine.
feel like
Now we
Moist
have
has
the final
already
round to see if
done
this thing's gonna be all
more than
squared up,
enough
or
here in
TSM
their
can
hat,
still
right? Being at
eke
5.
out a
Even
slight
being
lead
down
as we transition
5-7,
sides.
you'd be all right.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you're pushing up.
Rapid
Where are you
flash.
going?
Oh my, bold.
That was maybe a little too bold.
I will agree, but all that settled, it's still a 4v4, and yeah, the Seekers will eventually
They are
get
getting a lot of
TSM
utility
mount
out of the way
control,
early, so I kind of like that play.
but we'll say Moist Moguls not going to give anything away for free. That's how much is for sure, as TSM have now taken their attention over towards A, where Proto's waiting for them.
Yeah, it's like I feel like he would want to dash more up than forward to try to get some daggers off after the flash, but instead just kind of runs to a clothesline.
Yeah.
And 4-on-4 is a tough place to be on a 3-site map defensively. A Proto's trying his damnedest, though, to buy time for this rotation. He's trying to jiggle limits, we get all the utility, he gets his frag.
Beats the timing on it. Showstopper out. Oh, hello. Corey just rides right on forward.
Screen down.
And we get to a 3v3. TSM in control of the site for now. Moist Moguls trying to change that. Lots of utility being spent, but no one checks down towards drop, and that's enough for Corey to essentially dominate the high ground. Flya from the flank. Would
You really have to
turn
fly
the
if they're
attention
going to be able to
TSM,
get
whose
entry
post-flank, to be
in.
fair, is all on site for now. An exchange of smokes. Gomond on the other side of the poison cloud. As Flya starts to scout things out, Kenpecky, no, not going to be caught by surprise, and now Thief is left by his lonesome. First shot lands, hold on. Does he have a 1v3 for us? First is pretty clean. Timing not in his favor. Kenpecky dealt with, toggle of the spike. Does he force out the challenge? No, not quite.
To your right.
And Gomond has beat him away, and that will be good for a 7-5 half for TSM.
It's all right, though. Again,
Yeah,
I feel
good
like
half
Moist
for TSM.
5's
They get
good.
the pistol,
5
they
solid
convert on
for
the
Lotus,
follow-up,
right?
Avoiding the thrifty that they had in the previous
Especially on the
map.
defensive side.
A little bit of a rough patch in the middle, very back and forth, very scrappy. But TSM finished nice and clean these last couple of rounds to pull it out 7-5.
Enemy remaining.
Again, I think that they're just kind of slow rolling spread aggression was just really well executed.
Oh.
At the time.
Swarm grenade.
Really the only slip was that one round Corey got caught at C and Sim was able to make the rotation to defend the A side. But outside of that, TSM were, you know, in control of the latter part of that half pretty much all the way through.
But
Now-
this is where things change. Big success for both teams offensively. 62%.
Yeah,
Moist
TSM can
Moguls
win the
compared to
map. It's
TSM's
just
defense only at 42%.
usually it's kind of felt like the magic number
so far in this
on
matchup.
average
Won every single
is
one
like
of them. This
around
time,
the
though,
4 to
TSM
5
followed
mark.
up
If you
guard
get there, you're
round,
solid.
and
If you
Thief
start
fly
on
it will get the
defense.
first 3 kills, and
because it
that
seems
was
to
all
be
just a
more
bait
of an
play
offensive
from
side
Sim
of
and
the map.
Proto through mid.
Yeah, they baited the paranoia.
Honestly,
out
I'd
into
say
the
4 you're
hallway
solid.
because,
5 is like,
you know, are trying to really make TSM believe that they could just try to play through that, and instead they eventually just come up behind them at C Mount and say, "What's up?"
Flawless.
Flya does so 3 times.
Yep.
but yeah, I mean TSM can still win the map. It's just it's
Okay.
because
Pretty
of the way that the
convincing.
map's
Pistols, I'll
designed.
say.
I would
That's
say it's
pretty
very
convincing. Not as
hard to
convincing as it gets.
consistently
2
win
rifles,
rounds.
3
on
rifle spot
defense.
already. 4 rifle spot already. Okay then. Ain't no bonus gonna be happening from their perspective. Fair enough.
Flawless.
I dig it.
Okay. Try to turn the edge here as Moist Moguls. See if TSM can make it punishing. Who are, I mean, no extra pistols here, just classics and a shorty.
Yep.
But they do get C control earlier after rip.
Yes. See Moist looking to play the old send it A, and if we don't like it, we'll go to B. Nothing really found with that Trailblazer.
No, not at all. Chance here for TSM to make
Nice
this
with the right
punishing,
click
but
from Nature.
will only get one. Spike not planted yet, though, and look at TSM just dive in towards side. Corey trying for it. Kenpecky getting one, though, on the other side of the site. 3v2. Kenpecky and Guamon still at relatively decent health, but none of the rifles have been picked up yet. Flash out. Kenpecky trying to find a peak. What's
So
this?
they know they got
shorty?
one in the middle now.
Just making hops happen. And, well, Brock not interested.
Not at all.
Oh, hold on.
How did he get so many classic frags on the TSM side? Now he's
I have
got
no
a
idea. Winnable. Oh.
He almost got
Still
him.
winnable.
Spike's planted, but
But if he finds that jump peak, you start to think probable.
Yes.
Now stack up 1v2. Both flashes spent. Come on, searching, hunting, and no, double swing is there.
Nice,
Moist
double
Moguls
swing. He
will
kept
take
them
it,
both
but
up here
it is
too
a punishing
for
round.
Moist.
Only two
It
of the
is.
rifles will extend into the next.
Exactly. They spent a lot there, and they only carry over 2 rifles, so it's going to be an interesting call on what they do next. They are going to be able to get a 3rd rifle up at least. Almost a little bit of a death by 1,000 paper cut situation being dealt by TSM, but eventually Brock
for
able
real.
to stop that
Even
one from
still,
getting
bro,
away
they
from
all
them.
look
Gonna
so
tie things up.
stoic. Like,
yeah, they're going to have to go with upgraded pistols and a stinger on Sim, so this is definitely even a worse bonus than you would have expected the normal way. So
yeah,
it's tough.
Okay, important round here. For both sides, for TSM, the expectation is with weaponry that you will win this round. Moist Moguls, you find a way to get this bonus off. Boy, I'll tell you how much that will change the momentum. Quick execute for Sim in towards B. Spike now following up. Brock gonna get the plant off. Keep your eye on Guamon though defensively, trying to lurk forward. It's Thief in front of him with a Sheriff.
oh, come on, so far up.
Come on, info on it, but no, Thief still gets the kill now. Weapons collected, 5v4. Oh boy, not looking good for TSM here.
Living up to the name, stealing that one away.
If TSM drops his
Oh boy.
round and
Corey does
resets
get one. Hold
their
on, maybe a chance. Sim
econ,
backs out.
they're in a
Nature
lot of trouble.
chasing, shut down. 7 forces a peak though. 3v2.
2v2?
Corey turns it into an even numbers game. Flya though in the back corner always sees ball.
Oh,
Flya,
Flya, bro. Just chilling on his trigger till he knows he's got both of them.
You know I was going with that.
I did.
Everybody knew what the next line was. Don't even need to say it. That's a big round to win with the resources they had, man. It was looking kind of grim, honestly. The Thief,
Stay down.
living up to the name, stealing that frag, open up opportunity, and then fly up. The patience to pull off a big play, and that puts them out in front and now into a full buy, and TSM on the worst end economically. And they had 2 ults.
There we at
Looking
Chico.
great for Moist Moguls right now.
So they can at least go half shield all the way up on TSM, but it's going to be tough.
Well, TSM hunting for some ground to work with. They do get a forward sentry turret in towards pillars, which 7 will still hold here at that mid cross. Nature, careful. Wow, wait a second. He almost gets one. Actually,
yeah, he lived
nice,
a lot longer than I thought he was going to.
I agree.
Gonna need to use all that regrowth. I need it.
Brock gonna stick for the plant. TSM are here with all their numbers, though. They still have tools to try to break into this. I mean, they got a full utility out of Kenpeki, who does get a first kill here on the entry. Trailblazer shut down, but you've got Pain Shells, Boombot, lots of tools here for TSM to work their way forward, but Sim, he makes safe the waterfall. Brock still holding on the cross,
Yeah,
and no one
it's over.
will drop. Moist Moguls cleanly get the
Well,
9.
not yet.
Yeah,
This is
are
the round that
definitely
basically
playing
makes or
an
breaks
up-tempo style, which they're very capable
chance
of. I
of
think they're another team
anything
similar to
for
the Guard
TSM.
that has a lot of different ways they can play the game. But I do think that they're at their best when you're able to just play these more aggressive setups where Sim can kind of just be unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, that's
with,
the
you know,
way
some good
it
supporting
definitely looks
utility
like that
from,
way, doesn't it?
You know, Thief and Brock and
Bronicus.
Flya, and just kind of take space quickly and then just get comfortable in your post-plant positions and you know, use your superior team play from there. Big round here for TSM.
Yep. Not a must-win, but it would be nice to have.
You're right. It's not a must-win, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's about as close to a must-win as you can
Biggest
get without it
opponents here is
being
the
an
fact that
actual
there's
must-win because
key
you still get
ultimates ready
rifles
for
next
Moist
round.
Moguls, where
Yep.
TSM are just a touch short. I mean, if you had things like Seekers and a Showstopper, then we can start saying, okay.
Yeah. Taking a lot of space early. Gonna be able to get the spike down, probably put the Viper's Pit down on A.
Got your trail.
Seekers go out first to help make sure they can take the site. The Comet Divide.
What the
Fits one in.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Just before that Comet Divide goes up. I'm telling you. Actually, you're telling me.
I told you
Spike
multiple
goes down.
times.
Handful of times.
He's earned it.
It's a good Viper's pit.
Pit will be used here for the post plant. Thief. What?
Nice. Oh, I thought he was going to get the third.
Goodness. Stop it. Stop it. 2v2 situation. Oh,
yeah.
my goodness, bro. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
I'm going to need a slow-mo of that. I need to appreciate that in all of its glory at the minimalist speed so that I can appreciate every pixel movement. Oh, my God. That shot was disgusting.
He just about done fucked around, almost turned around, snapped on that killjoy too.
Okay.
Like, hey, Nature, I saw that shot you hit. Let me show you a little something.
Let me show you something.
So if you drop this round, you have no econ
Yes.
for
got weapons, light
the
armor,
following
sure,
round,
but
so
you've got
you need
three
this.
huge ultimates, potential for more. Gabon getting aggressive here over towards A. All that behind the offensive.
Hey, it looks like we're gonna be getting done just in time for NBA Finals. Let's go.
Towards mid, pulls the defense back, but 7 here to meet it. Good first blood.
Yeah, it's like Voice want to get out of there, but 7 doesn't allow it. He takes one with him.
Yeah.
Good response from Flya, though, towards Rubble. Gets it back to a 4-on-4. Corey, oh, beautiful. Blast pack to stop him from getting the showstopper off, but he finds the frag nonetheless with the Vandal. This is back and forth.
Yes, a bailout right there from TSM. That was Corey's own blast pack.
Oh, okay.
Nearly kept him out of the play, but still the kills come through.
It would make
Regardless of the
sense
means
because he's
of
the
them.
only one that has them.
Correct.
Sorry. I got lost in the song.
I got a little excited there. Flash out though.
All right.
Secures it. Fly a last one left. Don't rule them out, but
Well, I mean, so
1v4 at 61 HP.
This is a very offensive-sided map.
Make Reddit, tell you that much.
He knows. Yep, doesn't matter.
So even
7
though it
finds
was
an
like
angle to play the
technically they were
crossfire
up
off
at
of.
half,
If he wouldn't have found the frag,
7-5.
you certainly though Campeki would have.
Once they switch sides.
So that is going to be that must-win round going their way, keeping them in the race. Big kill from 7 here early.
Big round for them to win there, though.
Corey gets the job done here.
Very, very big round for them to win there.
Okay.
Well played.
Now everything starts to stabilize a touch. 10-8.
Mm-hmm.
Still have ultimates available for TSM. Full weapons essentially on both sides. Save Sim, who's going to go to the Blade Storm. So the last round was a must-win for TSM. But yeah, absolutely. This round can really turn things into a level game, though, if TSM will go back-to-back.
Yeah, if TSM wins here, all of a sudden where it looked like I was in trouble, now all of a sudden we're back to having a game.
Now. We've had a lot of kind of one-sided affairs tonight, but this one is certainly up for grabs.
Quiet walkthrough turns into Sim bursting on towards Heaven. Nature not quite able to get anything going here at day, so it's going to be a quick plant for Moist Moguls. Lockdown for the retake, you have to assume is coming, though.
But there's going to be a good bit of post-plant utility to make it tough to feel comfortable getting this defuse.
Ooh, big shutdown. Sim looked for some timing. Guamon takes him out of the air. And now the lockdown will do what's intended to do. Fly is going to lurk a little while longer, but steps out, no worries. Off to his left was 7, who has to break through the doorway. Flya sneaks forward. Guamon trying to beat him to the punch, but not going to work out. More on the way. Moist Moguls post plant looking good.
Down
to
Corey.
1v4, he's getting shoot up through the walls, and Brock will finish him off. 11-8 we go.
And what, they'll have a mix by here?
The lockdown, the fact that they shut down Sim, I actually was kind of favoring TSM a little bit there. I think what really hurt them was Flya being able to get past B-Link and just get a nice angle near stairs to deal some damage and start creating a crossfire with his teammates on the site, who were able to get back on after avoiding the lockdown inside main. And so now it's 11-8 favoring Moist Moguls. They are nearing map and series point here, and this is a force buy from TSM, all they can afford.
Yeah. They're looking for something quick. Paranoia is already spent to get over at A. Guamon on this cross. Can he spam anybody down? First shot
hold
good.
on.
That Stinger at long range, mind you. More on the way. This one's closer up. A Proto does take it to a 4v4. Campeki still close by. Thief challenges, finds the win. Nature trying to work on the long flank, but Moist Moguls, the only thing in their way is Corey if they want to get the spike plant today.
Yeah, and Flya seems to be kind of weary of this flanking position, but the way that this is constructed, it can still get awkward, and Nature finds the frag and will... No, he doesn't actually go for the ultimate upgrade. I thought he was going to push all the way
Corey
through.
can still
Now
get
he
himself
might.
a nice
surely should.
first peek, right?
This is key for Corey.
Oh,
shoot,
that
what
was
is
your
the
spike.
Showstopper now being earned, gets immediately spent. And Moist Moguls are trapped at the back of the site until this fuse expires. How does Corey spend it?
Oh, dude.
Just gets exhausted over towards his left. Moist Moguls now on the recollection. Good.
Nice,
Blast
keeps him
attack.
away.
Delays
Keeps him
even
away.
Further sound cues out, but Corey still falls. Hold on, 2v2. Contra Divide now at the ready. 7 trying to get involved. Sentry turret down. Trying to contest over towards ropes as the Proto extends the clock as the spike goods planted. Nature, good first contact. Down to a Proto for a 1v2. Not gonna happen. 7 shuts him down and TSM right back
All right.
Indeed, they are really well played.
TSM keeps the
I do
fight
have
alive.
to say, though, I don't like that Moist only single cleared A main. I think they needed to double up on that. If you know Corey's still alive, you know he's one away from the showstopper, you know it's possible he's A main. That's why you're checking it in the first place. I think you have to give him a tougher fight than a 1v1. I think Brock needed
I don't
someone else there
understand
with him
why
to
you
double
clear
swing
that
and
corner
allow,
with the spike.
you know, them to be able to more quickly trade that off.
That feels like such a throw.
So that's the only real thing I can nitpick at there.
Sure.
But all in all, still, you got to give credit where credit's due. TSM played that so well. Such a critical round as well.
11-9 the count. Sim hit up by paint shells. Oh, and Corey just gets out of there.
That could have been huge.
Yep.
Are they just going to try and follow this push into B? I feel like it's aggressive.
We'll see him at the very last second as Moist Moguls will get entry in through this broken B door. Corey, oh God, I mean, how many lives does the guy have?
A lot.
Shorty out. Corey still gets a kill. Fly is shut down. Sim
You got a
next
kill and
up,
a tag on
but
one,
trade is
actually.
confirmed. Spike being planted. Brock will get this down successfully. Nanostorm's not going to amount to too much. Cosmic Divide still ready for the offense. Nature could just pop the Viper's Pit, though, and earn them an entry back in towards this choke point. Stars at the ready. Paranoia comes out.
Oh, a Paranoia missed
Here
everybody.
comes the double check through both archways. Brock down low. Sees the free fire out. Gets the elimination plus more, and then Sim finishes off Nature, and we've got a 12-9 count. Series point for Moist Moguls.
Again, just Moist picking up the tempo yet again. Super fast attack. Yeah, you got to give a lot of
All
credit
right.
to Corey for staying alive.
Match
so
point here for
in the initial
Moist.
Battle, but equal credit to Sim for immediately trading it, giving them a 4-4 post plant on B. They had good positions. No one wanted to burn their ults. They were trying to do so without. And so I guess Moist Moguls in a way kind of wins that economic game of chicken as far as who's going to spend the ult and who's not. And now they come into this round with a massive ult advantage and TSM on low firepower.
Someone's got to be a hero, and by design, TSM are thinking it's going to be Corey. He's got the only rifle. Nature will get a very far placed up Viper's Pit, though. That will shut down everything over towards B. The thing about it is, Moist Moguls have all 5 members ready to go here at the C site.
That's
Sim,
so
first
well
blood
done
good.
by
Corey
Sim,
just
bro, to
inside
push
over
up with the
towards
Seeker
Waterfall.
there.
Trailblazer on the way in for both sides. Moist Moguls still not committed to spike fully in yet. It's on the way.
pushed up
Viper's
so
Pit
far
to affirm
forward,
this.
and he's in
well
the
played.
Viper's
Oh
Pit.
my goodness, so deep.
Wow.
Ken does take down Brock, though. Numbers start to be neutralized just a touch. Proto, though, shuts down the hero rifle, plus more. A Proto gets 3. Oh,
It's over.
goodness, just down to Kanpeki, who could only sit and watch
Wow.
just outside the range of the lockdown.
TSM made
Moist
that one
Moguls
closer.
tested here in map 2,
But
but
Moist
still
looked
come away
really, really good
as the
tonight.
victors of the series 2-0.
Like almost boringly good,
That was such a
honestly.
great use of Seeker. Sim was right on top of that piece of cabbage, bro. He was munching. As soon as the Killjoy's forced to blow them up, he's right there to get the entry finally. He takes it all the way in the back, calls it the Viper's Pit as his cover. And then a Proto finishes the job, just blocking off the waterfall
Flashbang warning,
cross,
chat.
and there we have it, man. I will say credit to TSM for, you know, putting
Big
up
time.
a pretty good fight. I mean, that was definitely a much better performance compared to the first map, and that was definitely very
All
much
right.
up for grabs. I think Moist made a couple of little errors here and there, like not clearing Corey as a unit that one round at main. I think that was like the second to last round.
So
or
that
something
gives
like
us
that,
our-
but they
these-
were
this
quick
is our
to
bracket right
recollect
now.
themselves and keep their composure, which is, you know, equally commendable. You know, to be able to kind of, you know, say, okay,
We'll see
yeah,
about
you know, we messed that
tomorrow.
one up.
I'm not
Let's
gonna make
get
any
back together,
promises.
Get back to these fast attacks.
But
and
something tells
they
me
just
this game's game's gonna be good.
1-2
Honestly,
fast
this
play,
M80
fast
Oxygen
play,
game might be
overlit.
pretty decent too.
Yep, and I
Something
think the
tells
biggest
me
thing
that
about
ends
it
up being a
is,
sweep
you know,
though.
Moist Moguls did
This,
not play a
I
bad
think this
game of Valorant. Their
guard
TSM
Moist
just
game could be
gave
really,
them a
really
big
good.
test, flat
We
out,
might
and
just
I
watch
think
that in
leads to some
Discord
very dangerous prospects to
or
what will have to
something.
be a lower
I don't
bracket
know,
run
pop
for
live
them.
for that, just in
But
case it's
for
like
us,
boring again.
Moist
Honestly,
Moguls make their way through.
I don't know. We'll
2-0s
see.
all throughout the first round of the winners bracket here in playoffs. But that does it for the day. We've got the desk to break things down and wrap things up when we come back after this.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and get up on out of here, man. I really appreciate everyone coming through, hanging out with your boy. Feel free to come in and hang out in the Discord if y'all aren't a part of the Discord already. Keep an eye out. We've been dropping some banging content here recently. Got another good video dropping here in the next couple days. A good Apex video. Got another topic that we should probably be dropping early next week.
Then it's tested to make sure it's
I also got to see as far as what we got going on this weekend. I know I got some casting stuff, but I don't know exactly what all we got going on. I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out with us while we watch some NA Challengers, man.
Certified refurbished, you can shop with confidence.
I'm gonna get up on out of here though. It's we've got NBA Finals tonight. All right, so I'm gonna get up on out of here. Up on out of here. But I appreciate y'all. All right. So we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, everything crazy going on in the world today. Be true. Be you. Be sincere. Game hard and love harder. I don't know. We'll see. We might watch in Discord. We might pop it. And we'll. Tomorrow's upper semis. So I don't know.
Are able to close out Lotus and therefore the series 2-0.
Because Grand's
like Shift said,
so like
this
after
means
tomorrow,
our first round here in our playoffs.
lower brackets is Saturday.
That's quite a big statement here.
And then then it's on break until the 7th.
I
So
feel like
what?
coming
Next
in, we're kind of like the underdog
Wednesday?
teams. I feel like the teams that they went against today,
So
like
we'll
Moist
see.
Moguls, they're just on fire right now. They've had such a hot
Oh,
streak,
you meant
like, Guard especially,
am I gonna
like,
watch the
they've
NBA
just
Finals? No, I'm
consistently
gonna
been
jump off. I'm
improving,
just
so I
gonna
feel
go
like
watch.
This was a really hard matchup today for both the teams going into the lower
Final
bracket.
Weevil.
But
I was saying we might watch
put up more of a fight
tomorrow
in
stuff
in
in
second
Discord.
round.
Pistols, pistols, pistols. If Moist had won more of the pistols, the score lines may have been a little
we don't have
bit
to
more
pop live, depending on
lopsided
what's
in their
going on.
favor because they only won 1 out of the 4.
But I'm out of here,
But
chat.
it
Appreciate
doesn't
y'all.
really
Love you
matter.
guys.
They
Make
did
sure you
end up
keep an
winning
eye
the
out for
series,
content.
and
If
they
y'all
even
haven't
had
already done so
found
on the video,
success
actually
even going
here
back
also
to
make
the
sure you hit
first
the
half of
like
second
button. Helps
round
out with the
with
algorithm for
thrifty
people
buy,
trying
so
to
you
find
can't really
videos
fault them
later.
for it. They've still been
People are want
able
to go
to
back
find
and
the
watch
wins
the
when
VODs or they missed
necessary.
or anything like
Whenever
that. So
I watch them
appreciate
play
y'all.
this map, though, I feel like I'm just watching a fly a highlight reel. And
Yeah,
this has
some
always
of our
been the
more
case.
recent
Fly
videos, if y'all
loves
haven't checked them
Snap
out, both
going back to the
Apex
first split.
and
He very seldom has a
Valorant,
negative
have been
performance
absolutely fucking
on
banging,
the
man.
map
So make
of
sure y'all
Lotus.
check it
I
out.
think
Do the
against G2,
YouTube
it's pretty
things.
much only his
I
only
appreciate
Achilles
y'all.
heel.
So we
Otherwise,
catch y'all
he
back over
always
here for
does
the next
well.
one, man.
We've also seen
Don't forget,
him
with
win,
everything
like,
crazy
some
going on in the world
insane
today,
clutches going
be
back to
true,
mid-season
be
face-off.
you, be
When that
sincere.
on, he
Game
was a
hard and love
big
hard. All
part
right,
of their
y'all.
successes
All
on
right,
the map when
amazing.
they
We'll
found
catch
them.
y'all later. Peace. I'm out of here.